And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう 完全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamingの始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the rock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till inside your door. You find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. Don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Muchballs. I'm joined by Nymera. It is week 10, day 4. There are 4 days remaining in the LPL, including today, before we get to playoffs. And Nymera, we still haven't figured out who's making it to playoffs.
No, it does feel like there's kind of, you know, the Legend of Zelda game where it's like the 4 days remaining and you've got like the big moon kind of like coming closer and closer.
Yeah.
It feels like that. We're getting quite dramatic at this point, and we're getting to the point where it is just between a select few teams around that playoffs cutoff point, which are kind of in contention. That's in terms of the big stuff. There's also playoff seeding on the line as well, which will very much affect a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I feel like RA right now, the moon is that far away from crushing them underfoot at this moment. Let's look at yesterday's results, and then we can get into the standings. We can get into what's happening today, because we've got a lot of playoffs implications today. LNG taking down Ultra Prime yesterday, but the fact that they lost a game against Ultra Prime does leave a couple of question marks for LNG moving into playoffs, I'd say.
Yeah, because that second game was also, I mean, I saw LNG, I was half asleep at that point, but it was kind of early in the morning LPL kind of time, so I was like, you know, I'll lie in today. But I saw halfway through game 2, I was like, oh, that's Lee and Addy for LNG, they should surely win this. Wake up like 10 minutes later, I'm like, huh, they're not winning, what's happening there? Stayed up to watch the rest of that game, and I was like, wow, you know, we saw kind of like a brief return to former glory for Ning and Baolan, but that didn't really last through the series in LNG, still proving that they are really up there with the best of them. But actually at this point now, with a game lost like that, it makes it very hard for them to seal something like top 2.
Absolutely. Let's talk top 2 as well. As we bring up our standings, you can see the game differences between our top teams, and you can see that positive 15 there for both EDG and LNG. So it's all going to be down to the final series for either team to decide who gets to skip straight into the final top 4. And even JDG, yes, they have the game difference advantage, but if they don't win their final series, that's not going to matter. So very tough competition
somehow.
Yeah, it's a wacky setup up at the top. But I'm looking at RNG, I'm looking at RA today, because they're 2 of the teams that are going to be coming into contention. We've got a lot of teams on 7 wins. RA somehow on 5 wins, still potentially in contention for playoffs. They need WE and RNG both to completely flunk out of the remainder of their games. RA have to go 4-0 in their remaining 2 games to even have a chance.
Yeah, the way it stands right now, if WE win a single game in their final series versus NIP as well, they will also knock out RA at that point. So RA, their destiny is not completely in their own hands. You've got teams like IG, which announced that is like, oh, I really hope some of these other teams mess up with their loss to BLG yesterday as well. So we're getting down to this point where I absolutely love this. We're getting to a point where, once again, the LPL is in a very close state of affairs. It means that these teams are really pushing each other. They're in very tense scenarios, and you learn a lot from that kind of situation as well. A lot of these teams, though, will want to have the learning be damned. They just want to be safe in playoffs at this point.
They certainly do. Let's look at today's games, though. As we mentioned, A lot on the line today. RA, we just mentioned the three fates have got their thread out. The scissors are right over that thread as well. RNG looking to close those scissors on them, but RNG having a bit of a wobble recently, so we'll see how that matchup's going to go down. You can see they're only 3 places apart in playoffs. And then later on, FPX versus Top Esports. Top Esports on a massive downward trend, and FPX upsetting EDG recently. I don't know if Top Esports are the favorite that you should expect them to be coming into that series.
Yeah. Before EDG, I was kind of chatting while that game was happening. You know, I was on the cast for that one. I was thinking, you know what? I've just got this feeling in the air that FPX could upset EDG. There's always a late season slip up somewhere in the LPL. There are so many teams, you can't always have perfect prep for all of them. I think actually Jordan was talking about that with the LNG Ultra Prime series yesterday as well, being like, yeah, you know, sometimes when you're traveling and you're prepping for so many different teams, something can slip through the net. Now, FPX, it's a bit more than that. They've actually had a really good late season resurgence in the way that they're playing the game. They have a lot of pocket picks, Aurelion Sol, Blitzcrank kind of fog of war compositions as well, which they've been playing out very, very well. Veigar Bot, too, from LWX. It feels like this team, with the pressure of kind of results off of their shoulders, they've kind of found a new life in themselves, and that can threaten any team in the LPL.
Yeah. So we'll dig into FPX and Top Esports later, because I do really want to go into that conversation. I'm keen to talk about that, but we're doing RA versus RNG first today on the stream. And I feel like this is also kind of an interesting matchup in that RA have had some pretty good games if you cherry pick across the course of the season. And all of that stems from having a winning bot lane and playing for their jungler, playing for Lien and like fighting for dragons, going for invades and trying to snowball that into a victory. I do worry because they're up against RNG, they're up against Gala down in that bot side, Gala and Ming, and you've got Wei in the jungle. It is a question of, can they pull that kind of strategy off against a team that also loves to play for that bottom side?
It's so strange because, you know, coming out of the first couple of weeks for RA, we talked about this team quite differently. It was about more about someone like Strive doing very well in the mid lane, Cube having strong 1v1s on that top side. But either way, regardless of who was carrying, it was just sit tight in the early game, get one item, and then we'll start to team fight, with particularly Lien starting to initiate. That has changed a little bit. We're chatting about this just before we came out to live as well. It feels like RA, they're still at this point where they're not, like, hugely skirmishing, especially compared to some teams in the LPL. But that pressure has very much shifted towards this bot side. It has been a bit more kind of responsibility onto Assume and Southwind, who was subbed out for a series or two for BKR. He's back in now, and when he's come back in, he has looked like a force of nature. He could actually be a very big factor in today's series if he is again on something like Rakan, where he had something like a 97% kill participation in game on the one game he came back in on with that one. Stuff like Leona in the Northeast as well, working well to be that supplementary engage, which Rare Atom really needed in the late split.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned Ultra Prime taking a game off LNG earlier. Well, in week 9, RA 2-0'd Ultra Prime. Therefore, RA, one of the best teams in the league right now, as they'll step out to
stage. Do we have like the full circle of suck thing yet? Do we have that where every team somehow beating the other in the chain?
I've not actually checked this year, but I feel like the LPL, with the just quantity of series, it's pretty much guaranteed every season that there is a way to find it.
3 wins each. So we got Anyone's Legend Ultra Prime taking 3 wins each. I'm like, hey, I mean, it's probably likely in there. You can probably just about finagle it somehow.
Maybe that's my afternoon, is making a circle of suck for LPL. We'll have to see. RNG though, RA stepping out to the stage, and once again they're up against RNG, who we have to. I think we'd be remiss not to mention the fact that RNG coming into this series fresh off of a 2-0 loss to NIP. And I don't think many people were expecting that coming into that series. I don't think anyone was expecting NIP to pull out a late win like that, because it's been a team that have struggled towards the latter half of the split. But RNG showing some cracks in the armor there, showing some weaknesses, especially in the way that they set up vision and the way that they try and set up for neutral objectives.
Yeah, and particularly talking about, you know, they've had to do a lot of rediscovery themselves in regards to a lot of the way that they played the game, talking about those neutral objectives. I think one thing which has helped with that is just kind of having Breathe less on something kind of side laning-y and something more team fighty. Now Breathe, as they play, which has had a lot of carry champions in his career. He's of course, been he was one of the really big players that was playing for this organization in their powerful runs last year. But it has been actually something like the Sion this time around, which has worked out very well for him and his team. They're currently 9-1 on the pick, which is most played at 10 games. Beyond that, you've got stuff like the Renekton and Sante, which are at 5 games played each. But considering the pedigree, I suppose, of a player like Breed, hasn't found any real success on stuff like the Fiora, the Jace, the Jax, which other players in the league have done towards that top side. And that's something which the RNG will have to continually keep puzzling themselves out, because it does leave them a little constrained on that top side, but for now, they just got to work with what's working for them, what's successful.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find that success, if they can find their way back into what has worked for them. Like you say, the tank's up top for Breathe. I do still like his Gwen. His Gwen does have a sweet spot for me there, where assuming that the rest of the team doesn't
Wait, is this why you did the whole like the face with the scissors thing earlier? Is this like some like discrete messaging you've got? It's like, oh, we're doing the scissors thing today.
Oh yeah, maybe Gwen is the one sniffing down on RA's.
You know what? I'm bringing up the Greek mythology page on the side. It is a lifeline-y thingy. I just can't quite remember exactly, because there are 3 Fury. There's the 3 Fates, right? And they all cut like different parts of the thread. One of them like spins it. One of them. There's some weird stuff. There is actually some mythology to it, which I'm not qualified to talk on.
Yeah, I'm not going into the actual mythology. I'm just going off of the Hercules animated film, you know? So the actual mythology of it, I'm dicey on. But all I know is the scissors ain't good enough to cut Hercules, and maybe that's RNG today. Maybe that's Breathes Gwen. Or, in fact, no, he has the scissors, so I've kind of messed it up. But either way, if RNG cannot sprint it while Breathe is in a side lane, I like his Gwen. If his Gwen is in the team fights, I like his Gwen. However, we have seen that when he's on a carry, quite often he's up in a side lane trying to take a tier 2, and the rest of RNG are caught out or they're forcing a fight while they're down in numbers, and it just don't make sense.
Absolutely, because, you know, you think back to the RNG kind of golden years and their golden playstyles, it was largely through stuff like really Ming and Xiaohu, when they were kind of both playing at their very best, playing around Fog of War and around those objective setups very, very well. It felt like they had a very clear direction that they wanted to play the larger map. Now, obviously RNG, a lot of the way that we have talked about this team is moving past the era of Xiaohu, much like many teams have moved past the eras of their franchise mid laners moving on. And one of the big things which RNG haven't quite managed to do is kind of recapture that sort of larger map macro, playing around Fog of War and kind of side laning pressure. What that does mean, though, is that they haven't necessarily lost the fact that they're also really good team fighters when they get on the same page. It's just getting to the point where the team understand, hang on, we should probably 5v5 at this point.
Yeah, it does feel like quite often RNG don't necessarily seem that inclined to play towards their win conditions, which that sounds too harsh. It's not always the case. It's just select games, it feels like they've not quite figured out what it is they need to do to win.
Comprehension. It's like the mid-game realizing how they win and lose.
Yeah. It's like stopping for a second and going, wait a second, how do we actually want to play this game, instead of, often it feels like, just run into their opponents. Was that a little whisper coming out towards the team? You've got a microphone. You don't need to whisper. It's all good.
It's like, wait, isn't it so like in baseball where like they like look at the picture and they try and figure out the signs they're doing, stuff like, maybe it's like that. Maybe they've got a lip reader in the crack or something. Yeah,
I mean, you get that in football, don't you? When the coaches are talking to someone, they cover their mouth so that you can't see it on TV. You can't be lip read.
Oh yeah, it's like when a substitute runs onto the field and just like someone else from the other team will try and run over and go into the huddle and see what they're talking about. It doesn't really work when they speak different languages. The language of League of Legends currently, though, is filled with feathers, because Xayah has been incredibly high priority across the world. And it feels like no one's really cracked the lane answers into Xayah Rakan yet as well. One of the things you can do, of course, in the draft is take away that Rakan, which is what's happening right now. Now, RNG have themselves a very good set of engagers already. The question is that going to be enough to unsettle someone like Assume on the Xayah, who actually has been finding a lot of success on this pick? In fact, I would say the Xayah is one of the reasons why Rare Atom have been continually going towards the bot side, because this pick worked for them a lot.
Absolutely, it's been getting them that lane priority. It's great at fighting around those Drakes. Losing the Rakan can be a pain for them. Southwind has loved that Rakan recently, but we'll see what support they can go for instead, as they blind pick a Jax and go for the Wukong in the jungle.
Oh, Yeah, because Cube has this pick banned against him so many times. Heck, I'm trying to think the last time that Rare Atom would have even picked this champion, because in the first couple of weeks, Rare Atom came out to something like a 2-0, 3-0, 4. They had a pretty high win streak at the very start of things. Largely, that was through Cube playing a damn good Jax. It has basically been removed the entirety of the rest of the split for him. So very excited to now see what Breathe can do up into Cube's Jax. Something like the Cannon has been the LPL answer into it. That has not necessarily been something which Breathe has gone towards himself. He hasn't got a single game of it in this split, despite the LPL prioritizing that so far. RNG on the other side, though, they already have themselves a top-side set of playmakers by Ari. One of my favorite combos, of course, so let's see my main champion Ari on the Rift. And that can be something you can start to put towards top lane outside of the 1v1 matchup to try and shut down the Jax.
Certainly can be, and you know, especially alongside that Rakan as well. Like the dive potential and the pick potential of these three champions, terrifying. And you can see removing mid laners that could survive that. LeBlanc, difficult matchup for the Ari, but also the Lissandra can just lock that Ari down, can just escape any potential plays as well. But now, top lane is being banned away. Sion taken off the board. Wouldn't be too surprised to see something like the Kennen taken away as well. And there's that Kennen ban.
So now you're looking at what? Kasance being the last sort of stable matchup there. You can go into the Fiora as well. Go a bit more fighter skill matchup, particularly for RNG throwing resources topside. Despite them not having found much success on that so far, could potentially work out for them because they got the Vi and the Ari, so are able to get up to that side of the map, particularly with, as you're saying, the LeBlanc and Lissandra, two champions which can either trade very hard into the Ari or lock her in lane very effectively. Something like the Lissandra was used by... it was used by Scout, actually, I believe, in the LNG JDG series to great effect against Knight's Ari, which is something which, of course, he has a lot of success on. The question is now, Stripe, what have you got left in that mid lane? Sylas is a pretty good answer. You do have the Rakan ult, pretty good steal. You use Ari's ult better than she does, which is particularly frustrating to play against, let me tell you that. Of course, the Vial, also pretty good too. So already, mid-jungle 2v2 is where I have my entire eyes on. One kill in a mid-jungle 2v2 right here explodes the rest of the map. And there's already a lot of damage across the board when you look at Jax and Azire on both side lanes too for Rare Atom.
Yeah, love this for Southwind as well. Gives them that hard engage, and it gives the ability to fight for Prio down in that bottom side. What AD carry does Gala go for?
Last pick AD carry. How many times do you see last pick AD carry in this kind of meta? Gala, I mean...
Kai'Sa, it's going to be Kai'Sa, right?
Played
it's
the
Gala.
Kai'Sa this split already. You know, he's played the one game of it, got a pentakill on it. It is one of his very most famous picks, one of his very most effective picks.
Oh, there it is.
Kai'Sa Khan versus Xayah Nautilus. Heavy CC, heavy engage, lots of dive potential, and anti-dive potential on the other side. I am really looking forward to how this draft play out. This feels like one kill in mid-jungle explodes to the rest of the map, and with damage pretty much everywhere you choose to look, this is a very snowbally game, should a lead kind of appear.
Yeah, this is going to be a treat for everyone at home. So, for context, if you don't know Gala, first off, have you been living under a rock? Second off, he is the Kai'Sa player in the LPL over the last couple of years. He has 96 professional games on Kai'Sa, 4 away from 100. This will be his 97th, with a 6 KDA on average and over a 60% win rate. The man is a machine. And in the team fights, honestly, you can play them in slow motion. It feels like he must be playing in slow motion with how mechanically fantastic those team fights are. We'll see if they get to that team fight point. They certainly have the composition for it. But now, Mera, we're jumping into one that there's a lot on the line here for both teams. For RA, literally, they cannot lose a single game, and that game has to be against Gala's Kai'Sa, of all things. But RA, they need a 2-0 here today to have a chance of making playoffs. RNG, on the other hand, another win here. An 8th win on the board would lock this team in. It would make them guaranteed that playoff spot. And we'll see if Gala's Kai'Sa is the ticket for them to make it as we head on to Summoner's Rift.
So you've heard the stakes, you've heard the stories. Let's get cooking on the Rift. Game 1. RNG, everything on the line for both of these teams. Neither are safe. They are part of that bracket, which is around that playoffs cutoff, and they Rare Atom have a bit more of an uphill battle. Level 1 potential. Can jump into the Rift. Southwind not going to be able to land that hook, though. We talked about RNG's AD carry, Gala, Kaiser, so important for that player. Really want to talk about Cube's Jax as well, because this guy has been such a force of nature on that pick. Got the Kaiser on one side, that Jax, no slouch in its own though. A lot of LPL top laners made their name on that pick very early into the split, but it's been banned afterwards. Not necessarily something that the rest of the world has continued to prioritize the same level. This guy finally getting this pick back might be his own kind of superstar nature against Gala.
And on that note, right, Cube's Jax, he's only played 3 games of it, like you said, this split, but 100% win rate, which with RA's win-loss record is impressive.
Actually,
9.3
yeah.
KDA. Like, the man is a monster on the Jax and has a matchup where, realistically, you can kind of chill during the early game. Kasante not going to put that much kill threat onto the Jax unless Cube kind of messes things up a little bit. So, should be a good setup for RA to play through Cube if they want to. And RA typically do like to put at least one gank up to Cube. We were talking about this before the series started. It feels like Cube has a 1 gank quota from RA where they won't ever focus him, they won't ever play towards him necessarily, but either Southwind or Strive or Lien will send 1 gank up there in the early game.
Yeah, and I finally got the numbers up as well. 82% ban rate of the Jax versus Rare Atom, and considering it really was the early split where they kind of showed this pick, they've not really been able to play it since. So RNG needs to be very aware of that. They do have the tools to go topside, as we've been saying. The Arivi combo, which you've been seeing kind of rearing his head again. It's going to be the Airy onto Ari as well, which is of course very confusing to say with the same pronunciation. But what it does mean is that Silas doesn't get kind of the ability to take one good trade early game where the Ari can sometimes mess up and then start to kind of control the wave push. We actually don't see dematerializers on either side. It's too early for them to be impacting top lane though. Lien does have an early inroad and Cube's got this wave in a great spot.
Look at this playing around the vision line. Sneaks on forwards. Breathe could be in trouble if he steps up to try and get any of the CS. Counter-Strike in play. Breathe stunned. Should be forced to flash on this one. As the Q comes up through. Both players flashing to block his flash over the wall. That was insane! And the bottom side as well. Shenanigans across the board.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for Breathe. Breathe not in a position where he can kind of stand safely under his turret. Cube sets up the wave in a really good spot. Knows when the ward is timing out from Breathe somehow as well. And they just choke. They close down with that red buff slow. See what's happening in the jungle here. Wade gets the steal.
He stole it, just waiting in the wings. Lien trying to do the buff, and Wade, I think, will walk out of this one as Strive moves over. But with Angel having so much HP and mana, there's no way they can contest. Wade, you know, it's a consolation prize after the kill in the top lane.
Yeah, because, you know, we were talking about leads in this game are going to stick. This Jax, yeah, can get shut down a little bit. Good root by Asu.
Oh my. Ming just about gets away with his life. That felt dicey. Honestly, Ming really overstepping his Strive. A bit of trouble in the mid lane as well. This is a hectic early game.
It is, but this is kind of what you need to see from both these teams. All right, they need to kind of step away from what they did earlier in the split, just kind of wait for those one-item team fights. If they're going to get into playoffs, they need to start things off strong. Put a bit of fear into RNG, make sure that they can get off onto good front foot. Getting some trades in the bottom lane and the top lane works out well for them, and Cube on the Jax, can't mention this enough, has been incredibly terrifying to this champion before. An early kill to him, and an early reset where he doesn't have to blow his teleport as well. Could be the start of great things for this team.
It certainly could be. Like having a Sheen for the early lane as Jax is, that's a godsend. For
as opposed to a Hysterics or a Munchables or whatever cast. Yeah.
Do you know, Ashida hates that joke.
No, I know, like but he's also not here today. He's not on cast. See, I would never do that while he's on the mic because I know I'd just get absolute crap for the rest of the cast. Maybe I'll get the next time on the mic with him.
The first time I ever met a Sheen, which is in like, I don't know, 2015 or something like that, that was actually how he described how to say his name to me. It was and then, you know, the League of Legends item that built into Triforce. But these days, not as keen on the analogy.
Yeah, that's like my one for this split. Won't say that one again. Let's keep with that up. Obviously, all jokes aside. Has that lead starting to take over and has the wave in a really good spot. He's been really good at his wave management in these 1v1 matchups. At the very start of the split, that was something that he did very, very well. On the other side, though, RNG, bit of a scuffle start for them.
Look at the root chain onto Ming. Ignite burn, but Lian couldn't quite get there in time as Strive tries an all-in the mid lane. There's no mana available for Angel as he's chased down and forced to flash in the end. A close one for Angel. He does live, though.
Yeah, Strive looks at Angel's mana bar and goes, you can't throw your full spells at me, and it's not like you got yourself a huge amount of HP to work with. Gets an opportunistic play, blows the flash from Angel. There won't be as many playmaking tools for RNG's mid lane at the next few minutes. Angel does get to teleport back into mid lane, though sadly not going to be the kill for Strive when the wave was at a pretty awkward spot for Angel stuck under Strive's turret. Going back towards bot lane again, though, Southwind looking forward again with his Nautilus. The ability to engage and initiate has been very important for Rare Atom. Try and find plays like this.
Both junglers are here. The pullback in Southwind is gone before the play even begins. RNG with a great little counter gank.
Yeah, so while that, initiation's been kind of important for Rare Atom later into the game, RNG read it like a book. And they get some extra gold onto their bot lane, which has been really where their win conditions have lied. Later into the split, Gala gets himself an assist on his Kai'Sa. I'm loving where this is going, Joe, because I'm looking at this now like, wow, Cube on the Jax is ahead. Suddenly, Gala's Kai'Sa's ahead as well. We could be in for some great team fights as this late game goes on.
Yeah, luckily for RA, at least Gala didn't get the actual kill. Just the assist, so it's not the crazy snowball. That said, like, having a support item early on can be valuable. Like, Merc Tread's finished off for Ming, so the route from Southwind, the route from Assume will last ever so slightly less time as Lian goes for his red buff here. Now, crucially, Lian, I think, thought there was no vision in that bot lane play. He'd gone for the sweep, but his sweeper ran out just as he was getting into that bot lane brush, and the ward was fresh, so didn't have information. Away off the back of all of those shenanigans, knows Assume is recalling, so we'll be able to go for this Chemtech Drake.
Okay, so first Dragon Spin in there. We do have Herald starting up as well, but with these resets from bot lane coming through, it doesn't look like either of these bot lanes are looking to kind of lead their AD carry alone in bot side and then kind of rotate a support upwards. Charman's there to stop Strive getting a clean combo onto Angel. W move speed out of that U-pop as well. On the return. See Angel really trying to use this early point of power in the mid lane. With the Aerie, it gives you a stronger early game. Like, does drop off a little bit mid game when you don't have something like a spell book or an electrocute or even a first strike to get damage. Will that mean RNG have a bit more of a platform to play around Herald? That's going to be quite interesting to see. When these junglers get their first ults of the game through, that's when these big topside fights around something like a Herald can get really out of hand really quickly.
Now, that said, Lian not interested in fighting for the Herald. He's hoping to just sneak it away for the time being. And right now, it doesn't feel like RNG have information of that fact. Southwind potentially moving up. And we'll spot this one. I don't think he has time to actually get it himself. Yeah, we'll just time out as he heads back towards the bottom lane. But Lian, he's got away with this one. 2k on the Herald, and Iron a Smite would do the job. And there we have it.
Yeah.
Hey. Herald completely free for RA.
Yeah, I'm trying to think why that has gone so uncontested. Lian, though, is still on top side. Way trying to read the play again. He's been seen 2v2 top.
All outcomes in the Counter-Strike. Stun's not really doing a whole lot, but the Cyclone is there. Breathe! Finishing the job off. Wait, flashes out to safety, and Lian's in all kinds of trouble. The Cyclone maybe is enough to keep him safe, but the chase down from Breathe, as Lian gets a little bit of movement speed here. Angel moving over. Strive really wants to protect him, and Lian will get out with his life.
Hey, so Lian takes the Herald, tries to get a very quick drop of it up towards that top side, but is read by Wei. Doesn't manage to get towards that play just quickly enough. Take down the Jax, importantly so. Talked about how that champion very, very strong when he gets that lead, particularly in the hands of Cube. So that clean Herald take, not so cleanly played towards top side. RNG tried not to contest that, of course. They didn't try and look for that because they kept their bot lane in that 2v2 down bot side. It feels like they've been more happy to leave Gala and Angel in lanes where they can just kind of get some CS advantages, which is working out for them. This is how, of course, it came across. Big single target lockdown. The Counter-Strike not really getting a huge amount done in that play. Can't really get the big turnaround. If Wukong was there just a second or two earlier, maybe this play works out. As we said, not quite able to get away with it.
Lian forced to flash as well and does escape, but that's 2 out of 2 now that Lian has walked into a lane to try and make a play, and Wei is there to counter gank. Actually, it's technically 2 out of 3 because he did get the gank in top lane earlier on. But, you know, trying to make the play in the bottom lane, Wei reads it. Tries to make the play in the top side, Wei reads it. Perfect counter ganks coming out from RNG's jungler.
What was the Meatloaf thing? The 2 out of 3 ain't bad, or was it one? I can't remember the exact lyric. That was a song like that by Meatloaf. Pretty sure.
It's something to do with bats in hell, I believe.
No, that's a different one. That's a Bat Out of Hell, and that's
I'm
a great
pretty sure
song.
that's the
It's
only
awesome.
one he did, isn't it? As far as I know. He did that, and then he did Fight Club. Those are the two things Meatloaf did. And Tenacious D's dad character in
Imagine having your entire life's work. I mean, it's a pretty good life's work actually. That's it. You know, actually, most people will never see those kind of heights before. Oh man.
Yeah.
Other guy. I was actually chatting with
Kickapoo,
Asheen
that's it.
recently
I couldn't
because
think of the name of the Tenacious D
that's
song.
the
but it's
song.
Kickapoo.
Yeah. Is that the one with
Absolute
Dio?
banger.
That's the one with the talking about Dio, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah. Dio's in it.
Yeah. Gosh. Heck, big names in that one. I was speaking to Asheen the other day because actually I didn't quite realize how similar our music tastes were because we were very both into classic rock as well. So we were having a heart-to-heart over that. We were streaming the other day. Back to the heart of the matter though. Angel still in this mid lane. He's gone for the Leandries, which makes a lot of sense to get multiple airy procs through that burn tick, and that first item might impact this sort of mid lane 2v2.
Once again, Leanne tries to make a play towards the lane, and Wei is there to thwart it. Leanne still with that help, but only a quarter of the timer remaining. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this down in a significant
Might just
way.
have to force mid. Yeah, I think you just have to force it mid, right? See how Wei wants to respond to this. Having the lockdown in the lane push in bot and mid lane has stopped Leanne getting the ease of access into these lanes. Don't think they're going to be able to stop this charge, not going to be able to get too high procs. Who's going to get the gold though? Stride gets none of it. So this is just gold on towards that Wukong. So even with that charge finally coming off, it's not like you're going to be able to return to that mid lane very easily to get a second Herald in, get a full mid lane kind of takedown or Atom. And that gold over to Wukong, you would have much preferred that onto someone else at this point. Despite Wukong being very strong in those team fights, getting one of these laning matchups ahead would have been very helpful for your team to be able to head towards these neutral objectives, a bit more power through lane push.
So Drake coming up in 5 seconds now, Namira. And I feel like we're at a fairly even point in the game. It's 1,000 gold lead for RNG. But Mythic's coming online in either side. The Rod of Ages with 0 stacks though doesn't feel equal to a Leandris, but RA confident on this one. Stack it up and trying to burn this Drake as fast as they can.
Yeah, RNG got to choose their angle fairly carefully here because if they split like they're doing right now, very careful of someone like Southwind landing a key hook. As it stands right now though, RNG not able to find a pick.
And this solo kill in the picture-in-picture. I don't know if anyone saw that. There was an all-out from Breathe, and Cube just bopped him on the head with a stick. It didn't seem like there was that much to the all-in, honestly. They were kind of just stood hitting each other, and it was a bit of a DPS race, and Jax wins those. Jax wins those a lot of the time.
Apparently so. I mean, we saw some pretty close Jax versus K'Sante 1v1s very early in spring. The matchup has kind of fallen away from the K'Sante led to things though. It did seem like Breathe had the level advantage before heading into the play. Really interesting what's happening there. Assume has flash and all.
Featherstorm is available,
doesn't get to use it.
It's gonna be denied. Rakan and Vi, there's nothing you can do. Cyclone comes out from Lien in a 1v3. He wants Gala and he gets Gala. Lien make it happen. I think he might have paid with his own life, but then again, he's trying to kill Wei. Almost gets the second kill. I can't believe how much he pulled off.
Yeah, that was a pretty ballsy play to go in and say, you know what, I've got the enemy AD carry. Being able to kill Gala, though, means that he doesn't get to stick around for an extra wave, stick around for some turret damage, something like that, lose the wave under turret. Of course, he'll still pick himself up an assist, so it's not like you're denying the hugest amount of gold away, but yeah, now with the plates at mid and a kill down bot, maybe he's putting himself up to be a bit more of a carry. This is why I was a bit surprised at the solo kill, because it was the XP disadvantage for Cube. Is he going to get off these last minions? That would be a huge turnaround in terms of the healing. Continually getting himself the extra kind of healing from the Sundra. All that comes through back on the other side. This is so close, but lethal tempo. Lethal tempo comes in. It's just Jax just DPSing him.
He wasn't even moving. He just autos him to death. Oh dear. I mean, the CC chain from Rakan's quickness with a buy. There's not much. And then Leanne just goes 1v3.
Yeah, I guess Monkey See, Monkey Bonk on the other side as well. That's it. It's just the power of the bonk. You've got like 2 staff wielders, and they do stuff with them, man. They just do damage. What can I say?
Yeah. Honestly, the bonk factor on this team from RA. You got a Wukong, you got a Jax. And then Southwood's got an anchor to... I mean, that's a bit more of a bonk. That's more than a bonk at that point, but...
That one's sending it to A&E pretty quickly at that point, actually, yeah. You do not mess with those things. They are very, very heavy. Inside, though. See RNG teleporting in to make sure they have a bit of a platform to play around the second Herald. First Herald already went into the mid lane outer turret themselves. One of the things we've seen about Heralds is being able to get two of them in a row and chuck them into mid lane. Very important. Chuck them into jungle though. By Leon.
Yeah, Leon not doing so hot on just being aware of RNG's vision. I feel like there's a couple of times he's died now this game. In fact, both times he's died this game have been down to RNG having vision that he's not aware of and RNG punishing extremely heavily.
RNG get themselves the Herald off of that too. No smite to contest. So they are going to split the difference on those Heralds, 1-for-1 both sides. As they're saying, because RA didn't get the biggest value out of that first Herald, they can just kind of have to chuck it into the mid lane turret, take a couple of plates just onto Lien. The only way that really capitalizes is by getting a second Herald to chuck it again into the mid lane and just break it down with basically two very big Herald pushes. They're not going to be able to do that. RNG, now they get the choice to see where they're going to open up the map. No turrets taken across this map so far. Early kind of that regards. Where are RNG going to prioritize that? RA as it stands using the Hex Gates to head towards this bot side. Angel caught out here, but with a flash and ult.
Okay, here we go. Charm goes wide, and well, the CC chain is more than enough. Strive with a kill off the back of that play. They'll be able to crash the way with the bottom side as well. As Gala, the Observer's moving over to Gala in a 1v1 always makes me a little bit nervous, but I don't think anything's going to happen.
Yeah, trying to see if he has the Q upgrade right now. I think he does actually, based off of what's happening in those tool sets there. I always get a little bit confused with the current build because it used to be like dirt plus the components of Mythic. Used to get it to you. Actually, with the Corfields Warhammer, of course. Just to get himself to that point. Q evolved Kai'Sa very, very strong at this point. It looks like he is going towards the Navori quick play.
If it wasn't before, he's going to pickaxe now, so he's definitely upgraded that Q.
Yeah, and once you get the 2-item spike on Kai'Sa, you are in such a strong spike nowadays. Third item gets a little bit weirder for Kai'Sa. There are a number of different options. We've seen a couple of different evolutions of that build in terms of you can go towards something like Nash's Tooth, if you feel like you want to go towards a bit more AP, you can go towards Blade the Rune King, or you can kind of double down on something like Greg, go towards Panther, what have you. Way also off of Vision again. He's one with the jungle pet there. I think they actually could have spotted him through the jungle pet. But RNG looking to make a next big play with that Vi ultimate. That's been where their big plays have come through so far.
I love the way RNG have been playing as well around Vision this game, where they have complete vision control. One of the big things that NIP kind of exposed with RNG was quite often they were just sending Way alone to try and fight for vision control, and NIP would find a pick. But you could see them all moving in as a unit to make those plays happen. Drake started, Breathe moving out of the way so he can TP if needed. I don't think Leon can get in here. I don't think he should try to get in here. As Drake taken by RNG. It might look for a fight as well. Forget the TP. Breathe's just going to walk into this one. On behind enemy lines, but assume very bravely walking first into the brush there.
And then very bravely walks away. Breathe heading back towards this top side. Use that break in the waves to find something towards that mid lane. Try to. That's going to be at the cost of a tower now. The first tower is going to go down to the favor of Rare Atom, despite the second Herald being in the inventory of RNG. Really interested to see what they're going to do with that Herald at this point. Where is the big power play coming through? Can you find any big opening for that? You've gone into a 1-3-1 yourself now. Angel looks like he's going towards the Leandri's Cosmic Drive build from Ari. Which I'm going to say, I do like it more than Everfrost, but there are still some things which I do get a little bit annoyed about with Ari builds. Had a big post about it recently where I definitely feel like a couple of pro players a little bit allergic towards building damage on this champion. Feels like you don't have yourself a Dark Seal early. You don't have that ability to kind of like pop off and snowball in the same way that you do with other Ari builds.
So, Nightmare, since I've got the Ari expert on cast with me, what would you build in this situation? Like, what's the perfect build for Angel this game?
So I actually have to say, Leandri's Cosmic Drive, pretty good, because you're not looking to dive the backline. Diving a Jax when there's a Nautilus, you can just click ult on you. We already saw what happened, right? Nautilus is one of the better Ari answers. Oh my, it's a Banshees. No, it's not the Cosmic Drive. We got a Banshees Veil. Why did you ask me this at this point? I don't mind Leandri's in the cooldown boost, that's fine. I just really like having a Dark Seal just in the back pocket because Ari does really need to snowball ahead of game. That can really help you do so, particularly with the cheapness of that item if you do get up towards 10 stacks very early into the game. Get yourself a free book, go to the library, do a bit of help with that one. Besides that though, I think if you do get yourself a Cosmic Drive at some point in this game, it can very help you take some longer team fights. It does feel like with the champions in this game, we're going to have a few of those longer team fights with something like a Wukong and a Jax. Going to wail away at these plays and help you maybe take down the front line a little easier, just kind of getting through that Cosmic passive and rolling through with that. So we'll see what See what he cooks up later after this point. Has the Banshees now. I guess he's safer, but
Look,
doesn't make me feel any happier.
all I'm saying is, we saw this at the Oscars. Banshees aren't going to win it. Banshees just are not going to win it. So we'll see if Angel can have better result than 0 and 9. Scala, he's hit that 2-item mark that we mentioned before, and Cube could be caught out, but I don't know. I'm afraid of that, Jax. I'm not sure Cube is ever
Yeah, we're afraid of the
caught
bog factor here at this point. Running into someone like Cube, again, he doesn't really feel that pressured at this point. This is where I'm getting a little bit scared. You know, we know what Cube can do on this champion. Hasn't played that much of it because he hasn't been allowed to play it. He's been winning too many games where he's been allowed to find this champion in the draft. Do you have 2 items onto both of our AD carries though? Navori Quick Blades picks up both the Xayah and the Kai'Sa. Very importantly so. It's one of the items which really breaks both of these champions because it gives you more Qs for the Kai'Sa, very importantly on your kill combo. You actually get 2 of them or so in your big dive combos. And for both of them, it allows you to have your very powerful, impactful ultimates beyond cooldown much less of the time. A lot of the way you play around Xayah is blowing that ult and then coming back for a second swing at it. When you have like an extra 30 or so, whatever it is, ability haste, makes it much harder to reach that point.
Yeah. Also, just the Blade Caller for Xayah. Like, Blade Caller is such a massive part of it. Is absolutely massive all-in from RNG, but they can't actually finish any kills yet. It's Ming to go down. So the combo from Wei and Ming, it all turns around as Strive is the better Vi. Assume with a kill onto Gala, the route onto Breathe, but he will walk away with his life. But Baron is up and onto the map. And maybe RA have found their window.
Yeah, what are RNG thinking? They try and go for a very heavy dive play into a choke point, get punished for it. RA pounce on the Baron.
Breathe trying to go in, doesn't have that much HP. Yeah, he ain't tanky enough for this. As Wei now chased out by Cube. Oh, the charm from Angel, saving his jungler, but there's no way that Wei can get into the pit. That's the Baron at 22.5 minutes from RA. And RNG off the back of a 2-0 loss to NIP, looking shaky here in game 1.
And on the other side, in the do-or-die moment, Rare Atom cannot afford to lose a single game, never mind a series. And in what seems to be a really huge moment here, they come away with a big Baron play, big opportunity to blow open the map.
This is massive for RA, and a bit questionable for RNG because they were the ones that started that play. That was their play that went so drastically wrong. Drake up, though, in 12 seconds here, Nymera. And I feel like RNG surely just have to let this go.
I think they have to, right? Because they were the ones that kind of put themselves in the top side of the map. They went for the play on the top side of the map. They have nothing on bot side to really play around. They don't have a wave pushing. They have a little bit of vision, so it's sparing at that. Rare Atom, they're not even going to go towards that Dragon ASAP. They want to blow open the map with the waves as much as they can. Cube on a side lane now is going to be absolutely insufferable with the Empowered Minions too. Very questioning now what you're going to do about this Jax in terms of who's wave clearing, who are you putting against him. Because someone like Angel doesn't really want to be sat there, particularly if there's someone kind of shadowing that lane. Jax very easily going to blow you up at this point. And going back to the replay now. Yeah, I mean, RNG went for this play. Going into a choke point against the Nautilus ult, against the suit who stood right behind you, this just feels so badly decided. Why are you choosing this terrain? Of course, the follow-on after this point, pretty crazy. Stolen Vial. Can't really exactly flash away from that one. Zonya's a bust if you're going to try and disengage that. And in the bot side, though, just after we're singing their praises, Drive goes down.
I would have loved to see how that happened, because that's a huge pick for RNG in Southwind. Charm knocked up, should be taken down. Garland's enough to damage. There we go, finally getting the play. As Breathe jumping onto the backside. Featherstorm comes out, but Garland's gone to Cube, who is taking over this fight. Breathe trying to get more, but assumes saved by Cube. And RNG once again walk away with their 9 tails between their legs.
Oh man, RNG, they just can't find the clean fights. They get one pick onto the Strive somehow while we're in the replay, but at the end of the fight, one of the AD carries hits the floor, the other one doesn't. Gala, Kai'Sa be damned, has not been able to find a clean team fight. The way that this player has played his champion throughout his career has been, if the fight goes long enough, he finds that moment in time to try and find a way. Those huge plays. It's see the last time, the way you outplay Vi is trying to Zonya's, just keep you in place for the follow-up to come through. Gala and Angel have more than enough damage to force that play down. Now in the 5v4, you don't have the Vial, you don't have the Ariel either, you just used through all of your stacks in that one. Things get really messy after this point. Southwind, yes, goes down at the start of it. That's the Nautilus. You've already thrown out the ultimate by that point, and it allows someone like Cube and like Lien to get into the backline, start doing damage. that, for me, is where the fight turns around. You've used your cooldowns with Nautilus. What have you got left with the rest of the team?
I mean, the insane thing there is that that's essentially a 3v5 fight that RA managed to win.
It's the bonk factor, dude. It's the bonk factor.
Manages to win, yeah. Cube absolutely taking over. We talked about his Jax in draft. I didn't expect this level of Jax performance, as here he comes onto Gala once again.
Oh no, you did not just say that.
This time,
No!
Cube just runs into 5.
Why would you
just
say
as we're
that?
singing his praises.
What have you done? This team is on the brink of playoffs elimination, and you choose that moment to pre. Q goes down. He has the 3 items, thinks he finds himself the angle, but this time he's on vision. He's spotted out. He's closed down. RNG, very importantly for them, gets to shut down that player. Yeah, that's going to spot those 2 recalling in that brush. It's just that they spot him hopping over the wall as well. We're going to choose his way to get back onto his side of the map. He's back over the wall. We are getting to the point where 3rd items are starting to be completed as well now. I haven't checked in on them for a little while. It's going to be the Hurricane, Gala, Snowbori. Oh, okay, we'll stop about that. Strive, going on to...
I would assume that Strive could just take this kill without much else happening, but here come the rest of RNG. And with the cavalry coming, Strive decides this is not a play that he wants to keep going for. Leanne really wants that red buff. That was dicey, but with the clone, does actually get away with it. And now Southwind, oh, he finds Gala! Ming abandons his AD carry that flashed away, and Gala wasn't ready for it. And now another bonus kill as Breathe tried to join the play, but it's too little too late. RNG are having an apple crumble.
Oh gosh, this one's really just falling away from them. I guess that is how the apple crumbles. Probably said about cookies instead, but still, RNG not feeling too sweet about this one. Another hook lands.
Ming with a quickness on everyone, but the Feather Storm is there, so assume just chilling in this fight. Blade Caller still available. That'll be a lot of damage onto Wei, but doesn't even need it, as they'll just chase him down through the jungle. Lian, the one to finish the job. And they're back towards the mid lane, back towards the inhibitor. As Strive zoning Angel away, looking for a solo kill, but the E slightly wide. It's not gonna matter though. Mid inhib taken, and RA looking fantastic.
They are an RNG now staring down, sizable gold lead, the map falling away from them. They have no vision on the other side of the map. They're not winning side lanes, and they're not winning away from their vision as well. So RNG, what are you going to do? Dragon's up in a minute. They're not going to be able to like find themselves huge purchase on the map before that one spawns. RA's resets come through. They're spending all of their gold. They're setting up for the next chapter of this game. This game could have been the very end of their playoffs run. Still very much could be, actually. But as it stands, we're at them, setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, both teams across the course of this game have shown mistakes. They've shown weakness. Neither team has been playing this perfectly, as Lian tries to find Ming there. Fighting for control of the area, Wei inching closer to the Baron pit. Wants to get some vision in there if he can. Will spot Lian hiding in the brush. Southwind and Cube alongside him. This kind of dive combo from RA, ready to pounce.
Are they going for it? There we go.
It's RNG pouncing instead, and he's gone. Lian just too far forward. The team not ready to jump in with him. I'm not entirely sure what he was thinking, sticking around for that long as the team backs away. And well, RNG, they find yet another pick. And like we said, neither team played perfectly here.
Yeah, importantly so, because, I mean, the last time that this happened as well, Rare Adam, they used the death of one of their players to kind of just say, at least the cooldowns are gone. Again, you see they're fishing in the 4v5. They know the vial's not there. They're going...
Assume low on HP, but Cube jumping towards Angel. Ming trying to protect his middle
Gala's
lane.
alive.
There's Death Ball from RNG. And alright, they can't push into it.
Gosh, that got so close. It felt like one of those fights where Gala could finally find some purchase in this game. Couldn't do so. We are in for somehow, despite, you know, when we're at him after that last play, pushing towards the enemy inhibitor turrets, pushing towards that Nexus. We thought that was it. Maybe that would be the play which determines the game. We're going to get a split map now. Dragon taken. RNG going to burst down the Baron. I don't think RA are going to get here in time.
RA, they've traded a Hextech Drake. Can they get the Drake? I don't think so. Lian, oh, he's going to Hextech Smite! Oh, he doesn't get in so close, but he couldn't quite find it. Cube now moving in. They need the fight. RA have to take this fight. Cube on the front line. He's low on HP, though. Needs to survive, needs to find these kills. Gala locked up on the backside, but he jumps into the brush. He's cutting them out. Half HP on either of them, but RA seem to be winning as Gala goes down. It's complete chaos. RA with one extra kill.
RA with one extra kill, but RNG do walk away with 2 Barons. They have a couple of buff buffs left, which might help them in the coming minutes to try and stabilize, get a wave push somewhere on the map. Maybe Angel can start pushing out a side lane and give them something to play around into the enemy jungle. As you can see right now, RNG, they managed to claim some vision in the river because of this play. This play gets super, super close though again. The real big moments are, of course, Southwind managing to kind of get through to a second round of cooldowns, another hook kind of coming through. And Lien, though, getting off of vision. Felt like actually RNG could once again kind of play around Gala, finally getting damage in for one of the first times in this game. Jungler from Lien, despite going down the play just before this one, away with him playing that team fight.
We come back and there's already action on our screens as Assume forced to flash away. He used his Gale Force in the previous engage as well. Gala with almost 6,000 damage in the previous fight. That is eye-watering. We talked about his Gala. He's an absolute machine on the pick when it comes to these team fights. And 4 items now for both AD carries.
Yeah, and that's Lord Dom's regards for both of them. As we've seen, it's been less about the AD carries diving into the back line. It's been more of them trying to kill the front line, diving onto them. And having those Lord Dom's extra kind of % HP shred very much helps. Going to the replay here. See how close it was between these two. That was a flash mind game. Wave walks away with his. Assume does not. So, no flashes on either AD carry now. Will that be the difference maker in what could be a do or die experience for Rare Atom?
Both ults available. Kazare pushing a wave up in the mid lane. Inhib still down for another 45 seconds. But RNG will back away, and now you see the transition towards that bottom side from RA. They're desperate to keep pressure on the map. Next Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes, and that would be their soul if they can take it. I just want to quickly mention as well, Baron for RNG, currently negative 400 gold on the power play. That says a lot about how the last couple of minutes have gone. Oh, no, Southwind caught a recall. He's got a Sonya's, turns golden, but I mean, it's not going to buy him anything.
That is pretty important because when your support dies, you end up not having vision for the next couple of minutes. Assume still doesn't have flash, has his ult.
There's that flash that we're held onto from the previous play. Featherstorm still available. Feathers come back in. Oh my days! Wales gets one shot. It's not enough though. The TP's coming on in. The CC chain. Cuba looking like a square at this point as Angel wants the charm, won't go for more.
I mean, is this cubism or is this absurdism? Because that TP could have just cost Rare Atoms their last slim hope of playoffs. This is a double down loss from Rare Atom. They lose their AD carry. Cube comes in and dies as well. RNG, they're grouping up for what could be a game-ending push.
This could be disaster for RA, the Charmlands. As Lien tries to escape, walking away just about with his HP. The clone saves him. RA against the ropes here. And remember, a single game loss in this series. That's playoffs done for RA. They need every single game win remaining for them. But RNG won't overpush it.
That charm, if that had led to a kill, that could have been the game right there. I think Rare Atom, they have to walk away feeling very lucky that the game didn't just end at that point. Assume caught out. This is, of course, after Southwind goes down a little earlier. It's almost like Rare Atom, they knew they were on the defensive, but they just get desperate. They're snatching at this play, just trying to come in for something. The feather pullback gives you a bit of hope, because the damage is absolutely huge. Navori Quick Blade decreases your ability damage, has crit damage, increases your E damage even more at that point. But this teleport is just so misplaced, so mistimed. Cube, on his champion he's found so much success with in this split, it's been banned away from him so much. There's a bit of a stinker there.
So, talk to me. Final fight could be coming up in 20 seconds. What are we looking for RA for them to win?
It has to be about Gala dying early.
Lien caught on a charm. There's not even going to be a proper team fight as RNG put RA into the meat grinder. The feathers come back, but Assume forced out of by Gala, still free firing. It might just be over for RA as they're chased through the jungle. 3 down already. And Cube, he's been such an important member of RA, not just this game, but this split. Can he do the heroics required? 1 down, but the all-out, knocking him up and taking him down. Strive to fall next as Breathe, churning through the health bars. And RNG, they might just have done it.
RA split apart at the seams like an atom in a reactor. This one's going to explode in their faces, and with it goes their playoffs hopes, their playoffs dreams. They needed to win every single game, and they're not going to be able to do that at the first time of asking in this home stretch.
Golem, a large hadron, because that was a collision and a half right there. But RNG taking it pushes RA out of playoffs contention, and it puts RNG one single game win away from qualifying themselves after a turbulent split, to say the very least. A turbulent game, honestly. It's game number 1 in this series, but RNG, they do manage to put a pin in it. They do manage to find those picks. It goes back to what we started off saying, this composition, when you find those picks, it's terrifying.
So, and now, just like a noble gas, Rare Atom's hopes are gone. They will not be in playoffs. We will say goodbye to them. I was holding on. I felt like this was not the time to do it because it meant so much, but just the doors open at this point, and the door was shut for them by RNG. It felt like, though, I'm not going to lie, it felt like, as I pick my camera, it feels like they lost that game themselves at a certain point. It felt like they were really in place to win that game. It felt like they had the side lane advantages. They had Cube on his Jax. They had a load of items being built up across the board. Lien was getting kills onto the backline. And then the macro just fell away from them. It felt like their resets were lazy. It felt like they were getting a little bit desperate, snatching and grabbing it, trying to finish off some of these plays. And one misstep too many cost them their last shot in spring 2023.
Yeah, it did feel panicked, right? It felt like, I mean, you could see the pressure of this series in the way that RA were playing towards the later stages of the game, just grouping up, trying to walk in. And I mean, great charms coming out from Angel across the course of this game. I feel like we saw some really great stuff on his Ari, really great punishing during the early laning phases, and then these charms to find picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see Angel as the MVP coming out of that one, because he had a fantastic game. Yeah. Way as well, lots of follow-up on these plays, and lots of moments where he was the one finding those plays.
Yeah, and I think the, Ari as a champion is a very safe champion. It's very hard to really take them down early into a lot of these fights, particularly when you've got a lot of lower range champions. You can see, actually, I'm just going to throw out my own little bit of build chilling here. Liandry's is better than Everfrost, folks. Particularly when you're playing games like this, when there's slower team fights, you can actually do significant damage. Angel walks away with the highest damage in this game, and the reason he can do that is because he's safe, he's playing front to back. His build allowed him to really cut through a lot of these HP builders.
I wish we could check how much damage his Liandry specifically did this game. Just because, in LEC, we always get Shakaris tweeting it. We don't have that for LPL. I wish I could see those numbers right now. But I'm surprised how low Gala's damage was, but then I guess he's getting wailed on by Cube and Lien all fight, every fight.
Oh,
so
he was dying
difficult
first
to
every
just
fight.
be doing max damage.
It did feel like in the late game. I mean, as much as you can talk about Angel walking away with the most damage, the reason why Gala was not the most damage is because he was killed at the start of most of those fights, and that was the objective that Aria were going for. Sadly, couldn't walk away with the win now. Now they're just playing for pride, playing for some results, and playing to be a bit of a blue shell against these teams which are already going to be looking towards playoffs.
And I tell you what, if the RA build doesn't come out with damage, maybe that's a win for RA. Maybe without the damage, they can't win those team fights, because it was Angel stepping up to carry once Gala had gone down. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if RNG can finish this off in a clean fashion. If RA, even though they're out of playoffs, if they still give us a good fight.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Chun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for top esports. Chingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and to go into the stasis. There's Bin though on top of On. And they're going to try and get Chingtian down. There's Drag holding down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Chingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Chingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. The solar flare has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Chingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie sealing it over something. One Bongo! He's looking for more. 1 goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more bit of cooldown. 2, 3, looking for 4. Gonna be able to secure secure it. Not going to be the Quadra, but TT's Huanfeng is massive.
And this is the thing. This is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank. Keep your eyes on LP because Tarzan's already gone. Blinking, you miss it. Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it. A pentakill comes through for Han and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruits. The Comet comes down. Big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Leave has to be the guy. Jojo down. Look at the dragon on the back line. Flames spit across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane Forge. Oh no, he hasn't got any clue it's happening. Hex Smash is available. Meng over the wall, looks for the hook. The stun is there. The pull back, the knock up, and the takedown.
Please come this way. ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, 'cause I got nothing to say to you. but will I be down? Yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
乐言选手就是一直野区里打得很凶嘛，我就多喊队友可以来反蹲一下他吧。对，常规赛今年春季赛常规赛发挥的话，就还是失误挺多的吧，然后希望自己能再慢慢去进步吧。对。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as RNG come off of a very clean, dominant win against RA. No, just kidding. It was an absolute mess.
Wait, when you see
but
that
they
one,
managed to make it happen in the end. How much joined by Namada? I just combined your name with Jabada's name. That was a weird moment.
Well, he's higher ranked than me in solo
Namera.
queue, so I'll take a little bit of that, but yeah.
We'll take those. I want to talk about the MVP because for two reasons.
Yes.
Number one, Wei played extremely well in that previous game. But the second reason is because in Mandarin, Vi is literally pronounced Wei. And he gets the MVP on Vi. Beautiful stuff.
That actually makes so much sense. I'd actually not thought of that before, but considering that a lot of RNG success in last spring as well was also through Wei playing a lot of like the RE Vi combos with Xiaohu in the mid lane at that point, this guy's had a lot of practice and a lot of high tier experience and success on this champion. It comes in again. It felt like Wei really read Lian in a lot of these big plays. An awful lot of them, particularly this play as well. This was just after the Herald got taken down by Rare Adam. Cube had already got the kill in that top side. Felt like things that could get very, very dangerous from that point. But Wei makes an impact there, immediately makes an impact bot lane as well. In terms of the early game, without Wei, this game looks so different.
Yeah, without Wei, this game feels doomed in the early stages. And the follow-up from the rest of the team there, consistently, Angel doing so much damage across the course of the game. And then this pick onto Assume, like setting up for so much map control for RNG, leading to future plays essentially, and then obviously the double tap.
That pretty much won the game, thinking about it, actually. Yeah, thinking about that play, that pretty much ends the game. If you don't get the big damage onto Assume, so he can only really do the ult into the feather call back after that point. He doesn't really get auto attack damage down. Maybe that play looks a little bit different. So Wei, yeah, actually think about it. The more I think about it, very clutch plays in the moment. We talked about Angel as well on the RE being very safe and high damage. Later the game got on. That was a big factor too. But yes, the Vi part of that combo coming up tops in the MVP.
You can see there the Xiaohu GOAT votes. As, even though he's not here playing today, there's still Xiaohu fans in the RNG fan base. Let's talk bans though. Lee Sin, Annie, Jace taken off for the board. Sejuani, Nidley, and Elise. A lot of presence taken away from Lian here.
Yeah, I think at this point, you're kind of asking, Rare Adam, what are you going to throw at them in game 2? You're out of buffs at this point. Is this going to be pressure off? Less of that desperation we saw in that game 1. What are they going to do in terms of their draft? It's very similar to game 1 so far. We have the Zaya separated from the Recon. The Lovers duo having a bit of a spat right now. We're going to lock in that champion he got the player of the game on in game 1.
Certainly will. It's his namesake. We'll go for it anyway. Lian answers with a mirror matchup. So far, we're pretty much seeing the exact same draft as the previous game. And there it is, the Jack's locked in as well. This is pick for pick, exactly the same so far. There's Angels, Ari. Both teams saying, look, we liked how the draft went last time. It was more about execution.
I think that makes a lot of sense considering that the game was very back and forth. I think both teams can kind of look at those games and say, oh, you know, maybe if we just did this thing differently. Maybe if, say, Rare Atom didn't make that, you know, that awkward play towards topside just after they'd taken Herald. Maybe that works out differently. And Q can start snowballing through side lanes harder than he did in that game one. So RNG walked away with the win, so they're still happy with that one. Now they're going to start banning out some of the champions which can pin Ari back in lane. So that's probably going to be the LeBlanc banned away as well in the second ban. RA banning away the Cannon and the Scion last time in this second round rotation.
So Lysandra taken off the board. And I believe it was LeBlanc.
Yes.
In the previous game. And this, yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see if they're going to go for the same. No, taking Strive Silas off the board instead. So not liking that matchup from the previous game. You see RA still grins on the faces despite that loss, despite just being knocked out of playoffs. They're coming in feeling good into game 2.
Yeah. Holding up the scoreboard there for, I believe that was one of Gala's Kaiser games. On the other side, though, well, actually, we're going to have the last pick, AD carry, again on the table for RNG. Are we just going to see the Kaiser locked in again? Of course, they have the RA are going to change things up again. They're not going to lock in the LeBlanc, which was left open from what was banned in game 1. You're going to lock in Rise and locking in Nautilus. So lots of abilities to start fights with the Nautilus with the Wukong follow-up, and also some ability to play around the side lanes in the way which RA kind of lacked a little bit in that last time. Felt like Strive was locked into lane, even in mid-game as well. The Silas going to struggle to kind of get side lane push. Rise much better at that, and of course that Realm Orb adds in an extra factor. With that in mind, a bit of a change from the side of RNG as well. It's Zeri locked in over the Kaiser.
All right, so more. I mean, Kaiser's still a late game team fighting AD carry, but Zeri is in another category of late game team fighting AD carry, right? A lot of late game prowess available there for RNG. We'll see if that affects the early game at all, because we saw Wei impacting that bottom lane pretty significantly, trying to shut down Assume. We'll see if he's still going to do that with a Zeri in the bottom lane. Generally speaking, very similar compositions. I think the biggest difference is Strive playing the Rise instead of the Silas, right?
Well, I mean, that's definitely a big thing, because that also impacts what's happening in terms of these big team fights, right? Because one of the reasons that Zeri comes in my eyes, is because you don't have a stolen vial heading at your head as the AD carry this time. And something like that, Zeri, I think we were hearing Jack Spectra talk about this in the LEC, just saying that, you know, some games are just very unplayable against by combos. As a Zyra, of course, you have your ultimate. That gives you a bit more ability to play out against these combos. It's one of many reasons why this champion has been such high pick priority. On the other side, though, now no longer having to deal with the Silas ulting you with that vial, Zeri feels like it can be a lot easier to achieve that late game team fighting dream.
Perhaps they can make it. Perhaps RNG can finish this on 2-0. But Rare Atom, like you say, they are in position to play spoiler now. They are in position to try and ruin things for RNG. RNG have ruined things for them. Why not pay back the favor and try and deny playoffs? You can see the grins across RA during the draft, still high spirits across the squad, and bringing it a very, very close game number 1 against RNG. We'll see if they can repeat that here for game 2.
Yeah, talk about Rare Atom's chances having been kind of blown away to the winds at this point, but there is still something up their sleeve, and they'll know it well as Rare Atoms. It's the element of surprise. Munch, potentially they can pull it out in this one. The rarest of all. See if they can use that to great effect, particularly with Q back on his Jax. A bit more ability now for Rare Atom to actually follow up in side lanes, have the Rise shadowing his lane, seeing if that can be a big factor which RNG doesn't necessarily have the same tools to deal with.
Angel moving over towards Ming. Just going to drop a ward in the river. So if Lian tries to go for any kind of cheeky invades, any shenanigans there will be spotted out. But a good ward from Strive as well. Spotted out. I'm not sure if that'll spot the chickens or not. I think not.
No, but it would spot if Wei went for something really cheeky like an early gank towards mid. You can see that Strive, with that in mind, wants to probably be pushing up the lane a little bit more. One of the things about the last game is that obviously Angel took the air, he was pushing it very early, taking hard trades. This time, Strive wants a bit more ability to push in this wave, and stop Angel and Wei having uncontested access to the river at the first kind of opportunity.
Cube and Breathe already going at it in the top side. Cube looking fantastic in this matchup in game number 1. Breathe, so far, will be pushed in slightly. So with Cube getting close to level 2 in a couple of minions time, Breathe will surely have to just respect that. Back away a little bit. Let's talk about our junglers here.
Yeah, because the last time we saw RA do that thing where they kind of they're painted, we'll do at least one gank top lane and see what happens after that point. The reason why that worked out last time is because Cube, I'm trying to remember if he bounced the second wave instead of the third one. Sometimes we see that a little bit because it allows you to have the wave in a very good spot for junglers to have access towards your lane as opposed to you having access towards the enemy jungle. Bot lane also fighting pretty heavily.
Seems to be the trade pattern of this matchup, right? We saw it a lot in game number 1 as well, where Ming out of position gets hooked in immediately. You get the Q, you get one auto, and then you get the E just to get that damage chain down. Keep with the level advantage, trading heavily onto Breathe here, should be able to crash the wave.
Yeah, crashing in third wave this time, going for that cannon, making sure that... Oh, Ryze is actually heading up towards topside. Let's talk about that. So it's actually going to be a slightly later crash than what RA did in game number 1. Maybe trying to use that kind of difference from game 1 to make RNG a little bit uncomfortable. Not going to lead to anything though. Strive, as we said, trying to push in early. That early ward didn't spot out Wei clearing through that top side, but it did give him a bit more safety towards his own lane. He came from the top side. Gave them an option towards top side. Doesn't lead to anything this time though.
Zoom should be able to shove this wave in the bottom side as well, and Lian playing off of that priority goes in to get some deep vision in the bottom jungle before going for his scuttle crab. So nice information gained, but look at Wei trying to go for a lane gank in the top lane. But in fact,
he might
we'll just go for the recall.
Yeah, because the one thing you can do at that point in the game, I don't think this is kill pressure on mid lane, is it? I don't think so. You'd have a flash Rune Prism, but that's it. You're going to force a flash faster, maybe?
Doesn't even need to flash for the Rune Prism, and will get the flash out from Angel. So Lian very happy with the way that gank's gone, and even gets the second scuttle crab.
Yeah, and the wave is going to be pushing back. You see Strive is not like going to be like hard pushing this lane. I think that's actually going to be, yeah. So he's going to leave it here, deny an extra minion away from Angel, who has to teleport back in. Does get the Dark Seal first back this time. Nice. I like it when that happens. Gives you a bit more stacking potential. Cube, once again, though, in top side, talking about wave states, has the wave pushing towards him, which means that Breathe now has to contend with a long lane to get back against. Cube very happy to just keep this wave on his side of the lane. Threaten Breathe with the same kind of death she had first off in the last game.
Yeah, a really good ward there from Breathe as well. Just in case anyone steps out of the tri-brush, Wei has found
Gala can hop over the wall, remember?
Into the bottom side of the map. Assume in big trouble here. Ignite already burning, and Wei even dodges the hook. It's a beautiful gank for first blood for Gala.
Was RA. It looked like they were setting up towards something on top side, and then by process elimination, maybe RNG say, hang on, maybe there's an opening towards the bot side as well. Cube has this wave under tower now, but it's not like he can really do much with that wave at this point. Breathe actually manages to shove that in. The end spotted on the bot side of the map. He gets to save himself from having an awkward lane state. Dragon now up as well with the early bot side plays, with resets coming in because of that too. Maybe we'll see a start towards that from one team at the other. Looks like RA is going to be the first team towards that one at the end. Strive pick up the first neutral objective of the game, but Wei just sticking his head around the corner.
Yeah, Ming is in base though, so you would assume that RA can finish this one off unless Wei really wants to just throw his body at getting that first
No, the observers have
down.
said no. The observers said no, there will be no fight here. So what's happening here? Oh, Wei manages to get really around it. That is the next level. Knows that there was a deep ward put in over that wall, hops around that one, hops over the Scotland Shrine, gets a second Q cooldown up, backsteps the hook and then nails Assume. This guy, MVP of game 1, comes out in game 2, and that's an absolute corker of play. I love that.
Yeah, a really good communication from RNG as well, right? Where they're giving him the information of what's been warded, where is that vision down, and Wei playing around it beautifully. And
I love that.
Giving Lian a run for his money, honestly, at this point. He has been completely in control of this jungle matchup.
Reminds me of remember like the secret. Do you remember that old Nunu clip from Bengi back on SKT back in like season 5 or something, where he walks around all the Callista Sentinels? That was a really fun gang back then.
Oh,
It reminds
yeah,
me a little bit of that. It reminds me a little bit of that. Wait, give himself a bit more. Okay, see what's happening on the bot side.
Bit of damage on Ming. Gala's going forwards though, and they actually get the knock up onto Assume. He doesn't have summoner spells up. Ming low though, and will be taken out. Gala misses the W, and he can't get the Qs in. It's a complete fumble from RNG, but beautiful 2v2 from RA.
Huge turnaround from the Sire Nautilus, and Gala whiffs the W, whiffs a couple of autos in there as well. Southwind playing blocker after the piercing shots have gone down from the spark surge of that E. Now, big goal over towards that Xayah. And, you know, we're talking about game 1 being a pretty close affair, pretty back and forth. Giving over 2 kills to a bot lane like this, that can really be scary. How did this start off? Starting off with a hook and a blade caller. With those big cooldowns down, you can probably see the angle where Ari wants to play through this, right? The piercing shots go down. Gala flashes on top of Assume, but just flashes over him, so the auto attack misses. Yeah, Zeri can miss auto attacks. Big thing, by the way. The kill goes the other way.
Certainly does now. Both
maybe we need to get into like
maybe
we need like aiming tool or something like you know, like a lot of like something like Valorant has like the aim practice tool. Maybe we need that for like specifically Zeri.
Hey, I mean, practice tool does exist in League of Legends.
True.
I don't know what else you can do aside from set up a bunch of dummies and queue them. Certainly an option. I don't know if Gala's going to go for that. I feel like generally Gala's mechanics pretty on point.
Yes, it's actually been pretty good, but that was just a little awkward.
But I feel like everywhere Leanne goes across the course of this series, Wei is there. Wei, he's read the Leanne playbook, and he's just currently flipping from page to page, figuring out, okay, it's 8 minutes in game 2 of a series in Leanne's Wukong. Here's what he's going to do. It just seems to know exactly every play.
Well, is it like a choose your own adventure book? Is it got like a certain genre for it? Because right now it seems like it's a nautical tale of Bilgewater Rise and Nautilus in the mid lane.
I'm going to be honest, it feels like, at least for Leanne, it's a horror book. It's jump scares galore because Wei just keeps on hopping out of nowhere. Speaking of though, Leanne does manage to get this Herald. This is exactly what happened in game number 1 as well, where Leanne just gets the solo Herald.
But the last time, Cupid already got a lead on that top side, had a CS advantage, had the kill, and had a much more ability to kind of play around their Jax. Looks like that maybe they're looking towards lane instead. RNG, a lot of members on bot side, a lot of vision on bot side. Alright, this jungle is not yours right now, and you can see the hesitation, the back steps, before they head into their own jungle. Maybe trying to use that clone, the warrior trickster, disengage. Doesn't have to at this point. They spot RNG heading out of the bushes.
Yeah, I think they suspected something was going on because RNG did a very similar play in the previous game, but Wei manages to steal away the big chicken. He did this to the blue buff in the previous game as well, hiding in Fog of War, then zips in to steal the kill.
And that's just insult to injury. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Wei, he's been reading up on. It reminds me of the, you know, that Monty Python skit. Might be a bit of a deep cut. You know, the one is like, how not to be seen, and it's kind of this whole thing about like choosing very obvious hiding places. Wei is like taken. He's graduated that class with flying blades, not like that one. Strive now in a bit of danger in this mid lane. Might have to blow the flash.
A bit of danger. He is done so. Look at the combo onto him. Although he does walk away with his life for the time being. Leanne trying to finish off Wei. The Cyclone denies the Q. Leanne low. Strive TP's out. Not Dunzo after all.
Yeah, maybe I was a bit wrong. It's like, as you can see, Wei has chosen a very obvious hiding spot. Comes right out of the bot jungle where Ari knew he was all along. And Strive absolutely cuts him down to size. Had the Merc Treads before that play, which meant that some of that CC did not come through. Some of that damage was cut down on as well. Leanne gets another kill. Well, gets another kill in one of these early games. I like the initial intent. It's just the damage not quite there in terms of the calculation. Tenacity very, very big as well. Leanne, perfect place at the perfect time. That's the disengage. Cyclone ultimate leads to the kill.
Fantastic stuff coming out from Leanne, coming out from RA, and now this time Herald comes down in the mid lane. I was going to say Stripe's going to be there to get the gold, but no, it's all of the gold going to Leon once again.
Wait, that happened last game too.
Yeah, at least this time it's 2 plays instead of just the 1. So silver linings, and off the back of a positive previous play, it does mean that this time RA have a gold lead in the early game. I think the gold lead was similar in the previous game, just in favor of RNG. This time RA in control with 2 Drakes as well.
Yeah, and compared to the last game, the Jax is not, running over his top lane matchup as well. Ended up taking that tower solo, actually. Remember, Breathe kind of felt like he was forced to kind of come down and join the group in around second Dragon, I believe it was. And then Q kind of took this tower solo after that point. So, very interested to see now what Rare Atom are going to do about this topside matchup. Is not going nearly as favorably as they had expected from game 1. Angel is making a play towards his topside, all just coming off the cooldown. You see that given the lack of information about where mid lane is, Cube backs off. Breathe holding the wave, a dangerous spot for the Jax.
Yeah, it certainly is, making it difficult for Cube to really push out too far. Let's talk mid game then, Nomera, because I feel like we've kind of... While there's still been some action in this game, not as much chaos as the previous one. Like, how are we anticipating these 2 teams approach the mid game? Especially RA, who have the advantage currently and want to keep snowballing.
A lot of this is about vision control, particularly when you have big engaged supports. We haven't had that Brawler Spring, of course, but we've had them for the last number of years. I'm sure you'll remember how these plays out. You get Fog of War, you get very, very dangerous at that point, especially with the REVI on one side and North's on the other. I think RA, they're the ones which need to be kind of securing vision. They want to be really pushing in around something like a Jax and then looking maybe for something like a Ryze. It's one of the set plays you see on Ryze, where you kind of shadow a lane as opposed to sonicking mid lanes. But yeah, you see that Ryze with the ult allows you to kind of just back up one of these lanes, which can get a bit more contentious. That's what I want to see from them.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even get the Sonic reference for a second there. I thought you were talking about
Shadow?
Lucian's Q.
Like shadow a lane, Sonic a lane.
Yeah, I get it now.
Got to really knuckle down in the hard situations. Yeah, I'll work on it next time. I'll workshop it.
I mean, look, sometimes you flip a coin for a joke, and this one was definitely a tails. Big play in the top side is Strivenly and moving in way. Hanging around, though. This would be 2v3, but there's a tower in play for RNG. Surely RA just have to back away.
Yeah, it's got a bit egg-shaped. I want to see a dog tour about that one. RNG going towards the top side. They don't have the vision for this.
Ming will be able to just skip away. The Cyclone blown there by Lien, but won't find the play. I feel like this was a lot committed from RA to try and make this play happen, because in the meantime, Gala's just free pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of play that we wanted to see, right? Them kind of going towards another lane, kind of collapsing on a pushing lane like Cubes, but they can't force the play, and they didn't have something like a Herald to chuck in that lane either, because the second one's not just spawn. RNG, by pure fact that nothing has happened, end up winning because, as you said, they're farming more lanes. They've got more people in other areas of the map. Gala walks away, taking like a free lane of farm for a little bit with no threat on his lane.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for Gala. Got himself those 2 plates. Farm just about even between the 280 carries, but Zeri gonna be wanting to just play for the late game if you can. Shield bow now online with a Zeal on top of it as well, so big recall there for the likes of Gala. Next ring, not up for another 2 minutes. A Herald coming up in 15 seconds. I feel like RA probably need to grab that. They probably need to keep this snowball.
Gotta be big for them. And it also allows them to have a longer lane to play around the Jax and the Ryze, where they can actually try and get an extended ability to play around the map. Give them some ability to get some vision. With that in mind, head towards that Herald. All on that one. The end and Strive heading towards that. They have a Realm Warp right after this point. Looks around too long. Doesn't look like it should come to that, though. Strive is going to be seen on vision just now. So Breed has full information. Topside is the object of RA's kind of desire right now. Ah, that's a teleport.
Certainly is. Cube trying to defend this bot lane tier 1. And because Gala's playing on the, he actually might be able to if he just gets in between the bullets, but with here, Cube doomed. Flash already used for the quickness there. And Cube, the counter-strike will keep him alive for a second. Can he escape under the tower? No! Way shuts it down, puts a fist in his face. But now RA answer in the mid lane as a tier 2 might just be taken down here. Recall's being channeled from RNG as a 3rd charge might even come on through. Big play for RA.
It's a big play for them, but I mean, on the other side of this, you know, if we had a dime for every time that Cube teleported into kind of like that area of bot lane and died for it in awkward situations, we'd only have 2 dimes. It's kind of strange that that's happened 2 games back to back. Cube goes down, and the side laning option for RA is still not really online. The towers being down in mid lane, they definitely help. They allow you to get vision. As you can see now, some blue walls being littered across entrances to the jungle of RNG's side of the map. But they don't have a long lane for the Ryze and the Jax to really get their map control down on. This is kind of the opposite of what you expect from a draft like this. It'll be very weird to see how the lane pushes work out around the next few objectives.
I feel like RNG absolutely love playing around this red buff area, using that vision, drop the control ward there. As Bree finds a knockback. No follow-up onto Assume here. Wei shatters Angel over the wall. The Rune Prism keeps him still, though. He has to dash away with his ultimate and getting the Cyclone onto 1, but can't really do all of too much. It's ultimate for ultimate here. Angels for Lien's. There's Angel getting another charm, and it feels like we're fully at arm's length in this fight.
See, that Angel feels really safe because he has a stopwatch in inventory, trying to go forwards, uses HP as a resource. Doesn't have the ult now, though. How much does this give RA an entrance into this fight?
4K on the Drake. Cube behind enemy lines could be massive. Southwind gets the hook, but Gala already stacking here. Here comes Cube. Flash from Gala. Keeps himself alive. And now look at the lightning chaining up in this fight. Gala huge, but the rest of the team's already dead. Gala goes over the wall and just gets wrecked.
I mean, RNG, they used their big cooldowns just before this fight started. They get a hook onto them, and Cube gets into the backline in a way which he somewhat struggled to do in game-ending fights in game number 1. Still had a strong performance, but at this point, for that Dragon, RA very importantly take themselves a soul point. Yes, it's just a chemsec one, it's not the most valuable thing, but they get themselves a big fight after this point. There's so many members there from RNG. I want to see what happens with these turrets after this point. Whether RA can open up the map. Assume gets so much value done on this side. Backline access from both of these teams. Yeah, I mean, the backline access from both these teams really all over the place. You see that both AD carries pretty much end this fight at full HP up until Gala decides to put his body upon the altar of Assume. A little bit.
Yeah. It was a bit of a weird one from RNG. Honestly, I was looking at Gala at the start of the fight. I was thinking, okay, Zeri's stacking up, but kind of forgot the fact that we're too early in the game for Zeri to just fully stack and 1v5 a fight at the end of it. And I think Gala didn't realize that as well. Just gets locked down by Strive, and the rest of the team piles on. And in the meantime, in the outright front to back, RA winning it out in damage, winning it out in just sustain throughout the fight as well. The Jax causing so much of a ruckus. Lien as well with his clone buying so much time for the team. So feels like good stuff for RA because they've got 3 Drakes now off the back of that as well. They're 1 point away from Soul.
Which means, I mean, and again, it's not the most powerful Soul in the game, but it's still something for them. When you have a lot of HP builders which kind of can survive around the half HP or below it, of course, that's when the Soul kind of comes online, the 10% damage increase, 10 damage reduction to you. Gives you some value for that. The most interesting thing for me now, with those objectives in mind, how much can Ari get on side lanes finally there? Fishing for a fight.
The Rune is there, Ignite taken away. I don't think it's quite enough.
14 HP.
16 HP. That is something special.
Close run stuff. See that RA again, they're trying to just kind of like go into one lane, collapse numbers into it when they've got the push around someone. This time it's not going to be the Jax, it's around the pushing bot lane. RNG not able to completely disengage that one, and now suddenly side lanes are starting to get a little bit more open from RA. Can they do the same thing towards this bot side? That'd be important for them. A lot of standing gold for someone like Cube or Strive to get into those lanes and collect. Lien as well, also being the beneficiary of a lot of these players, heading up towards second item on a pretty good rate at this point. And I hate to say this is again getting quite similar to game number 1, but this felt quite similar to game number 1. It felt like RA had the side lanes down pat. They managed to get themselves a gold lead. Of course, a lot of that came around just a couple of minutes later in game 1 when they managed to get an important pick into a Baron. Not sure that'll be as easy to replicate, but RNG on the other side be a little bit wary now of the fights that they're picking.
I certainly do. I will say, for RNG, if it's similar to game number 1, then RA are going to throw at least 2 more times. And RNG will throw a couple of times as well. But then when we get to the late game, they do have a Zeri. That's always a factor in these games where maybe that's just enough by itself to win. We'll have to see, because RA currently in complete control. 3,000 gold lead. 3 Drakes with the next one coming up in 2 minutes. vision control off the Baron area for the time being. And this was the big weakness from RA. We saw
that's
the
engaged.
way going in. As Ming follows up as well. The Cyclone Connect disrupting everything though. And RNG, they're in all kinds of trouble. Look at the counter strike onto the back line. And even the Realm Warp to try and chase Gala down. He's looking to escape, but Stripe flashes forward and finishes the job. RNG are starting these fights and they still go awry.
But it's happened again. It happened again. Last game they started the fight, died a minute later into game 1 and gave up the Baron. Same thing happens. RA gonna walk away. This time with Soul Point in this game. This time with a large gold lead. They're walking away with a huge Baron with a lot of tower gold ready for them to go collect, especially on that bot lane. 2 towers actually able to be crushed through there. And you're absolutely right. RNG once again choosing these fights. The Gala's not doing damage. They're not hitting Assume. They're not hitting Stripe. Yeah, maybe you think you can pick off the enemy jungler just as Baron spawns. I get the logic of that, trying to get the spy off the table. But this is so over-ambitious. And this could very much cost them this game too.
And it's a weird position to be in for RNG, isn't it? This is a team that most people expect them to be guaranteed for playoffs every single time. As Angel face checks in, thought he was safe, but to Wei's position will survive with a corrupting potion there. The charm in onto Leanne. It's the perfect bait from Angel to flash out, and they do get the pick. 2 of the players are basically dead though. I don't know if they can still fight this one. All out onto Assume, but now jumped on by Q. Breed can't finish the kill off. Knockups from Ming. Gala stacking up, but Ming surviving only just as his top lane goes down, and Cube is still going strong here. An easy 2v1 for him on the backside of the play. Ming 1 HP, Gala 1 HP, flashes out to safety, but Cube jumps on in, and Ming under tower, alone in the world. TP is coming out from RA. There's no way Rakan survives this one. Southwind on underneath. Ming down to Cube, who is taking over these fights. Soul taken in the meantime, as I don't get a breath. Way caught out. Assume 1v1's the enemy jungler. RNG are falling apart.
What a ridiculous set of plays. You don't get a breath. RNG don't get a breathe either. He goes down trying to assassinate the AD carry. It doesn't work. RA, somehow, some way, they run the calculations, and yeah, that one's pretty fitting that way. Throws up the bit of the tee emote from the Poro. Bit of an oopsies there. RNG, this again mirrors a lot of what happened in that last game, taking some of these fights just as the Baron comes up, trying to stymie that push. This time it wasn't necessarily their choice. Angel's the one that's caught out. It's Lian. Once again, diving very, very deep on this Wukong. Found a lot of successes for that between the 2 games, but this time found on the negative end of this one.
At this point in the fight, I just don't understand it, right? You got your pick. You're now opting into a 3v4.
Exactly, and maybe they think, hey, if we get the plays at this point, they don't get to play around their Baron buff. They've already got the soul up on the table now. Now is the time to fight more than any. But you're playing as champions which do really well in extended fights, particularly when Ryze gets a lot of extra move speed. Jax, of course, with very low Q cooldown, gets to like this, and the bonk power again, the power of the bonk. You might have to pull that out again, though.
Play on the top side from RNG. Okay, pick onto Lian. Q gets a stun onto a few people, but Gala has the damage to finish this one off. Still surviving on the backside.
Oh my
word! No Jax to stop him. How on earth have they found this opportunity? Double kill for Cube. Strive left alone in the world. And RNG, it turns out they just wanted Elder Dragon on the map. The previous fight, it was all a cunning ruse.
Yeah, you know, at this point, I'm willing to say no art is original, life is all predetermined, everything runs by a script. Because this, again, feels exactly the same as game 1, but RNG get a clean ace in this time of asking against that Soul. And you're right, that Soul wasn't really saving or winning the fight for Rare Adam, and now the Elder is on the table. RNG claw back a lot of gold, they claw back some turrets, and going into this fight, what are you doing at this point? You're not in range for your Ryze Realm Walk. If you're pushing in, you have to be ready to instantly respond. Stripe gets there fairly quickly, but it's just not at the right timing. Gets there 4 or 5 seconds earlier. Maybe Stripe can be the difference in damage that they lacked in this play. Does not work out for them in this case. Gala gets to survive finally as well. on this area. He's going to continue to get stronger and stronger. What the heck's happened here? Angel has to ult away from playing that bot
every
side.
time we go in a replay, shenanigans occur. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
I will say, the fact that Gala barely survived in such a one-sided fight says everything about trying to play AD carry in this game. Like, Gala now 5-4, he's on 3.5 items, and by the looks of things, headed towards a Bloodthirster, I would assume, there, as his fourth item.
I need to cut you off. The most important thing in this game has just happened. Angel has picked up a Medro Soul Stealer. He's upgraded the Dark Seal. After the craziness the last few fights, he goes, all right, I'll take that momentary increase in power. 3 items on the RE, one of them significantly cheaper than the others. Just had to mention that.
I mean, honestly, it could be more than momentary if this next fight goes well for RNG. Like, with the way that this game and this series has been going, I kind of like it. I kind of like saying, look, I'm willing to gamble on the next fight. If we win it, we win the game. If we lose it,
almost
it's
like
doomed.
this champion is to kill and gets high kill participate. What does that work towards? Oh, it's like you're not going to lose mid-range stacks. This is crazy. This item's actually really good on this champion, folks. It could actually be very important if you get another high kill fight where you're the one walking away with it. Even if it is just 5 assists, that's 10 stacks. It gives you a huge amount of AP on that item, which could be the difference maker in the fight after that point. Rare Adam RNG, they have been fighting all game long, particularly with the low-ranged top laners and jungles and supports in this game as well. If you are one of these ranged backliners that gets to escape that initial engage, very, very important that you have the damage to bring to bear. Now we're looking at this vision kind of put across the map. RNG safe in their own jungle, but haven't really got the vision to push outside of it right now. Baron has respawned. Rare Adam, you have to imagine that's where they're going towards it. They do actually have Baron damage, and we'll keep it to tank.
But this time around, RNG in the area. No free Barons taken as Wei could get over that wall and try for a smite fight. Are we really good at 50-50 this? I guess not, because Assume one-shots it. Now the fight ensues as RNG trying to peel back, breathe on the front line here, and they've got good damage. Gala surviving for the time being as Strife gets onto the backside. Leon over the wall as well. Strife flashes out safety. Leon getting onto Gala here. RNG forced back. It's a good charm, though, to keep Gala alive as he's forced into Leon, but nearly finishes the kill. Gala still going strong. Laser across the squad. But outside of Gala, RA have just won the fight.
Yeah, and somehow on the bot side of that fight, Angel doesn't manage to get away from Cube and dies as well. Was trying to think recall and then teleport back in, gets caught out. Now Gala, similar situation, he is dead to rights.
Taking down a 4th kill.
No way is this the end of the game.
Just get back the game. I can't believe this game has been wacky, to say the very least. And RA, after being knocked out of playoffs in game number 1, they want revenge against RNG. They want to deny entry into playoffs from the boys in gold. RA take game 2 and play spoiler.
Look, if this is a choose your own adventure book, pretty much followed the same couple of pages for the first half of the story. Right at the end, though, things flipped drastically away. This didn't go hyper late game towards these very strange side lane situations. Second spawn of that Baron was enough to seal out this game for Rare Adam somehow, some way. And dare I say it, maybe the pressure off their shoulders adds into that. It felt like they were much less desperate heading around their side lanes. Strange teleports from someone like Cube, kind of getting him killed in the weirdest of situations. And RNG, they can't fight their way out of that second game.
Yeah, and even the play that went terribly for them in the top side that got RNG kind of back into the mix, it was kind of an unlucky play to play devil's advocate a little bit for RA, where the Scryer's Bloom spotted out Lien, where he thought he would be safe because of the clone. The Scryer's Bloom gives vision, and then Vi can just ult that as well. So it was a little bit unlucky that they actually got caught in that prior play. So RA, generally speaking, having the advantage the entire time that game, aside from that play up in the top side, looking much cleaner than
besides
game
that,
number 1.
5 for none, clean ace team fight where everything fell apart. Yeah, that was the one time, really.
Look, they did get unlucky, though. Like, the Scryer's Bloom really did turn that fight. So, yeah, bit of a weird one. But RA, dare I say, looking kind of good in game number 2.
I can't bring myself to trust this team again, though, after how inconsistent this team has been. Started the split actually very strong. They were undefeated for the first 2 or 3 series, and then things kind of fell apart really in the mid-split. It took them a long time to find victories again, and heading towards the late split, they've reinvented themselves a little bit, they've used themselves into a new kind of Atom, rarer than before, to the point where they can actually start taking a couple of games back towards the death of the split. It is just too little too late for them, but they can still play spoiler. RNG, they're not locked yet, remember. Like, they've still got some stuff to play for here.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I mean, a couple of those fights, especially early on in the game, you do have to throw some questions towards RNG as to what the plan is. Like, getting into the 3v4.
Why, God, would you do this?
Yeah, like, why is Gala jumping in 1v4 at the end of a fight when he's got 1.5 items? Like, just gets absolutely rinsed by Strive. Who, by the way, Strive, 2-1-12 this game. Like, actually insane performance on the Rise.
Absolutely, and you know, this is a turn away from having a bit more of a skirmishy mid laner, and something like the Silas or something like the LeBlanc, which is passed up in this game. Of course, the Lyssandra's banned in both of them, but the Rise, you know, I really like the way that Strive played out these team fights as well. As much as we were talking about how actually, you know, something like the Ahri very hard to kill, the Zeri was actually able to sit in the backline for a lot of this. Strive managed to do the same thing on the Rise. We didn't necessarily call that out in all of the team fights as they have because they were so messy. But the more you look back at them, the more work Strive was doing. Big, big factor in that game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Strive. We're going to jump into a break before game number 3 between RNG and RA. And if RA can win it, RNG still don't make playoffs just yet. We'll see if they can pull it out of the bag.
킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 배리어가 없거든요. 이게 해볼만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이. 네. 그리고 돌통을 안 킹. 그러면서 이거는 본다. 아이고 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 돌아갔으가 미쳤는데요. 케넨은 위험. 절타. 안타깝. 이제 끝나버립니다.
就要开动了，周彤在旁边，这边前面看他打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至金身都没有看出来。阿体云交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打 ，Light 一马当先，吹了3个，打出来全都抽回来了。得力拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个。闪击来说，他有点难跑的，5杀了。
Maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series. Making a triple. Making a quadra. Independent kill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키자 싸움 처음에 들어갔고요. 장봉 밀어내기
Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ai, ele vai! Acerta! O último time inteiro! Nunca duvide da Red!
Risk anything. They might. Adam has teleport though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. Okay, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do. And it looks like the call is they found Crownie. He's making it to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crownie getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight. A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna
下场对阵威选手的话，我觉得威是一个非常有灵性的选手，他对局势的判断，我觉得是顶级的，然后有操作、有脑子的一个选手，我觉得我对他的评价是挺高的。然后他最近的比赛我也有看过，一些灵性的想法，我觉得都很不错的。我觉得对战他的话，小心被他套路什么的吧，很多可能也去设计什么的。
So Wei, an ingenious jungler to be feared, according to Lian, and certainly I feel like Wei has had the advantage in the early jungle matchup. We'll see if that continues across the series. I'm much joined by Namera as we're going to talk about top lane for a moment here.
We do.
Grabbing himself MVP. And, you know, I think there's a reasonable argument for it. This Jax was terrifying in the team fights.
Watching that interview just beforehand, I actually thought, my mind just like thought he said, I've got to watch out for this guy's tricks in the jungle. I thought it said trucks. The real truck in this game was Cube in this top side, who became like an absolute freight train on this Jax. It felt like every time one of these bigger team fights started to come through, Jax actually managed to get into the backline. Cube, as we said, has had this pick banned away from him something like, 82% of the time this lit. He has been one of these most feared Jaxes, even if he's not played it as much. And you can see even in fights like this, getting into that backline, of course the fight which led to the Baron as well, Cube a huge part of that, is consistently making RNG's backline very accountable in a way that they weren't in earlier fights and games.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Cube, and so many of these fights it felt like RNG kind of overextending, and the player that was punishing them hardest for that was Cube, diving in these scraps and just causing an absolute nuisance for RNG. And so many of these fights as well, it felt like were decided on small individual plays, and this Jax in a team fight can put so much impact onto players.
Heck, even in that last play, speaking of those small individual plays, huge one for Strive, basically 1v3 the backline at the same time, realm warping. But the follow-up as well, things got a little bit messy after that point, but seriously, the solo laners of Raratum really standing up and being counted for on that point, and it feels a little bit sad again that this is after they're already out of playoffs. See what they can do, see the potential of this team, but heading into the third game, it means that RNG, they are themselves not locked into playoffs. We cannot keep repeating this enough. They are not safe right now, and despite coming off of some good moments in Game 2, particularly that top lane 5-0 team fight against the head of the game, they cannot afford to slip up again in Game 3, otherwise things get very dicey for them.
Certainly do, but we're into draft, and once again, it's blue side for RA, red side for RNG. Once again, the bans mirrored so far. Do we just get a rinse and repeat of that same first half of the draft, that same first 3 picks on either side? That would be
Banzai this time. See what
hilarious.
I mean, we see the Nidalee band again. It's the same bands, folks. I don't know what to say. We've seen a couple of salty runbacks. We've seen a lot of half salty runbacks where the teams kind of like leave each other. And in fairness, with similar drafts, running it back 1-1, you can see the logic of it, and you can see the value of these individual picks as well. In that last game, you can see what happens when Assume actually manages to stay alive in the important team fights in Game 1. That happened for the majority of Game 1. Until it didn't, and he died, of course, in that very, very late game scenario and was caught out on a macro sense. If it's execution errors like that, both of these teams can have a lot of confidence in themselves to iterate and overcome. Going straight back into it, Munch. This is like, this is pretty similar to what we're seeing up from that. Noka-Sansei, it's the LPL Kennen time. Breed's first game of this champion this split.
Yeah, and I like this as well. Gives you a solid matchup into Cube, who has been terrifying on the Jax all day long. And now banning away the Nautilus. Could ban a second hard engaged support as well down in that bottom side, giving priority perhaps to Ming and Gala. RNG changing tact coming into game number 3, and rightly so after losing game 2 to RA. You've got to remember, RNG playoffs still on the line in this series. They need to win this, and look at a blitzcrank ban away from Southwind. That says a lot about the meta right now.
Are we going to see the Ahri ban away from Raratum? That was the pick which obviously Angel had for the first 2 games. They banned away the Syndra, which is one of the prime by counterparts in the mid lane. Ahri has been one of the others. At that point, you kind of don't have the same level of single target AP burst. They're leaving the Ahri up. Maybe just saying that if you lock in that Kennen, having double AP reduces the value of the Ahri in the mid lane, which I would subscribe myself to. I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. Maybe I think, hey, double AP is more than enough. But now Gala not going to be left the last big ADC, as you're saying. Zeri's locked in. Zeri Rakan seen that combo now 2 times in this series. Southwind, what's your pick of choice for support?
This is one of those picks that's classically picked into Rakan, like in previous metas, while Leona, not particularly meta currently. You do occasionally see it, but you can't just lock the Rakan up. He loves to move around those fights, and Leona can kind of stop him doing that. But now, mid lane, blind pick has to come on through. Rise on the table, Silas on the table this time as well.
The switcheroo. Could have RE2 for one team, one for the other. Very safe, and it allows you to get out of the Kennen engage, importantly. Kennen struggles to lock down the RE in a way that other mid laners don't have that same survivability. So that is locked in. It's a takeaway from the buy. Safety from Kennen. It's not the best combo with something like that Jax all the time. Jax doesn't really have much to the same kind of fighting that you have, but with the Leona and the Wukong, plenty of lockdown. You are now the sole AP on Rarat. On the other side, what they have in, it's going to be the anti-mobility pick. Clear Vi, that is another powerful combo. Point like into the shove combo is disgusting from that mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah, he certainly is. I feel like Talia is the second follow-up to buy if you can't have the RE, right? Where he can really follow up on the CC the way he brings to the table. Bit of a different look from our two teams, and especially up in that top lane. Breathe on a carry. Breathe on a pick that he can have a massive individual impact on the game if he can get himself set up, if he can put himself in a good position early on in that laning phase.
One of the things that we were leading into with this series, though, is that this is a team which is 9-1 on Sion, 0-3 on Jason, Jackson, a load of these other carries. Carries for RNG, while they have been a thing historically for this team, have not been nearly as easy to achieve this split without the likes of Xiaohu permanently roaming top and kind of being a master of macro for this team. They've been typically going away from that, away from more lane bully carries towards this top side. Breathe has another opportunity now, though, to seal out this series, to return back to some firepower in top lane.
Feels like game 2 was all RA. Game number 1, back and forth, with RNG punishing mistakes from RA. We'll see if game number 3, RNG can be the ones on the front foot. It's felt like RA have been setting the tempo of a lot of this series, and RNG trying to punish them later on in the game, punish mistakes, and have a big comeback, have a big swing in gold. I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off again. Hopefully, RNG can have a little bit more proactivity, and Wei certainly having the read of the jungle matchup in the early game. But it's Lien still finding advantages. This cube opts into an auto attack.
It's an auto attack, the area on the cannon, of course. It's that little thing flying at you as well. It's going to be Spellbook, both these mid laners, so the ability to pick up something like, we could have another quad smite game. We've had a few of them with the LPL so far, which are absolutely hilarious when it comes down to late game fights. It's like 4,000 damage just straight onto an objective as it gets absolutely blitzed out of existence. Also gives the option for someone like Strive to pick up an exhaust for the cannon, which has not been picked up by Southwind. Have to choose your moment pretty heavily, though at that point, of course, you won't have those summoners available for the entirety of that game. Very, very briefly staying on the area, I promise you I'll talk about something else at some point. Do you think that this game is your sole AP and you do have a lot of setup between the Leona, of course your top side having stuns as well? I think actually you can set yourself to be a bit more of a carry again. Something like a Ludens wouldn't go amiss. I'm probably going to see an Everfrost. I'm just going to put my opinion out there first before we see me kind of break down from various builds coming through.
Yeah, we'll see what Strive opts to go for. Is a bit cheeky from Cube at the start of this lane. Very far up the lane.
This is something that we typically see junglers and supports actually work. Sometimes you'll see someone like a support or jungler sit up in that top lane brush, use their level 1 ward to give you some brush advantage. Because if you're playing ranged versus melee, having the melee champion be able to kind of dip in and out of these bushes gives you some ability to kind of close that distance and hide in the fog of war a little bit, trade an auto attack, away from the minion aggro. You can see right now though, Breathe, not even taking a single auto attack, keep getting control of the wave.
Yeah, it's just whether or not he can maintain control of that wave. He was trying to fight for level 2, but Breathe, getting him down to half HP. Might ruin that. Ming with a level 2 spike. Bit of damage onto Southwind, but that's all it's really going to be.
Yeah, interesting things in this kind of lane, actually, is that, so the Leona can cancel out the Khan combo fairly easily with either your E or your Q. You have to be in an awkward spot where actually you kind of have to stand on top of your AD carry. Mid lane jungle 2v2 starting to start off, though.
Ooh, good trade from Lien to start this one off as Wei. Just has to dip over the wall. An immediate sweeper from Lien to deny that vision as well. So Wei, no information on what Lean's doing. He moves straight over to the chickens to try and punish this one.
Oh,
Wei.
the ingenious jungler going top side now, found an angle.
This is something else from Wei. Realizes he can't contest the camps and instead moves up to the top lane. Cube has flash available, but Wei doesn't let him use it in time. Breathe flashing for the last auto. What a gank from Wei.
This guy is so entertaining to watch. Not had the most successful split, of course, in RNG. They've been struggling a little bit, but these early games have worked so well. Garland dash forward.
That's his cleanse and then ignite afterwards from Stone. Think they can finish the job, but still big damage out from RA's bot lane.
Surely that's a misclick. Garlo is heading towards the wall. I thought he was going to kind of hop back over. That's one of the safest things that Azeri can do, but hops into the feathers, into the auto attack range, and both summoners blown. He's going to lose himself a wave under this turret. Has to go back, gets himself some boots at least on that recall, and gets to E. Back towards the lane. Zeri resets quicker than most AD carries. Top side, we're going to have ourselves a 2v2. Wei is unseen. Maybe because they see Breathe not backing up the wave, they sniff out the fact that Jungler's probably there if he's positioning like that. That's going to fizzle out to nothing for the time being. Interesting early game. Again, not the most active, but again, the movements have been very intriguing to watch.
Yeah, especially this gank top from Wei. But it does mean he's down pretty massively in CS at this point, as we saw Leon literally taking his whole top quadrant while he went for that top play. So putting himself behind to put Breathe ahead. And this is one of the topics that we brought up coming into this game, right? Breathe and RNG have had a lot more success when Breathe is playing on something like a Scion, something where they can just ignore him in the top lane and play with Gala as the carry. This feels like a huge shift from RNG. Basically saying, look, we are playing towards Breathe now. We are playing to set Breathe up as the carry instead of Gala.
And particularly with something like the cannon as well, the cannon becomes really awkward for the Jacks to deal with pretty much at any point in the game if they're ahead. As it stands out, Leon going to be spotted out by a series of wards heading towards this top side. Actually, the Tribrush ward is going to time out. Breathe not going to have that same kind of safe net vision. Interested to see now what RNG do towards this Leon. Heading top side just to crash this wave. Would have been able to get a really awkward freeze at that point. Particularly Breathe hits level 6 on this wave. Could have had a even kill threat at that point.
Yeah, Cube even going to use the counter-strike just to guarantee it. Man, if Breathe is level 6 there, I'm pretty sure that's a guaranteed kill.
Get funky.
Doesn't have that ultimate available. Breathe will just be able to clear the wave away in the end. And in the meantime, RNG, they see the enemy jungle at top, they get themselves an early Drake. This is looking fantastic from RNG. Honestly, this feels like a different team to who we saw in the previous game. Wei with some ingenious pathing, but on top of that, sees where Leanne is on the top side, realizes that he can go for an early neutral objective.
We also have RNG again, one of the easier combos to play around. You had, of course, the Vi Ahri for most of the series. Now you have the Vi Talia. If that Vi ever ults someone in range of the Talia, the damage is absolutely absurd, as well as the CC on top of that. So watch out for that one. Even someone like Strive on the Ahri can struggle into that point. You can kind of ult backwards. You can build up a Zhonya's or something like that too to stop Wei getting maximum value out of the ultimate. But that's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, good route onto Ming there, but not much going to come of it. But you can see Angel hovering towards that bottom side. Doesn't have a ton of mana though, so might be difficult to make a play happen. Flash is available too for RA's bot lane.
You have a cookie to give you something, but if you're casting your ult's obviously cost a fair bit of mana for the most part. Would have been a little bit awkward at that point. Angel really needs to try and find a way to be reset very soon, not able to impact the map. And that means that Leanne and Strive, they see the mana bar on that today. They go, well, we can just go wherever we want now at this point. And Southwind realizes the same thing. RNG, they don't want to play around the bot side of the map, so Wei goes towards the top side, knowing that their mid laner not able to respond. RA need to finish off this play pretty quickly though, because if Talia comes from base, of course, now you got full mana, you can ult towards the play while coming from base. So RA, you don't want to stick around for too long if they can help.
But hey, great presence from RA, right? Setting up Assume to get a couple of plates in the bottom side, taking away some camps. Angel moving down. He's just off with the reset. He was Ming denied his escape and taken down. Gala locked up as well. And surely double kills the Strive as he gets those resets in. And sure, Angel was roaming, but it's too little too late.
Okay, so Rare Adam, they do make the play happen. Just imagine if Ahri had a Dark Seal at that point instead of a Mana Crystal. Just going to throw that one out there. The snowball, very important for Rare Adam. Cube, though, going to head in towards this top side of the map. Wait, on the safe spot.
Flash forced by Cube. I wouldn't have been too surprised to see Cube actually flash after him there and try and go for the kill, but obviously Breathe kind of in the area as well. Didn't want to overcommit to things. Guess the enemy jungle's flash. I think you'd say that any day of the week.
Yeah, it's Freebie as well. It's not like he was losing anything on that top side of the map while that was happening. So, you know, we could have called out big beats this play before this. You need to make this play kind of quick from RA. Ming really needs to be more respectful though. Khan is not a safe champion into this kind of combo. You don't have yourself even something like Merchant built up at this point, which can help you beyond that point. Strive gets the resets kind of through. It's fall apart after that point. At least in the top side, Breathe is still continuing up this top side advantage, but it is at the cost of now RNG being significantly far behind in that bot side. 3 plate, 2 CS lead, and of course a couple of deaths to the RNG bot lane's name. Gala not going to have the same ability to play through these team fights as he did in the first 2 games.
About RNG, for the first time in the series actually, going for that first Herald. Well, we'll just trade this for place in the bottom side. I don't know if this is worth it for RNG, honestly. Like, I get it playing through your strong lane, but how much can you really achieve with that Herald? Now, how much are you going to lose? Because Assume might even be able to finish that tower off since he's playing solo. RNG
okay,
will answer in the top side.
There is a ward hop in inventory for Cube. He's a little bit of trouble here now, though.
Doesn't get stunned. Managed to get the ward hop off before the rocks around on the play. RNG collapsing on this top side. Herald immediately will be slammed. This is a 5-man play from RNG. And in the meantime, Assume has taken the first tower of the game solo
and denying a wave.
in the bottom lane.
And denying a wave as well. It doesn't even need to race for that first turret. I guess to allow a couple more minions to die. You've got plates going down in mid lane as well. Angel might not even be safe from completely entering this lane. Does get in safely to wave. I was wondering if there was an all-in opportunity from the 2 of them, but I think Rare Atom, knowing that there were so many members on the top side, potentially hanging out Fog of War on overforce on that play. But, you know, you're calling out, you know, RNG, is this a worth play? Absolutely not. And this, again, adds into a lot of our worries for this team playing around top side as opposed to bot lane. They're potentially looking towards mid. Flash and ult, though, he can just get away from this.
Can he? He's been chased halfway across the world. Ming is here with the Zhonya's. Actually, will buy space for Strive as Leanne moves in. Cyclone there now, as well as the Orb Deception is there. And waking out Leanne with the kill. RNG once again outplayed by RA.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems picking this kind of combo into the Aura. You get the flash and ult away. If the Talir is not in range by the end of that combo, very hard to pull that off. The Strive manages to just about get enough distance. Make sure that RNG can't use that big first ultimate of that game. RNG, the last few minutes have been disastrous for them.
If anyone was unsure whether or not Xiaohu was shot calling for RNG when it was on the roster, I feel like this split is a case study on the fact that he was, on the fact that Xiaohu, one of the most valuable players in the entire LPL, in my opinion. Like, he's absolutely in the top 10. Breathe, trying to go for an ult then. What happened? Cube just escapes with his life. RNG really struggling. And once again, they need this game win to make it into playoffs. If they don't win this game, it's still possible that they get knocked out of playoff contention. And RA just got knocked out of playoff contention by RNG. And I feel like we're witnessing revenge right now with a almost 3,000 gold lead in RA's favor.
Yeah, RNG, this split has been a struggle. There are no two ways about it. Despite the names on this roster being ones of high regard, it felt like, you know, you've got 4 out of the 5 players that won MSI last year, and then you've got mid lane of Angel, who has been one of the more touted prospects from the LPL in recent years as well, as he started to build up his own reputation. This team was set up for greatness, but there have been a couple of teams in this split which are set up for greatness and not met those expectations. Top Esports being one of them. See them a little later today as they're kind of waiting in the background, but RNG currently not meeting that weight of expectations been set for themselves.
There's a solo play in the mid lane there. Once again, Assume is so massively far ahead of gold. You'd see it, and the top is 6k, which compared to Gala's 4k is kind of absurd. Could be in trouble in the bottom side as Leanne hovering for him. He's desperately trying to clear this wave as fast as possible. There's only 3 caster minions left. And I think with his jungler here, Cube is going to get away with his life. So RNG trying to make a play towards their strong side, but it's not happening.
It's feeling like it's very hard to come by easy victories for RNG, despite them having quite easy point-and-click combos. You know, you're just going to run in there with the find the player. It should be easy to play around. It's not easily now they're playing around. As you said, Breathe. But Breathe hasn't made a big play yet. He hasn't been in a position of make a big team fight ultimate. Heck, we haven't really seen a big team fight yet. We're getting towards 13 to 14 minutes in. We might see ourselves a second Herald take the next big fight of the game, but really waiting to see what Breathe is going to do with this advantage, which RNG have given up a lot to get.
Yeah, certainly have. And Breathe has his rocket belt now, has his boots, so it's getting to the point where that ultimate will start to really deal damage. Almost level 11 as well. He gets another couple of plates in this bottom side.
Oh, counter-strike's down. This might be the moment. Not to be.
No minion wave.
To go into that again. No minion wave, but double ults and flashes. Maybe there was an option. Be the case. No, none. No. Lockdown completely available at that point. Maybe Way could have flashed in. Once you're in, you've got to stay in at that point. Leon, on to Angel. See if Angel can get a good field here. It's gonna be dangerous.
Strike wide on the charm, but it does not. So Angel, nothing he can do there. Flash wasn't available. Yep. And an easy pickup for RA, and something that RNG have been trying to do in the bottom lane for like the last 5 minutes. It feels like RA just make it look easy on the top side.
Yeah, this is kind of like RA just kind of like giving the side eye to RNG and saying, so you know that mid-drop 2 thing you've been trying to do the rest of the game as well? How about we do it with a slightly worse combo? Like Wukong and Vi like both kind of sets up the team fight to engage the champions, and then the Talia and the Ahri follow roll a lot of Wukong Ahri last year in a similar combo, but it's not nearly as easy to pull off as something like the Vi combos. Ahri, again, they just pick someone off out of vision. Feels like RNG, they've not done their correct setup in regards to enemy players for getting the vision to make these plays easy. It's now becoming a bit of a stall-out game for them as they keep dripping a bit further and further behind.
And trying to contest his own blue buff. Way will be able to get away with it. Stroll on into his jungle. Let's take a second here, Nightmare, and have our 15-minute Ahri check-in. Because I'm seeing an Everfrost in the build. I'm also seeing
I'm seeing
the makings of a Banshees.
Look, some days I wake up, and not to get too like edgy on you, but I wonder if I was placed in this existence just to be hurt, just to suffer. What is life but suffering? Because come on, like you are the sole AP on your team. What that means is that it's easier for you to do damage. People aren't building Merc Treads against you. Yeah, there's like one coming in from Way, but there are so many squishy members on this other side of RNG. And it feels to me like another game where a professional player is just allergic to the idea that Ahri could potentially do damage and pick up some early stacks early. You're making the mechanical plays. Make your job easier for yourself. Pick up items which do damage. Do it for me, if nothing else. So I'm looking at this now like, yeah, maybe you can pick up a Zhonya's or something like that, build it out of a stopwatch, and that does have value. But Ahri has never been a champion that can stop up huge amounts of defensive items. She doesn't do damage compared to a Talia, an Azir, a Victor, something like this. You need to be very mindful of what you're building. And that can impact his plays. Stripe has been playing well, but even with these 2 items, you are so far behind what other items would give you in terms of the ability to carry this game.
Relying on Assume, relying on Cube to be the carries, and instead playing more of a setup role. Him and Southwind are caught though. The Banshees ain't going to do anything in this situation.
Nice defensive items.
Drake taken by RA, but it's at the cost of 2 players. Wade picking up the 2 kills himself there and closing the goal gap a little bit.
Big moment there actually from RNG. You know, like Mold aside, in the context of this game, picking up those kills at that moment, very important. RNG now sat at a point where they got those players off the minute as well. I'm really surprised that they didn't have better control around the Ruga. I'm surprised that they didn't give themselves a bit more ability to see RNG coming. They complete the dragon, that's good. They get themselves 2 dragons on the table, but giving up an easy entry into the RNG feels like a big lapse in vision control, lapse in judgment. Cube's going to die on the side lane as well. RNG, a series of picks back to back. That is a big gold swing. They're almost even now.
We had a replay, so naturally somebody died.
Someone's
in the meantime.
died. Yep.
We've had a very quiet game until we got a replay coming in, and that's where it all kicks off.
It's like if you know, like in the Matrix, it's just like you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. Someone dies in the replay, someone dies in the real life as well on the real stream. This starts off with a 1v1, and at least Breathe gets something out of this individual matchup, which he has been given so many resources in by his team. one of the first times in this game you see that big team fight in that river into that bot lane. Breathe has finally had an impact, and that's put RNG into a much better position.
Yeah, Breathe looking kind of terrifying, honestly, in that top lane 2-0-2. And that's answered by Leon and Stride in the middle. Still a minor gold lead in favor of RA, but it is exactly that, minor at this point. Is RNG closing things up, and if they can finish this tower, might just even the gold difference. I don't think Cube is in a position really look for the 1v1. I say that though, Breathe is going to respect him for the time being.
Yeah, he doesn't have ult. If Breathe has ult, I think this is a pretty hard to disengage from Cube. You can't fight into that slicing Maelstrom. At this point though, red buff tested. Ult's coming through. Angel.
Cyclone going to be used by Leon just to escape, and escape he will. As RA.
Oh, they've left mid lane in an awkward spot now.
Mid lane, Ming. Oh, just dodges the Everfrost. Stride misses everything, and now it's RNG's chance to push. Leon forced to flash. Ming waiting on cooldowns. Leon under the tower, burning, but there's just no damage from RNG to follow up.
All right, get away with a bit of a swing and a miss in the mid lane, despite them not having. Damage coming through there actually. RNG though, they don't quite manage to catch up Leon in the topside jungle, but they blow Cyclone, which has been a bit of a problem for them in all of these games. Leon, they're heading towards this Wukong, and it's his favored pick at the end of this split. There's a bit of a buy one trick towards the start of it. Cube now towards this front, but get out safely. He gets to push up. The gold lead now though is effectively even. To this point in the game, you don't have big overall everything. Strive fails the dash over the wall, doesn't hit the Everfrost, doesn't hit the charm, doesn't hit the Q. Bit awkward considering the amount of gold you put into this champion. Would quite like to have it get a decent amount of value. Sadly doesn't at that point. And swing and a miss for Rare Adam. And no one has died from the replay. Surprise!
That's because nobody died in the replay. Like you said,
okay, there we go.
Somebody dies on the rift, and if nobody dies, nobody dies. Yeah, everything kind of going wide. I will say, Ming, some seriously fancy footwork right there. That was very nicely played on the Rakan. Manages to keep himself alive. RA still technically with the gold lead, but instead of being 2,000, it's 100 gold at this point as Breathe tries to close the gap onto Cube. Way spotted out on a control ward means they will back away from the play, but Drake up in a minute's time.
Okay, Drake's up in a minute's time, so that means that we have to look at the setup. Vision and side lane push, or I guess mid lane and that bot lane push are going to be the important things. RNG, they have that vision in their advantage, which means they can camp out bushes like this.
Southwind is on the Leona. It's tanky. Is it tanky enough is the question. Damage out from Angel. A laser on in. And Angel hurls a rock into the face of Southwind. And 40 seconds until Drake, taking the support out, wins you the vision war.
Absolutely does. You don't have your biggest warding. They're just gonna keep doing it again. He was on vision for this play.
Yeah, he had vision. Still felt like they wouldn't commit to that one. Assume forced out of his Featherstorm now. It is traded for Wazel. I don't know if you count that worth or not, but RNG.
I don't know. I mean, you have flashing plans on Assume, but I mean, if Breathe gets onto you now, you are in such a bad spot. Now, of course, the cannon doesn't have flash. That makes things easier. Maybe you can make an argument for it being worth. It's just a little risky, right? There are some ways it can work out. RNG, though, is still holding court in this red side jungle. As you've been saying, it's been where they've been playing around pretty much the entire series. They love this area of the jungle. Trying to catch people out off of vision. Dragon has now spawned Angel. Trying to see if he can find an opportunistic pick through that river. Rare Adam get into the river first, despite losing the vision elsewhere.
It's a little reminiscent of 2020 JDG, the way RNG is trying to find picks before Drakes. But RA straight onto the Drake. They're just looking to burst this one as well. In the area, they've got to be cautious on the 50-50 smite, but it is going to be a 50-50. Southwind goes in, Drake taken for RA. Can they escape after the fact? Cyclone used to peel here. Breathe on the top side of the play. Down goes Leon. Breathe looking for more. Rocket Belt available. Assume Cobra. No Featherstorm available and taken out. 2 kills for RNG. In fact, make it 3. As Cube now being chased down by Gala. And this time he has the advantage. This time he's getting the kills.
RNG, they find themselves out of another strange dragon setup. It felt like they had the vision, they gave it up, they gave Rare Adam the entry into the river, but then they pinned them into the pit, they pinned them into awkward terrain, and this time, in the third deciding game, RNG put themselves at a point where they can get towards the Baron, get themselves into a dominant spot in the next few minutes of this game.
Amazing stuff from RNG. This feels like a totally different team, and it feels like a much more, dare I say, respectful team coming into game number 3 of the series versus what we've seen from them in game 1 and game 2. Perhaps not really respecting what RA were bringing to the table, because this time around it feels so much cleverer the way they're playing the game.
Because, I mean, even without the cannon flash, you're going to get the biggest ultimate. Doesn't really need it at this point. No, the rest of the teams managed to play around their range, played around Zeri being able to continually, relentlessly go forwards over those walls. And once again, spared ourselves a death coming out of a replay, but Lien looking for a hop overall, potentially has a flash. He has an angle. If he is alive in these fights for a long period of time, has so much damage. Once again, it comes down to, are these 80 carries dying for cheap, or are they going to be surviving later into the fight?
Well, it was spotted going past the tier 2 in the mid lane. So RA should be aware. The jungler could be doing some cheeky stuff. Why is Assume the one here trying to get vision? Why is the 80 carry alone for RA? They've completely fumbled, fighting for control of the, I guess, so Cube can threaten a tier 2, but
that's not dying for cheap. That's dying for free. They're giving away kills on Assume at this point. 0, 2, and 0 for a player which has done so well. Particularly on the Xayah in the back half of this split, they've started picking it up. That is a crucial misplay. Takes a Hex Gate into his death. Maybe he was just trying to push up with Cube. Something like that. Now, Rare Adam kept alone in the base. Losing their inhibitor tower. What a huge play for RNG to get their victory here.
Bit of a weird one as Gala has a stopwatch, baits them in, and Breezel shreds their health bars. And Bear, I think that might actually be game. RNG out of nowhere find a pick up to Assume and snowball towards victory. Assume has Featherstorm, needs to try and clear this wave, but there's 5 players here for RNG. Cube and Assume against the world, but the cannon's still firing. Minions still here. Wave as well to keep Cube in the fight. Assume going for the play onto Angel, but Zonius ruins everything while Cube goes down. The Nexus Bear. Assume stepping forwards, but there's nothing he can do. Knocked up by his lover. As Southwind cannot save the game. RNG have made it to playoffs.
Hard fought, took 3 games of it. You were questioning it even in that third one when Rare Adam had themselves significant leads coming into it, but a moment of madness, a moment of perspective slipping a little away from Assume. He's actually been very stable for this team, very consistent for them. Costs them that series. Would have been a right end what has been a stormy split. Rare Atom, RNG though. We'll be seeing them a little more. We'll be seeing them into playoffs, if only just by the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, RNG, it wasn't clean. I mean, game 3 was clean, but generally speaking, this series was not clean. But they have done enough to make it into best of 5s. And if there is, you know, a team that you hopefully will believe improves with a longer series, you'd hope it would be RNG with the amount of veterancy, the amount of longevity in this roster. Whether or not that ends up being the case, we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. They're certainly not going to find themselves a bye. They are going to be in the first round of playoffs, which sounds insane to think about. Because there's teams like Top Esports as well that are likely in the first round of playoffs. Imagine the world where Top Esports G are in the first best of 5 of playoffs. That is mind-bending.
That would be hilarious. All we have, like this kind of like flowchart of like RNG facing against Top Esports and then somehow ending up facing against Weibo later in as well. One of the teams that they actually did beat in the regular split. They could have this best of 5 grudge match versus Xiaohu, who of course was so key to their roster in such a long time. But the fact those stories are on the table is the important thing, because they could have been all washed away with one more game lost today and a couple other results going against them. They are lucky in a lot of ways to walk away with this victory. Talked about that one big team fight which they had in game 2. It didn't end up winning them that game, but you can see a number of times in this series where it felt like it was a bit of a dice roll. It felt like it was in the air. The knife was spinning, and a falling knife has no handle. They just about managed to get away with that, despite it cutting very close to the edge.
Yeah, it's one of those movie moments where they just cut their hand and hold on anyway, managing to make it.
Don't do that at home, folks, please.
All right. kind of a disappointing end to the split. I don't think many people had a ton of faith. Like, once we got to halfway through this split, everything seemed to fall apart for RA. They had a really good start. Like, and again, I feel like this roster has some really good pieces to it. Like, Cube consistently, I think, overperforming compared to expectations. Look at that damage,
We're talking about Cube, just 1 second. Oh my word!
Ming almost did more damage than Cube. Bad moment for me to compliment Cube in general. This game, not so good. He was into a counter matchup, but I don't know if that's enough to warrant 3k damage only.
So I just whacked out the calculator. That's 5.6 times the amount of damage of his lane opponent. He did over quintuple the damage of Cube. Now, this is one of the first games this split where RNG have actually been rewarded for playing through Breathe. It felt like it was kind of just like the, oh, okay, we're just going to chuck him on a Scion again. He'll do fine in the team fights. But if RNG can finally find a little bit of consistency and success out of playing towards the top side of the map, I think you're right. This is a team which you then have to start thinking about in longer series as one which maybe hits above what they've seen in regular season. That's, of course, what we expect for a lot in playoffs, but scary stuff, actually, potentially on the horizon.
Especially when you consider that this was a win through Kennen that didn't have big 5v5 Kennen ultimates. Like, how often do you see that? That is a rare occurrence. We've got Ming waiting in the sidelines, though. Let's head over to our RNG team captain to see what he has to say on this win.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by me, support for RNG. Congratulations on taking down your opponent. I do think this game matters a lot because this is your last game for regular season, and also you qualified for playoffs because of this victory. Although it was a little bit back and forth, so how do you feel right now? 欢迎明来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 RNG 以2-1拿下了常规赛的收官之战。这一场比赛确实也是很重要，又是收官之战，并且也是因为他终于进入到了季后赛，在今天又是这么样一个焦灼的赛况，现在拿下比赛胜利感觉怎么样？
就是这一场是我们进季后赛的综艺榜嘛，所以说能拿下还是很开心的，就是代表着我们还有机会向更高的名次前进嘛。所以说我觉得大家的心态都处于非常激动的人心吧，然后就是希望能在季后赛的走得越远吧。
Actually, we're so excited about taking this victory because I do think it proves that we still have a chance to go far further. We still have a chance to prove that we can make some like higher stages for that, and so we're so excited because of this victory, alongside with the last game for our regular season. And when it comes to some in-game content, I think that Rear Adam performed pretty good, especially in game 1, game number 2's early game, and they have got some signature champs like the Top Jacks for Cube and IRA for Strive and Zaya, this kind of thing. So how do you guys manage to make sure that they will take game number 3 after the game number 2 or after losing game number 1? 那么其实说到今天的比赛，可以看出 RA 也是有备而来的。阵容上他们拿到了很多什么武器，阿丽侠这样的招牌英雄，然后他们在第1、2局前中期几乎好像每一条线都拿到了一些优势嘛。不得不说，这可能是从客观的经济数据上来看。那么明选手觉得在来到第3局的时候，你们做了哪些调整，确保在第3局的时候能拿到优势呢？
其实前2局输的话，打得很焦灼的时候，情况就是自己可能有一些东西没处理好。然后第3局的话，就是我们从上路跟中路做了一些调整，然后我们把一些可能后面非常棒的英雄从里面选出来，凯南跟岩雀这种东西都是我们做了一个改变吧，就因为觉得这些节奏会对我们整个团队会有更好的帮助，然后比前面的话会打得更舒适一些。
Actually, we really performed. Maybe we didn't manage something really well in game number 1. Game number 2, one game situation was so back and forth. So especially in game number 3, we just try to ensure that we have better BMP strategies and BMP picks. You know, just like Kennen and Talia, who can let us perform so comfortably in game number 3. And this is the last game for regular season. So looking back your regular season journey for you and for your team overall, what is the most important takeaways or any thoughts about this part? 今天常规赛收官之战以后，想问一下明选手觉得自己啊，或者是队伍2个层面来说，回顾整个常规赛的旅程，有没有什么最主要的收获或者感想呢？
其实我觉得对自己的话，就感觉打得还不是够自己很满意的状态嘛。然后的话，整个团队的话，我觉得就是收获了我们各方面，从心态到一直很纠结各方面，然后再从慢慢变好的过程，我觉得我们都是每个人从过程中收获了很多其他的东西，这是言语表达不出来的。然后就是希望能在后面打得更好。
Actually, from my personal performance, I'm not very satisfied with about what I have performed. And team overall, actually, we have gained a lot from our experience throughout the whole regular season journey. Maybe we have been experienced some struggles, and we have evolved, and we try to practice and get something from our team that I think we should perform much better in the playoffs, more maybe in the upcoming matchups. That's the most important takeaways for me and for our team. And final question for you, talking about the game, the playoffs. So, what's your take on about this part? If you want to get better result, as you mentioned, that which kind of aspect do you think you should to improve on, like some communication or the understanding to the meta for RNG in order to get a better result in playoffs? 那么其实刚才民选手也说到了，马上要即将来的季后赛嘛，那么可不可以更具体的跟我们分享一下，为了征战季后赛，队伍觉得哪些方面是确实还可以再做得更好？比如说什么沟通啊，或者是对版本的理解啊什么的。
其实到季后赛版本的话，就是可能是本身自己的状态要调得更好一些，然后还有就是战术跟各方面都要调得更好一些，还有比如说就去研究新的英雄啊什么的，就是这个就不好方便透露，就尽量会去研究这东西，然后就是打得更好一些。
Actually, I don't want to leak so much specific things, but maybe generally we will improve on some BP strategies and practice some new champions for the meta in playoffs that we will still put all of effort and work on this part. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. 谢谢小明来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. I love that from Ming at the end. Like, look, I know you want good interview answers, but I ain't leaking our strats. I'm not telling you how we're playing. We got playoffs on the horizon. We got to get ready. I'm not telling anything. I respect that. But RNG officially locked in for playoffs, and it's not really Ming I want to talk about. It's Wei. The ingenious jungle, as Leyen referred to in the pre-game interview. And I mean, I think he lived up to that in this series, like getting counter-jungled and just goes for a top gank instead.
But he does it by like hopping around the vision. He does that. He did this so much this series. Secret Agent Wei, it felt like he just downloading where the wards would be on the other side of the map. That's so much a lot of people overlook, actually. If people have a very specific warding pattern, you can abuse them. You can't afford to be predictable versus a player like this. The flash Q as well, really clutch. Sometimes you expect like the Q flash to kind of come through, and that gets a little bit more predictable on that side. But Wei continually holding rare atoms to account when he was going into these ganks. He was the better jungler in this series, and Lian wasn't even that shabby.
No, certainly wasn't. But Wei, just having the read, it felt like, in every situation, aside from game number 2 towards the end of the game where Kevin slammed his face into the enemy team. But generally speaking, certainly in the early game, Wei having the absolute read on how to play the map and how to snowball this game, and RNG happy to jump on board. And I feel like we've just seen a case study of, if you have a Zeri in your composition, don't play towards her. Zeri will scale. Zeri will still be a terror in the late game, as long as she's not massively behind.
I was going to say, if your name's JDG, and you got Ruler on Zeri, maybe you change that opinion. But like, I get it as the champion, right? I think the big thing is for RNG to finally not have to play towards bot lane is a huge thing for them, right?
Yeah. Potentially having some options moving into playoffs. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we have quite an interesting series. F versus Top Esports, and Top Esports on a massive loss streak at this point, and FPX recently upsetting EDG. I don't even know who the favorite coming into this one is. We'll dig into that conversation right after the break.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Jun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon Reset is secure. That's the whole point here for Top Esports. Chingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and go into the stasis. There's Bin though, on top of On. And they're going to try and get Chingtian down. There's Drag falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Chingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Chingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. Head over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Chingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie seeing it over something. Juan Bongo! He's looking for more. One goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more
shot.
bit of cooldown. Two. Three. Looking for four. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Juan Fong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blinking, you miss it, Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it, a pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Chala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruit. The Comet comes down. Big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Lee has to be the carry. Jojo down. Look at the dragon on the back line. Flames spin across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane Forge. Oh no, he hasn't got any clue it's happening. Head Smash is available. Meng over the wall, looks for the hook. The stun is there. The pullback, the knock-up, and the takedown.
Motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for. And nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world clasps tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, become petri enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. Hold the shots, bring it back to what
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
A freedom, a victim, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう しか道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地位をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of week 10 here at the LPL. And we had a hell of a series to start us off today. RNG versus RA going the distance, but RNG looking clean at the end of the day. That third game, finishing things off strong. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards our second series. And this one, I think on the surface, very, very interesting. Because a lot of people coming into the split would have said, oh yeah, Top Esports, super heavy favorite, like on paper quality, you'd anticipate a big score here for Top Esports. But based on recency, FPX just upsetting EDG the other day. Top Esports on a 5-loss streak. This could be way closer than a lot of people expect.
And depending on where you kind of stopped in last with the LPL in terms of the timeline of it, there are so many games, it's quite hard to catch up with each of these teams from week to week all the time. But depending on where you stop in on it, the weirder this story gets. Because, I mean, FPX were not just on huge loss streaks. They're on huge loss streaks, like huge blowout, 0-2s. They looked awful. They were disconnected. LWX sat under a tower and getting dove every game in the early game because the team didn't know how to respond. They didn't know how to cross-map. And it felt like this team was genuinely really struggling on just fundamental levels to understand how they wanted to play out stuff like the early game, how they wanted to craft. And as soon as they were locked out of playoffs, something changed. And it feels like now, this team, which is now rumored to be crushing in scrims, are pulling out some of these practice picks with some strategies to put with them, and they are starting to really crack some heads. They took down EDG, who at the time was set to go first in the LPL. They lost that series. They lost it 2-1 to an Aurelion Sol from Care, which outscaled, outfought, and overcome. Of course, we were casting that one as well. And we kind of saw firsthand what happens when this team gets to pull out some of the madness and take it against top teams. Top Esports themselves are no longer considered a top team now. They're struggling in their own right. This is a very dangerous team for them. This could be a roadblock.
Yeah, this could be something that they've got to keep their eye on and really bring out their A game. We saw in game number 2 of Top Esports' most recent series, like what Top Esports are capable of at best against OMG. They decimated OMG in game number 2. However, they don't seem to be able to consistently bring that out of the bag. And we need to see some consistency. We need to see them able to consistently win these games, to be able to show up when they need to, every single time that they need to. We'll see if the development has continued since the change in coaching staff and all of that good stuff as FPX will step onto the stage. I just want to quickly mention, by the way, random tidbit. We've got a lot of champions playing today, not just in our league, but earlier today we had Gala, MSI champion. In LCK today, it was Viper versus Death, world champion versus world champion. Now LWX stepping onto the stage, world champion as well. We have like literally across the LCK and the LPL,
too?
just the top level of ADCs across the world.
Yeah, there are so many people, like these title holders, just for some reason, just all decided to come onto stage today. So the schedule has determined it. Of course, we're waiting a little bit longer to get into our playoffs. We're really starting to get that drive towards it, but the LPL playoff system is absolutely relentless. We have so many games back-to-back, and these players, Top Esports, will be a part of that. FPX, of course, locked out of playoffs. One person who's on Top Esports, though, we've not seen, though, this year, though, is a guy in the top lane. He will not be Qingtian starting this series. You might have seen it flashed up there. We have Wayward in this roster. Now, I've not had the pleasure of casting this guy before, but I believe you have, Munch, and was a favorite of one of our casting friends of Orcs, who's just over on the LCK screen as well. It's a guy with a bit of character, huh?
Yeah, the man loves to demote, that is for sure. I was a huge fan of Wayward as well, especially his Gwen. When Gwen first came out, Wayward was one of the early adopters, and it was like him and the Shy were the guys that were really, really willing to bring the Gwen out and dominate on it, and quite often pulling bans for themselves. But Wayward, a player that likes to play with a bit of disrespect, likes to, you know, mess with his opponents a little bit. We have seen less of that in more recent series from Wayward. He seems to have tamed his emote game to some extent, but the difference between him and Qingtian is just,
honestly.
Yeah, definitely. But I'd say the big difference between him and Qingtian is Qingtian wants to be stable and quite likes to play the tanks and bruisers in the top side. Wayward likes to carry, so we'll have to wait and see if the draft is going to change, because we have seen Wayward playing the Renekton's and, you know, fulfilling that role in the top side, but it's not what people think of Wayward for.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, it's also a very difficult situation to step into, because, you know, I was watching over that OMG series where Top Esports lost in the most delirious of moments. It felt like a real fever dream, the way that they were ahead in the deciding game, and then get a Baron steal against them and a 5-for-none team fight against them. And that was when it felt like they were very much ahead of the curve. They had a game of Jackulov on the Jinx again. They played 2 of those games in that series. We see Wayward on screen there. And you know, Wayward, the person he's replacing on the lineup right now is Qingtian. He played a Malphite game, and it wasn't necessarily his fault they lost the game. It wasn't necessarily his fault that, in terms of micro plays, that the team fights went away from them. It felt like the whole team just started to lose their heads a little bit in mid and late game. There was a play in the mid game or the late game which would see them into a lost team fight, a lost phase of play, and that is not easily fixed. So I really wonder what Wayward is going to bring in. Maybe this is just a game of just saying, look, we're locked in playoffs, we need to understand our options and see if anything, a roster change, maybe it helps with the communication, can help them looking into the best of 5s. You're looking at the team starting to line up towards playoffs and how many are starting to experiment a little, improve in some regards as well. We saw RNG, obviously, in that last series have some shaky moments. They were not the most stable of teams, but when they actually got ahead in the games which they did, well, that last one, basically, they were very ruthless about the way that they played out the game in that game 3. They did it in a way which was a little bit different for them. Maybe Top Esports are starting to think the same. Best of 5s are going to be a different sort of beast.
Yeah, the best of 5 is always a different beast, and you need to be able to show that you're a multifaceted team. I think OMG are the best example of a team that succeeded in the regular split and then failed when it came to best of 5s. Top Esports need to show that. It
confuses me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping this year that story is going to change.
Oh, me too.
But when it
I
comes
love
to
them
Top
a bit.
Esports,
It just confused me. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to Top Esports, we need to see them not only being able to play a strong early game, but having more in the bag than just that. A lot of mid lane bans coming in. You're against Rookie. It doesn't surprise me, but the Tristana and Yone on the other side, we're going to get a wacky mid lane.
Oh, yeah, because it really felt like in their last series, you know, Care was hugely important against EDG in the upsets. One of the big games was the Aurelion Sol victory, and they saw that. Actually, very intelligent drafting from FPX, saying halfway through that draft, this is the pick that will on its own carry us in a late game scenario. We can block that in. So Top Esports, you can't give over too much information early into the draft. Hovering over that now, of course, Wayward's most played champion of all time. potential of that coming in. Same on your screen. It is going to be Tien, however, going onto that Vi has been the really the jungler with the split for the LPL, and it allows you to combo up in a mid-jungle setting. Wukong for Vi trade has been something we've seen quite a lot today, and it allows you to play through mid-jungle TV2. Maybe we can see something like a Ari or something like the, of course, the Talia coming through to combo up with one of these picks.
I will say, just looking at the player camps, spirits seem high on Top Esports coming into this series, so perhaps things have changed in the camp. Perhaps Wayward coming back onto the team is the kind of emotional boost that this team needed. We'll have to see. The Zeri comes on through, and FPX looking to answer with an Aphelios would not be too surprising. Maybe something like a Lulu alongside it. The Xayah has been sneaking on into the meta. It feels like every day I cast of LPL, we see more and more Xayah coming in.
Every day I wake up and there's a Xayah, slams the wall. I mean, what it does give you is an ability to, again, kind of play against the Vi. One thing that we saw in the last series, I think was, it was RNG that picked up the... No, sorry, it wasn't them. It was Adam that, of course, picked up Silas in their game victory, which allowed them to steal the Vi ult and then put that onto the Zeri. Instead, they're going to go towards the Annie. This is something which is, of course, very strong in a mid-jungle TV2. Point-and-click CC. Large amount of ability to trade early, buff multi shield for this champion has seen it. Very high priority in the LPL, and it gives you some extra teamfight engage, which currently the Wukong needs a little bit of help getting into the backline to really do justice with.
So Lulu taking that, and now bans towards these solo lanes. We haven't got any top laners locked in. The Annie, there's still space for that to be a support. I would anticipate that going to the mid lane, but we'll have to wait and see. Chocho, big fan of the Rakan. I'll be surprised if Rakan isn't banned away from Chocho, honestly.
The Blitzcrank ban is actually very telling as well. That was one of the games which FPX won against EDG. They had a very good setup to play around Fog of War, around that champions to top esports, just not wanting to chance it, and I think that's a very important thing. FPX, they won against EDG by pulling out some unexpected picks that they were very well practiced with. The champions they've locked in right now, fairly standard, but when you've got the ability to flex with your solo lanes, there's a chance that something crazy comes out just yet, and that is going to be the Silas band away from Care. Again, I think that's fairly important, taking away the ability to have that stolen Vi ult onto the Zeri or these sorts of games.
Rakan's still up and available, though. I'm keeping my eyes on Chocho there.
Yeah.
Whether or not he goes for that. Over on the side of FPX, though, batting away these mid laners. Ari taken off the board. And I feel like that at this point, like, are there any mid laners left? Do any other mid laners exist? I'm not even sure.
There's Talia. And, of course, Rookie and Cat. Oh, we're getting it! We get the Aurelion Sol! Oh, this is so fun. So, we've had 2 games of Aurelion Sol in the LPL. Both of them were played by the opposing mid laners in this game. We had one from Care, was the victory, and Rookie played one game, I believe it was against TT, which was a loss. However, we're seeing the Cassiopeia into it. We've seen this matchup actually picked up in the LEC. We saw this in Vitality G2, where Caps on the Cassiopeia. And whenever you stand to kind of channel your Q as the Aurelion Sol, there is a chance of a Flash Miasma, a Flash Ultimate coming through from the Cassiopeia, and you get absolutely exploded. Your positioning and your decision-making of where you stand to channel your damage, very important now for Rookie against what could be a very high kill combo from the mid-jungle. You position badly.
So Gragas locked in for Wayward in true Top Esports style. It's something that he's got a fair few games on himself, but we all know who I'm referring to, 369. It's a classic for Top Esports. But like you said, Rookie and Care, the only A-Sol players in our league, and Rookie brings it out.
I love this.
Blind picking that in the mid lane. And Chocho does take that Annie into support. This already feels like an exciting matchup.
It does, because Top Esports have the longer range composition and they have the outscaling composition because of that in a lot of ways. If they get ahead in a game or if they're just about even, I think that with the Wukong and the Jax, you're really going to struggle to get into the backline when you've got the Aurelion Sol chucking down the Sagai's Descent, when you've got a Cask hunting people either into or out of a fight, separating up your battle lines, and of course that Zeri running rampant. I'm looking now over at FPX, and if they don't get leads through lanes and pin down a bit of the gold, which could be accrued by Rookie and Jackulov, I think they're going to have some issues here.
It's going to be the question. I will say, Top Esports have been known to play over-aggressive, dare I say. And they've been known to not necessarily always be on the same page. This is a composition from FPX that you
This is
overdive into a
slander,
Zaya,
this is
into a
slander and libel.
Cassiopeia. It's going to be dangerous. 5-loss streak for Top Esports, and FPX recently beating EDG. I'm ready to see FPX bring it to Top Esports here. I'm ready to see what they've got up their sleeves. But with Wayward being subbed back in, have Top Esports found their mojo once again? It's time to head to the Rift to find out.
And away we go. First game of this series. It has basically no implications for Fun plus Phoenix. They're out of playoffs, but they are here for pride, and they're here to show that they can bring what is rumored to be their strong scrim form onto stage. We've seen a bit of that versus EDG, taking down one of our very top teams. Top Esports on the other side. They can finish anywhere between 6th and 10th. They can be right the way from like bottom of the playoffs bracket to just like one round in. They're not going to get into particularly, actually that's not exactly how it works, but still, the seeding, very important for them to at least get anything they can from the remainder of this split. This is a team that was meant to be a super team on par with JDG, and they've really not met those expectations.
I feel like for FPX as well, this is a team that I think are hitting below expectation. I think this is a team that realistically could have made it to playoffs, especially in the recent form we've seen. It's obviously more to the story. But we could have a very early 2v2 here. It feels like both bot lanes posturing very aggressively, but it is going to lead 2-0. As all 3 Spell Thief procs for both supports, they just trade a couple of autos, and we return to farming.
Well, what happened was both of these supports started with their shields, and because Molten Shield on Annie gives you like the little thorns, you technically do damage with the ability, so it gives the Spell Thief through that, whilst kind of also allowing you to trade shield for shield. So range versus range support, sometimes you get something like that.
Yeah.
And have to track how that seems
equally
to go
with the
later.
Lulu shield, right? Because if it picks as auto attacks,
yes.
you get the bonus proc. So each of them double proc for the first auto. Trading aggressively in the mid lane as Cash just get rinsed, but does have the latter half of the trade. Conqueror coming in. Oh, it feels tense in the mid lane already.
Yeah.
Massively leveling up this split, but he's against Rookie today.
Again, it is Cleanse to pull out.
The root doesn't land from LWX. It should mean the Top Esports get away. Hacker is in the bottom side of the map, though. Jackie Love still has flash. But this could be dangerous for Top Esports.
Did they not see it? Did they not see
flash,
it?
The heal already there. Cleanse on cooldown. Hacker trying to move in, but he can't get onto Jackie Love and has to back away.
What the heck happened? I thought that Warden River would have totally seen Hacker. A little bit slow on the reactions, forces that very early flash from Jackie Love. You know it has to recall. The wave could potentially crash in. That'll be bad news for Top Esports bot lane. Cross map to an extent being put in place by Tien, who's going to be able to steal away at least the blue buff. Might be able to look towards top side as well. Shallow, who strong individual player, but he's going to be in a 1v2. Should know that he's on the weak side of the map here.
Yeah, tries to go and get vision here. Looks for the 1v1 on Tien. Jumps over to his ward. Might be forced to flash on this one as Tien. He'll have his Q any second now. 1 second until he can start channeling, but Care slithering on over towards the play. Shallow, who really good confidence and patience there not to use a summoner.
Yeah, real discipline and bravery, I suppose, in that situation. You can see the nature of this matchup in the mid lane as well. You can't stand and channel Q versus the Cassiopeia. You just got to eat bad trades for a little while. Rookie doing some pretty decent job of getting some of those Voice of Light procs onto Care as he can, but the Cassiopeia is running the early matchup, which does allow Shallow Who to save his summoner on top side.
Certainly does. Wayward, no mana to work with, but the wave is slowly but surely pushing towards Shallow, who every minion's so low on HP. Shallow, who could clear this in a second. That ward is going to be so valuable for Shallow, who
sees him. Backs away.
And he still has flash.
Still has flash as well. And again, this is all working up. And again, FPX, this is a team which has been on such a huge loss streak through the mid-split of LPL. You really wouldn't be able to tell that, you wouldn't be able to kind of put the name tags to them, though, if you kind of just took name tags off. Would you be able to say this is the same as mid-split FPX? I absolutely wouldn't. Very important that they're landing some blows in this early game and allowing their solo lanes to play out lane dominance that they can do. Not led to any massive CS leads right now, but it has allowed them to avoid the early pressure of Tien, who in the early split was one of our very best junglers of finding his way into lanes.
Interesting watching this mid lane matchup between Rookie and Care here, as Rookie just keeps on tapping his Voice of Light just to proc comment onto Care, trying to go for these minuscule trades and then moving away before the Noxious Blast can come on through from Care. Really interesting to watch those mechanics in play. Tien, though, moving down to the bottom side of the map here. Chocho and LWX could be in trouble. They've got flashes available, and Tien on a control ward, nothing coming of it.
He's down here as well. Also, you have Flash on LWX as opposed to Jackie Love. He doesn't have his cleanse either. Point and click stun from Chocho. It's a little bit risky down here. Jackie Love and Mark need to be still playing very respectful. Now their jungler has left the river, not able to respond immediately to them. Checking in on the state of everything around here. We don't really have advantages being built up just yet. We kind of talked about how top esports, they kind of outrange, they potentially outscale a little later on. Rookie trading fairly well as far as things goes, just trying to get as much distance as he can between him and Care, but that's the ult.
There it is, that's the interaction we talked about, but the comment comes down. Rookie will survive. The all-in feels a bit much to say from Care, at least the ultimate from Care. Just means he can keep on farming. Both these champions are going to do well with farm, but it feels like ASOL does better than anyone in the game with farm.
I was about to say, you know, like with the Cassiopeia, it's like, oh, it looks good kill, which is the ultimate, but of course it didn't do anything near that. It was just kind of there to make sure that Rookie is just continually in lane. He does have the Catalyst of Aeons. You're really waiting now for this first Aurelion Sol ult of the game. That's when things start to turn around for this matchup for this champion. You get the Skies Descend, the empowered ultimate. Things you're able to impact the game much, much more. Up until that point, Care is going to be on a kind of babysitting duty, trying to just say, okay, I'm just going to make sure these minions are getting into tower, and Rookie doesn't have the ability or the HP to get out of lane and impact.
Takes a stun there. Some feathers going in as an ignite burn as well, just to get that pressure in the bottom side. It buys space in the bottom lane for Hacker then to move over to the Drake. This will be the first Drake of the game for FPX as Tien on his way over, but I don't think he can get there in time to contest and might in fact just go for his blue buff instead. So that heavy priority and poking Muck out of lane should force the resets here. Jackulov does spot the ward, but no way for him to move in. And Care, we've already talked about infinite priority in that mid lane.
So bot lane, mid lane pushing in does mean that Dragon is able to be claimed by FPX. Next Dragon is an Infernal Dragon, so no Chemtech Soul going to be on the Rift. Important to note actually in that case. Would potentially lose some of the value of these early Dragons that you're stacking up. I think FPX, you know, the downfall of what could have happened with this phase of play is that you're pushing in so hard that you get ganked. They've managed to avoid that so far, but Tien really been controlled quite well by FPX. Could have gone that much worse for them. Again, still on vision, protecting their pushing lanes.
And honestly, I'm kind of okay with this being a very quiet early start to the game. Shallow, who knocked under the tower, but a leap strike gets him out to safety. Good attempt there from Wayward. Does not find the kill.
It's like 369 never left. No, it's Wayward. He's back and he's playing the Gragas into the Great Jacks. Both proficient players of this one. Wayward, of course, known more for his carry champions, as you were saying. Still threatening in this matchup. At least trying to hold Shallow to account. Trying to keep down this Jax as long as possible.
Yeah, Gragas, a carry champion to some extent. At least he is going to go for that AP route, but not a classic carry in the way that Jax is a classic carry. You know, you're not exactly going to 1v5 a team fight as Gragas. More playing as somewhat of a defender of the Zeri, of the ASOL. Because let's be honest, this top esports roster, not exactly lacking in damage when you look across the champions they've drafted for themselves. But that's a lot later on into the game. And right now, FPX starting off the
We should know that Tien's here, right?
Yeah, he walked over a wall to get there. Forced away.
So, FPX, knowing that Tien is no longer in the river, threatening them, going to be able to start up this Herald. Don't have their power around the Soul ult, so top esports time is not just now. Tien caught out.
Oh, this is bad news. Tien doesn't get flashed on. I'm amazed Care didn't go for more there, or Chocho. And like that was potentially a kill. LWX versus Jackulov Superstars. 1v1ing in the bottom lane. As Jackulov has his ult stacking on up, and Featherstorm surely dissuades the play.
It's Rookie.
Now, LWX underneath the tower. The Blade Caller doesn't find the route on Jackulov. And Rookie's there to sweep the kill up the tower, though. Oh, the flash heal from Mark to save the day.
Mark with the clutch save onto the Dragon in the mid lane. A Rookie comes down to bot lane. Doesn't need his empowered ult in this point. LWX loses out on the 1v1. To Jackulov, enough that he's backing off, enough that he's forced his ult out of himself. And what this means is you do have this cross map come through. FPX do have themselves the Herald. They could potentially put that into a winning lane. If they can get a kill into someone like Wayward, that would open up some ways for them to get Shallow Hoop onto the board. With some plates in pocket as well. Going to be available at this point though, Shallow Hoop. He's going to get himself a free wave crash. Hacker will be at red space.
Nicely done there by Shala, who pushing the wave, pretending he doesn't know about the recall, and then goes and denies that recall at the last second with his counter-strike and with his ward. Obviously, he's jumped away, but just making sure the Wayward has to stay in lane with no mana. So, Top Esports, a really solid early game here. It has to be said, considering in a lot of their recent series, it has been early game mess-ups where it looks like they're trying to be aggressive but not on the same page. This game feels a lot cleaner. Tien, look at LWX here. Jagular dives on forward, shredding through those minions. LWX though just takes Tien out of the picture. Mark wasn't part of the play.
Wasn't part of the play, and Mark doesn't get to save the person initiating this time. Chocho on the other side, the Annie. It's not been like a huge amount of impact from the support of Chocho, but gets a big amount of turnaround there.
Hacker in the mid lane now. Rookie denied his splash. The ult comes in, and they make it look easy. Hacker getting the setup for Care to file there. And now Herald down in the mid lane as well. This would be 2 plates for Care.
2 plates minimum, maybe even getting towards 3. See if Tien can get there in time to respond to this play. Rookie will be able to teleport under this tower at least. Mark here as well. I think it will just end up being the 2 because of the top having so many players in this mid lane.
Okay, going to be forced away by Mark. And we have to go back to this play and talk about the fact that Top Esports, once again, not feeling coordinated. The fact that their support isn't a part of this bot lane dive. Oh, I guess the dive is good.
This was the good one. This was the good one. Well, Rookie, we're going to get the Observer Fun moment. You know what's hilarious about this? Every so often on this skin, which is effectively how Shin is the Lightning Dragon one, you know that actually the particle that comes down is actually just a Lee Sin. Lee Sin just flies out of the sky and then stuns people. He's not here for this play though. I'm really waiting for the day when the Observer shows this one. That was the first part of the play. It denied the ult, denied a lot of the summoners from LWX. Doesn't, of course, deny Chocho his early damage. We're not at the point yet where any support falls off in terms of the damage you bring to the play. The Ignite and all of your regular abilities coming in. More than enough to turn that around Mark outside of the play.
And again, just going for a 2v2 there instead of having a support as part of the play. It just feels like a big misstep from Top Esports. They are still ahead in the game though. They do still have a minor gold advantage. Rod advantage is already picked up for Rookie and for Care in that mid lane, so they'll be scaling up as Wayward in trouble. Shallow, big damage available and forces the flash in the top lane. In the meantime, bottom side of the play, Comet comes on through. It's Jagular absolutely shredding LWX, but LWX has already got his kill. He's got his. Tien now into the bait, chasing Chocho. Might trade his life for it. LWX chased out by Rookie. Jill and Rookie both surviving, both shredding health bars. A triple on the Dragon.
You cannot forget about Rookie. Rookie gets the resets. The Astral Flight coming off a cooldown when he gets those kills and assists. In FPX, they make a crucial misplay around that Dragon. Air goes down without being able to cast his ult, without being able to get big damage through. Really need to see how this one happens again. It happened after such a close play on that top side. We didn't see the setup for this. It's Tien that manages to get right on top of Care. We've seen a little bit of this combo across other leagues, particularly in the ERLs as well. Seeing something like Sejuani Aurelion Sol has been very powerful in terms of making sure that that Aurelion Sol ult lands. It does in this case too with the Vi ultimate. And as soon as you get that first kill, particularly when it's onto the one person that can clean up house, that is incredibly big. 3 kills now there on the Soul. We talked about Top Esports scaling. They've got the goal to get ahead of the game.
I mean, they've got the goal. Rookie specifically has the gold. Smile,
yeah, a bit terrifying.
Sitting atop his massive pile of gold in this early game. And now it's the FPX, Bilbo and the Dwarves trying to steal some of it for themselves because, I don't know, I mean, Aurelion Sol is such a terror. Never mind when he's got 4 kills at 14 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny you mention Smaug from Lord of the Rings series. Do you know the largest dragon in the Tolkien mythos? A guy called Black. Larger than a mountain range, so it was said, and with 4 kills in it and a star falling from the sky with that empowered ultimate. Rookie is feeling very mythical at this point. Okay, you are so dead.
Yeah, this comet flies down from the sky. Dragon, and Care is annihilated. Getting next to the chopping block, the Cyclone buy himself some time. Does mean he gets out alive, but my goodness, I mean, what can you do when there's that much lockdown?
Yeah. Now we're getting to the point now, we're to the local tavern, you're putting up like a little quest reward for the local adventurers, like, hey, we've got a dragon problem, kids with this one. And if there's a local party nearby that can help with it, because FPX, I don't think they can.
At this point, I feel like FPX, they need a Witcher. They don't exist in Lord of the Rings, but what is going on in the top lane? Absolute shenanigans. TN moving over to make sure the Wayward isn't punished for his lack of ultimate. Herald is up on the map.
It is. Right, okay. Back down to actually what's happening. Let's try and think about the next few minutes of the game rather than just marveling whatever the heck Rookie's going to do next. Because you're getting towards this second Herald being taken by top as well. You're really starting to think about what power plays do FPX have left. You don't have a winning matchup in this top lane. Wayward has picked up the Everfrost for a bit more early power and a bit more ability to chuck out that root and disengage the Gragas. He is there to hold lane. He's not necessarily there to be a big carry, a big AP kind of carry. Not that he won't have damage. He'll be able to disengage some team fights. But FPX, where are your options now? You're outranged and you're out right now in terms of damage.
This is going to be an incredibly difficult to come back in. However, they do have the Jacks up in the side lane, scaling up. They've got the Wukong. It's possible surprise plays, and let's be honest, Top Esports are a team that have been extremely susceptible to pick plays. Let's not count our cheese before Top Esports because this is a team that don't believe in chickens. It's Wayward. Actually managed to get Shala, who's all out somehow.
Sorry, say that again. They don't believe in what?
They don't believe in chickens. They counted them too many times.
Wait, why did Wayward just body slam there?
From memory.
Move them from memory. Like, this is kind of like an alternate universe where, like, maybe it's like Phoenix are actually the poultry in Top Esports world. They've like changed the place of like the regular chicken mythological birds. It's like, what are we having for dinner tonight? Moltres from Pokemon. That's what we've got. Chickens, they're just not on the table anymore.
Yeah, that's the problem. I've tried that before. It always comes out burn every single time.
Well, Top Esports definitely have some firepower to do that exactly to the Phoenix sat across the river with them. I'm just like, you know what? I have no more material left. Got its distance. The chicken has crossed the road into absolute oblivion at this time. And, yeah, I think we do have to, of course, call to account that Top Esports haven't really been the cleanest at playing through their leads. Said about a couple of LPL teams where they sometimes flip some plays, they leave themselves open to some pick plays on the other side of the map, and the Wukong and the Annie potentially can lead to that. The question is just getting access to Top Esports, trying to get through the Lulu shield if Mark is in position as well. It's going to be much harder to play around these pick plays. Top Esports, they're going to make it, it's going to be pretty hard for them, at least, to give up the easy pick plays which FPX would look.
Certainly will be. It's Wayward and Shala, who feels like that matchup is heating up. They're really going at each other across the course of this top lane matchup.
Yeah.
TN and How both are here, but Mark makes the man advantage in favor of Top Esports. We can see Wayward, though, moving towards the mid lane. Drake is up on the map right now, and I'm not talking about Herald slammed down in the mid lane. This is trying to force P and buy a Drake for Top Esports. Will it get the charge? It will. Oh no, it's denied. Hack is tanking it. And there we go. Care manages to finish it off. So Top Esports don't get the one tower in the mid lane, but perhaps with priority they can still get this Drake. FPX moving over.
Wayward has Flash, has a great amount of ability to disrupt this team fight. Watch what that Gragas cast does. That's very important to save the carries of top.
I will say Acel annihilates other dragons. The lightning breath, the breath of light, just melts through objective health bars. And now with the blue buff as well, it's going to be difficult to push out of lane. Shala, who moving down to the bottom side. TN is in trouble. Asma just split seconds away from denying the escape of TN.
They're going to go for a play. He's off of vision. They didn't see it.
Rookie dived underneath the tower here, but Shala, who just caught in the breath of light, and now the Comet slams on down. It's a pickup for TN. Hacker trying to escape with the Cyclone, but Rookie's chasing. He will walk away with his life, but it'll cost a tap.
TN, how the heck did he get away with that one? Jackula maybe in a 1v2 briefly here, but Shala who not going to go forwards. But Top Esports, as you're saying, they do pick up that dragon. Oh, good Luax. get traded heavily on to. If he's going to be defending this mid tower with Wayward over the wall, and actually with that chunk, a little bit bad doing so.
Yeah, Hacker, Chocho, LWX all here in the mid lane to defend this tower. It's a big old blade caller. Wayward maybe taking out the shield, comes through to deny the ignite kill. Wayward survives and JackeyLove trades it. It's a clone that's knocked back and Wayward slams the question mark.
The emotes! The emotes!
They found it, Mojo Nightmare! They found it!
Thumbs down execution in the mid lane. Wayward somehow walks away with sub 30 HP. Don't have to regen up to that. Holy moly, I didn't see exactly how low he dropped, but it was more than enough in this play. Very dangerous things. The wave gets cleared out. Tower aggro gets dropped with the stun after this point. But because of the Everfrost, Hacker doesn't actually get great damage onto Wayward at that point, just outside of melee range. JackeyLove ends up just about getting out as well. Limo's on 27 HP. Do you see anything lower?
I didn't see anything lower, but I mean 27 HP. It's a stiff breeze.
Pretty low.
Chocho spots Mark there. Both supports seeing each other. Neither really able to do anything about it. As TN now looking for enemy jungle camps, and it feels like this gold lead is starting to get insurmountable. Top esports 5,000 up. As Care really wants that blue buff, but TN will just smite it away from him. Rookie playing very safe in the bottom side, doesn't know where absolutely everyone is. So plays
just take the Gromp as well. Yeah, just getting as much gold as he can, takes the Gromp. We're already talking about how ASOL kills dragons very effectively, kills jungle camps as well. Well, dragons, I like to call that one fratricide, you know, killing your own brothers in that one. See if that can happen again, stacking up towards a Cloud Soul as well. Top esports, they have themselves objectives stacking up. They have a Soul potentially on the horizon as well. And they've got vision control in the enemy jungle. That again reduces the likelihood that FPX can look for the big pick plays, which could potentially see them into a good point. Any one pick, of course, at this point of the game leads into something like a Baron opportunity. Top esports with their vision control. Not going to start it. Again, they're just making sure that FPX need to be on this top side of the map.
What is JackeyLove doing right now? He's alone in the world. He's going to go with the control ward. I think he will walk away with his life. The whole gang of FPX is here right now. I think maybe, had he stepped just a tiny bit further forward, that could have been a potential pick. But this top esports does feel like they're playing much safer, much more coordinated than previously. Like going for these invades, but as a team instead of just TN on his own. I just saw as well, I think it was like 280 stacks on Rookie. So
that's kind of terrifying.
He's using his big ult for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, like every time that big ult is up, I mean, FPX, there's no way you avoid that damage. And with the amount of damage coming in from JackeyLove, which is all AoE damage, how do you manage to get through that? As soon as that big ult descends, it's also going to apply Rylai's. You're going to be slowed. You're already a lower range team trying to close the distance onto these carries. You are no longer just at the point where you need to be really kind of looking for these picks. You're obligated to. If you don't find a clean kill at the start of the fight, I find it very hard to believe that FPX can finish it off cleanly themselves, especially against carries with this amount of gold.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to miraculous ultimates, right? Chocho getting a big Tibbers, maybe Care gets a huge petrifying gaze that sets it all up. That's the only way you're going to win an outright 5v5. Aside from that, Rookie and JackeyLove have the damage to tear people apart in this game. This could be the pick, but no, it's just Hacker losing a quarter of his HP. Cyclone forced out by TN's engage there. Wow, growth actually coming out from Mark to try and find the pick, but Hacker just dips over the wall. Not sure that was the greatest Lulu ultimate I've ever seen.
No. That was one of the Lulu ultimates of all time. We'll leave it at that. Not going to have that one for the next bit, but it does mean it's one anti-pick tool for top esports, which is down. Tian has ult, but Care, of course, with the stopwatch and inventory. Very hard to dive onto himself. Top esports, they can very much throw this game themselves. If they're the ones making the aggressive plays and they kind of funnel into Care's ultimate, level 15 Cassiopeia still has damage, still has 2.5 items. Not like Aurelion Sol's the only scaling mid lane. Hi, Baron. Hi.
There he is.
What's up there, friend?
All three of them. Dragon started.
It's like we're stopping down on the riff for an interview with our good friend Baron. How are you feeling about the series so far? It's like, oh, well, you know, nothing's really happened about it.
Yes, I'm feeling great. Yeah. This is a rare thing in a top esports series to not have a 20-minute Baron taken down. So Baron's over the moon. Oh, my taste of damage.
Team Baron blasting off again in the near future. See if that one can be the deciding moment for either of these teams. That would be the way that FPX would get into this. Sneaking a Baron, they have a Cassiopeia. Getting a pick which leads into it. They do take those objectives so quickly themselves, but it's just so hard for them to... So hard to see how they would do that. LWX, he has to check brushes with his Q like that. No one's even on the same side of the map. And that sort of body language, when you see someone checking brushes like that, it means that you realize that FPX don't know where the resets are. They don't know where people are on Top Esports. They're waiting until they can get their own, and now Top Esports back out onto the map, clearing vision. It's very easy to forget when you have double-sided vision how little the enemy team that is, well, the team that is losing has to play around.
Red team's turret has been
Now,
destroyed.
Top Esports now taking the top tier 1. They can push that vision line even deeper. That level of control increases. And looking towards the Baron. And remember, we already talked about how fast Rookie can burn through these objectives. Jackie getting to that point as well. Now on 3 items on the Zeri. It ain't getting any easier for FPX as Hacker tries to face check in, tries to get some vision. Rookie keeping care away.
So important things to note, of course, Navori Quick Blades and the Hurricane, of course, kind of work together. Each of those bolts gives you some extra things to work around. New Zeri, all of her damage is in her E, so when she dashes forward, she does an awful lot of damage, and those Navori Quick Blades basically mean you have infinite uptime on that one. Jackie so powerful at this point. Chocho, maybe we can find a miracle ult for him to shut him down, but Jackie has the cleanse, very hard to reach him in the first place. Top Esports controlling that vision very well right now.
This feels like a bit of a stalemate right now. This TN slides in and smites away the blue buff. Knew the Hacker was going to go for it. Managed to get it first. Neither mid laner getting that mana regen, which Rookie would love at this point because he's mashing that Q out.
True. Very true. I mean, Rookie has hit himself 3 items. He's going to get himself a Seraph, so he does have a large mana pool to work with between that and the Rod of Ages, but blue buff never goes amiss on one of these carries. Just a lot of up. But yeah, you're right. It is kind of slowing down a little bit, but Top Esports, they shouldn't be making aggressive plays like this. That's probably how they lose the game. They want FPX to engage into them, which is why this game is slowing down. FPX are not giving them the fights they want until now.
Look at this, the CC chain onto Hacker, onto Chocho, and there's a TP onto the Timber. Somebody's gone into their own death. As Rookie in the meantime is 1v3ing Care and LWX. There's nothing they can do about it. And well, it looks too easy for Top Esports.
Yeah, so this is kind of awkward now. Shallow, who teleports right into the backline and gets nothing done with it. 2 kills down, no smite on the table. Top Esports, they find themselves their Baron play. At least FPX get themselves a tower in that mid lane. It's something, it's anything for them at this point. It's been very hard for them to find inroads anywhere. Go back to the replay of how this all happens. As we said, this is all on. Top Esports waiting for FPX to finally come into them. Casca's not quite the cleanest, but it's enough at this point. As we said, once that big ultimate comes down from Rookie, it's very hard to reposition. Because FPX split trying to avoid that ult, they're never in position to actually line up and get damage to force Rookie into bad situations. He comes out of that play with 4 items now. How great.
Yeah. I mean, that is absolutely terrifying. I just want to take a second, though, to acknowledge the discipline with which Top Esports are playing this game, right? The biggest issue that Top Esports have had, not even just this split, like historically, is a lack of discipline and just trying to brute force things for the sake of brute forcing things, not even touching the Baron until they had a pick. That is not characteristic Top Esports, which is a good thing, because characteristic Top Esports has not been working this split. Jackie Love might be characteristic Jackie Love, though, with Shallow, who on the top side of mid lane won't get caught for the time being. Mark Wayward looking for Hacker here. The laser goes out. And just using this Baron to slowly but surely pick the map apart. TN threatening an all-in. Lasers over the wall. Rookie will be stacked on his Seraphs at this point as well.
See that Jackulov also poised to hop over the wall. Jackulov and Rookie really strong at this point. Recently voted into top 10 players of the LPL full-time. Those results came out last couple of days. These 2 players, what a history they've had on various rosters. Not been the cleanest split from them both. In this game, at least, they are terrifying.
I certainly are. And it feels like FPX have been suffocated in this one, right? Like, all game long, they have been posturing, they've been trying to make things happen, but never really having the opportunity to actually make anything stick. They've got 4 kills, but they're almost 10,000 gold down at this point. Top Esports drafting a scaling composition and going for a slow and steady victory here. if they can just keep this up, still a minute on the Baron, pressuring multiple lanes. I mean, it's textbook from Top Esports.
That it is. Also, you need to make sure you actually read the book through to its end, though. You can't end up doing things short. You've got the Astral Flight coming in, Run coming through.
Yeah, TN starts to pile Shala, who counter-strike. Does not dodge fire. And Rookie certainly bringing plenty of that to the table today. It's a pick on Shala, who surely opens up the map for Top Esports. Rookie flying in, looking for Hacker. It's not going to happen.
No, you don't have Disguised Descent just yet from Rookie. Each time you cast it, of course, you've got to build up those stacks again. Doesn't quite have it available. But imagine the next time that's up, the next time you siege in, the next time you look towards one of those towers, FPX won't quite so easily stand beneath those bulwarks. Rookie, at this point, getting closer and closer towards what could be a last item death cap or a defensive item as well. At that point, the game is so even more difficult. But Wayward, caught out, has a flash just coming up, but it's not up there yet.
Wayward going to be rooted up here. The stun comes through. It's a big cask. Oh, it's a big Everfrost, but Hacker should be able to finish the job. What happens in the meantime is a Cloud Soul taken for Top Esports.
Which is also a little bit terrifying, because you know that Astral Flight is the thing where Rolling Soul flies around the map, kind of based on his move speed too. Anything with increasing that, especially if he leads in with the ult and then W's afterwards, is going to mean he is going to be zipping around these fights even more uncontrollably than before. Look how fast he is getting across here. You are not going to be able to reach this guy. You are not going to be able to escape him either. FPX, again, it is more important than ever that they start off the fight in a good way. If they can find either Jackie or Rookie, maybe there's a slim chance of hope. With 8,000 gold behind, I don't want to overstate that. If they come back from a game like this, it would have to be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it would have to be classic Top Esports, I think, is
420 stacks, by the way.
best way to word it. Yeah.
Well and truly ablaze.
431 now. Gets a whole bunch extra off of the wave. But yeah, this guy's descent available once again for Rookie.
Dracula walking back up, has himself Bloodthirster shields, has himself the Lulu shield as well. Reminder that when Zeri gets a shield, she gets faster. It's even harder to hit her. With a Cloud Soul as well, it just keeps stacking. It's so hard to pin down these champions that already outrange you. They have to call 4 people to defend 1 turret at this point. It means that they're potentially losing farm elsewhere, potentially getting hit on a tower somewhere as well. Top Esports in complete lockdown on them.
But playing very, very slowly, has to be said. This is not... Like, when you think of Top Esports snowballing the win, they usually do it real quick. And you can tell that this is a team that, looking towards playoffs, wants to improve the cleanliness of their gameplay. Jagged trying to get some hits on it. The siege from this roster, isn't that great? TN going for a dive, the comet lands! And almost eradicates Jojo. Get locked up, LWX locked up as well. 1 for each of the players, with Rookie grabbing a second, grabbing a third, and he'll fly on forwards towards victory. LWX wants to escape, but you cannot escape the Dragon Flash available, but Rookie doesn't go for it.
What utter restraint! I have never seen this for a Top Esports roster, but wow, does really feel like Aurelion Sol's becoming a bit like the Zeri of the mid lane. If you start winning these fights, you do not get to escape the multi-kills.
No, you do not. Rookie chasing everyone down on the side of FPX. 20 seconds on the clock for those respawns. LWX versus the world. And the world is going to win this time around. Nexus Bear. And it will be Top Esports getting game number 1 for themselves and showing that they are fixing things for playoffs.
By the book, as you said it, Munch, that is a pretty terrifying game from Top Esports. Locking in that Aurelion Sol later into the draft, saving counter pick, saving the mid lane pick rather, a little bit later. And we've seen it sometimes today, we've seen a lot of priority on mid jungle combinations. This one's less about the playmaking and pick combos, it was more about that team fight scaling. And they showed they had that restraint, that presence of mind to back off from plays and invite FPX to come into them at the important moments. And then they realized, hey, we can just siege for free. We're going to be able to buy space for Jackalov to hit turret with something like that Aurelion Sol E, that kind of like that slowing, not quite grab field thing. And that allowed them to play out the rest of that game very, very cleanly once the Baron went down.
Yeah, I mean, clean is absolutely the word, which, I mean, it feels strange to say that for Top Esports. They're on a 5-loss streak, and so many of these games have been absolute carnage, absolute chaos that they end up losing out on. And so many of those plays not coordinated. Today, it feels like they've come in with a totally different approach to the game. Like, TN especially and the way that the team is playing around TN has changed dramatically. It feels like overnight, honestly, because previous games we've seen TN going in by himself, the team not on the same page, the team not there to help. And we saw a little flashback of that in the bottom lane with the gank, where he kind of just got one shot by Tibbers. But aside from that, the team feels very coordinated.
Yeah, and actually putting that into context of what this split means as well. I mean, in the very early split, it felt like, yes, Rookie was a big playmaker in the mid and late game, but largely this team was about Jackulov hitting his power spikes on 1-2 items on something like a Lucianami, and also Tien just running the early game. Tien was arguably the most important player to this team in the early split. Feels like when they play like this, though, taking off some of the emphasis in that early game and saying, look, Rookie will carry later into the game. Don't worry about it. Rookie, Jackulov, they don't have to be exploding the map. It's less of the early game explosiveness that we learned to see from top esports when they're on form, but they've reinvented themselves. It doesn't necessarily look bad.
No, certainly not. I will say this is not really relevant to anything we're talking about, but can we just take a moment to appreciate that Aurelion Sol's ult brings down a star, right? And it only hits a tiny little part of Summoner's Rift. How huge are the characters of League of Legends, and how massive is the planet of Runeterra if a star is like seven Teemos wide?
I mean, you could
it must
take
be
down
the
like
biggest planet in the history of the universe.
Well, there's that, and also just like, even if it's a star of that size, because heart stars are like hyperdense plasma, the actual amount of weight in that would be enough to like completely shatter the planet. It would actually be incredibly large amounts of energy. God, dude, like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like a teaspoon worth of neutron star would actually like completely destroy planet Earth if it was on its surface. But Rookie, you know, doing a pretty good job to kind of put that into League of Legends gameplay as well. We can't exactly, you know, completely tear up the terrain, but destroy some health bars on the way out.
Oh. I mean, Runeterra, the core of the planet, it's made of petricite, so it's difficult to break apart. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see how top esports fare in game number 2, or if FPX can show us what they're made of, show us what they brought against EDG.
킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 배리어가 없거든요. 이게 해볼만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이. 그리고 돌통을 킹 그러면서 이거는 본다. 아이고 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 도라가스가 미쳤는데요. 그래도 위험 절타 안타깝 이제 끝나버립니다.
直接要开动了，周彤在旁边。这边先被卡塔打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至金身都没有看出来。阿体云交了一个金身，但是赖特非常能打，赖特一马当先，推了3个，把后来全都推回来了。泽利拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个。闪击来说，他有点难跑的，5杀了。
Maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series, making a triple, making a quadra. Independent kill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어갔고요. 장모 밀어내기 Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ele vai! Acerta o último time inteiro! Nunca duvide da Red!
They don't want to risk anything. I think they might. Well, Adam has teleport, though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. Okay, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do, and it looks like the call is they found Crowdy. He's making it to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crowdy getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight to Dragon? Dragon still standing, 4K, leashed in favor of G2 for now, as it auto-attacks Adam, and Yike going in, standing tall, and finding the angle, G2 taking the fight.
A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As we've just witnessed, I don't even know what. Honestly, this is the first time in my life where I'm going to utter these words, and I hope it will be the last time as well. But Top Esports kind of looking like an LCK team in game number 1 of this series. Pure discipline, slow and steady gameplay, calculated fights. This isn't the top esports I know and love.
No, it was like a giant nebula from which the stars were born, because that was where all of the damage was coming from. It was, of course, Rookie in that mid lane doing an insane amount of work on the Aurelion Sol. This is only the 3rd game we've seen on it in the LPL so far. And yeah, he made the pick look really uncounterplayable. It was very difficult to play against in that composition.
Yep, second time Rookie's played it, he'll get the MVP off the back of that pick. And we saw during the team fights, I mean, you called it out during the cast, like the multi-kill ability of this champion. Multi-kill ability. That's a great word. It's just insane. The chase down is absurd.
I know, there's kind of like a line which kind of stuck in my head a little bit towards the end. It does kind of feel like Aurelion Sol is becoming the Zeri of the mid lane. Not in the same way. Zeri has a lot stronger early game and can actually play through 2v2s. And of course, the nature of laning 1v1 as opposed to 2v2 changes that. But if you start to lose a fight versus an Aurelion Sol, it's got a very similar skill set of being able to choose your angle and find a pocket where you can just start doing so much damage in these fights. Got things off to a start very early into that game in that bot lane dive, and then just as soon as it gets to the team fight, you can see again choosing the angle, flying over a wall, gets away from the damage which could threaten you, gets to fly back, threaten someone else, gets to just choose the positioning. And for mid laners which have played mages for so long that have been able to pump out damage on stuff like the Orianna and the Syndra or Victor or something like that, Aurelion Sol having the extra ability to help you reposition whilst also doing damage is absolutely insane for our very best mid laners.
And not to mention doing, I think, more damage than most of those other picks you mentioned. It is kind of absurd right now. Shaolahu, a valiant attempt at the end of that fight to save his team, but it was already over. Rookie with the triple kill there. And it means now Rookie is on a 50% win rate with the Aurelion Sol. He actually lost his first game on the pick. The only other player in the LPL to have played the pick that was keeping it at 50% win rate was Care. Care had won the one game 25 KDA when he played it, and now Rookie pushing himself up to 50% win rate with that 3rd game of the LPL split. And we'll see if A-Sol gets through again, because we're swapping sides of the draft now, and I feel like FPX, you're either picking it or banning it.
Yeah, and the big thing is, Aurelion Sol, you can't really pick him in the first 3 picks of the game. You can normally end up picking, I mean, maybe there's an option to pick him on like Red 3. Aurelion Sol, you need to have a lot of information to make sure that actually you have a good laning matchup and one that you can actually perform in team fights as well. Not every game is going to give you that. That one, it really did. You could see that even then, there were some worries about actually what happens when you're against the Cassiopeia, which was the laning matchup in which Care took into it. But either way now, because you're now sat on the red side as FPX, I don't think you're afraid of an Aurelion Sol being locked in on the first 3, which gives you the ability maybe to pull it out yourself in Red 4. Actually, maybe even Top Esports needs to ban it in the 2nd round of bans. We'll see what happens with that. They're hovering over some bot lane picks right now. See what their real priority is. Fire's off the board, so we're not going to have a Vi Wukong trade for one of the first times today. Maokai locked in for Tien.
Yeah, and we saw Tien's Maokai the other day. If I'm not mistaken, he pulled out the Moonstone as
we've seen that a couple of times.
Maokai.
Yeah.
So one of the propagators of this new build, the Maokai in the jungle. We'll see if Top Esports are going to opt into that once again. Yep, Tarzan, one of the first ones to do it. As the Zeri will be taken by FPX here, which does mean that, like, when we saw it last, I think it was the Zeri for Jackie, so you can kind of see that late game having the Maokai as the savior there. The Zeri taken on the other side, perhaps they'll go for more damage.
You are actually right. It was, of course, game 2 in their series loss versus RNG. They won with that pick, though, and it was the Redemption second item as well, which I just find hilarious, man. I just find it so funny that Maokai, you can nerf him all you want. He's just around. His ultimate's too strong. He's too able to buy space for his carries. And when you go something like Moonstone, you're almost like a second enchanter from the jungle. So even though Zeri has the Lulu, whatever Jackie Love locks in is going to have that extra bump up of stats and healing from Tien potentially going towards that build in the jungle. See if it comes out today. Of course, you can still build him much more as a frontliner. This is a little bit back more to what we expected from Top Esports earlier in the split. Top were very, very good around playing around the one-item spike for Lucian Nami. In fact, one of the things which really fell off about this team is that they were playing this less and finding less success with it. I think it was even JDG, which they ended up losing for one of the first times on this combo with, and that kind of broke them on it. It felt like they've never reached that same level of form again.
I want to quickly mention as well, game number 2 against OMG, that's when Tien played this Maokai last. It was a very different look than Lucian Nami. They played the Jinx with a Tahm Kench. Like, it's about as polar opposite of a bot lane as you can get. So excited to see what Top Esports are going to do.
It's like a guy, it's someone with guns, there's a fish thing next to them. It's pretty similar to me.
That's true, actually. When you word it like that, I suppose you're not wrong. But either way, very, very aggressive bot lane from Top Esports. A very different look to what we saw in game number 1 of this series, in the successful game against OMG as well. So we'll see what the rest of their map ends up looking like, whether they still go towards scaling like game number 1 of the series, or whether they do opt for aggression across the board.
Yeah, thing is, with something like the Maokai, if you have winning lanes already and you can actually go towards them, the Maokai is very good at maintaining lanes. He's not always the best at ganking them. He struggled a little bit to get onto targets, even with a flash W. He's not the strongest early ganker, especially compared to other champions of the meta right now. But this is actually something that we saw a lot out of IG. It's one of our teams that are still not quite determined in playoffs. They're, in fact, one of the 2 remaining ones which isn't. But something like that they did was use the Maokai to just maintain winning lanes. We're not going to see Aurelion Sol winning lane this time. It's been banned away, banished to the heavens once more.
I think rightly so, honestly, after that previous game. Not looking to pick it as your next pick. You don't want Rookie playing that champion, so banning it away. And Top Esports likely to ban another top laner. It is the Jack's taken off the table, so Wayward, his beloved Gragas still available if he does want to go for that one, whereas it's a blind Cassante for FPX.
I think it's a pretty good angle for Wayward's most played of the Nara as well. I think in this game, when you have the ability to kind of play around other people, kind of half engaging. Nara can struggle sometimes to be the only engage on the team, but when you have a Maokai, you've got a Nami tidal wave and Lucian Nami, despite all of them kind of struggling to piece themselves together as the sole engage, they all help each other out. So actually, I would really like to see this pick in. It's a good individual lane matchup. It is going to be locked in. Now, Rookie, with his absurdly large champion pool, is the pick of the litter, play around what he wants to take in lane.
Certainly does. I would love to see the Twisted Fate. I feel like we see so many Everfrost Aries, and I feel like Everfrost Ari is just worse Twisted Fate in my mind.
You're not wrong! Just don't... Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Okay, Carly locked in for Rookie. It's blind, though. Care gets the counter pick, and he's hovering the Silas.
Yes. The thing is, though, these drafts are going to be very, very different. I do like the Silas here, though. The Silas, you can steal away the Mega Knight, steal away the Akali ult, even the culling in the tidal wave, not bad. And then, of course, the Maokai Nature's Grasp. Something that's good into Rookie's Akali would be very important. Of course, Rookie, one of the very greatest players of all time on that champion. Not going to be that Silas, not going to have that same team fight impact, but it is some late game scaling and the ability to kind of flit around the edge of a team fight that maybe the Silas would lack. Kassadin, the cat.
Kassadin locked in, looking to punish the late game. Kind of doing the ASOL thing with the old school version. With the Kassadin looking for that level 16, looking to take over the fights in a very short range composition from Top Esports. That's the kind of fight where Kassadin will thrive later on in the game.
It's temporarily short range, because as soon as they pull out the Maokai ult or the culling of the tidal wave, they feel a bit longer range than they actually are. Kind of fools you into thinking that. But this Kassadin looking to put a bit of a Rift Spring into his Rift Step as he goes through into this map. This is going to be very important for Care to be a factor early. If you fall behind and you don't get your lane allocations right when Lucian Nami hit their one-item spike, things are going to get very dicey for FPX. Lucian Nami, of course, still has an incredibly strong one-item spike, despite the lane not being seen nearly as much. FPX cannot afford to let that get value.
They certainly can't. We're headed to number 2, Top Esports, wanting every single win that they can get in this series. If they can get to 9 wins on the board, it's possible for them to potentially contest 6th seed, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's the highest they can get, yes. Which also means that game score matters quite a lot, because currently Sat and 6th are OMG. Now, they have another series to play. They could get ahead of them if they just win that one, right? But if they lose, game score comes into account. Top Esports currently trailing them with a +2. They'll get at least +1 from the game that they had here. If they were to win this, you go up to +4. We'd still need OMG to lose their own series. It could get a bit funky.
Yeah.
But at least puts things into account. If they do get 6th, it actually does get them beyond first round. Or 7th to 10th, they play in the first round, then 6th. Gets you 1 run above that. It's going to be a pretty slim window for them to get into it, but it is still technically on the table.
Certainly is. They would need OMG to lose 2-0, right? Because OMG have that head-to-head. We all saw that matchup and the bizarreness of that series, honestly. It's so back and forth and such
Maybe
different
that's
looks
why.
from both teams
Hey,
every
wait,
game.
you know, last game we were talking about how we'd never seen Top ever like play patiently around the Baron. They just wanted to go at it ham. That kind of cost them their series versus OMG. Maybe that's finally the straw which breaks Top Esports teams back in terms of their way that they approach the Baron. Level 1 for these 2v2s. Lots of bursts between both these AD carries, actually, particularly with Zeri. Zeri's right click doing so much damage in the very early levels. Very careful walking up into brushes.
TN being real cheeky to start the game off here. Gets his early ward in. Means that the Raptors will reset. Neither jungle are starting off strong. Remember, Caston doesn't really exist as a champion just yet in the game. TN is just
Neither
going to
mid
bully
lane does.
Hacker.
Neither mid lane exists. What is this?
Yeah, Hacker does get the big chicken. TN walks away. It's 1 CS for 2 between the two junglers.
He's going for the red buff. He's going to take that as well. The thing is that TN, he can just, he's taken like one of the small Raptors, right? Like a small amount of them, which means that Hacker will have to take something from TN's jungle to even up the score. Despite him getting that big Raptor, he doesn't hit level 2. He does now for second camp. I think TN will be able to get himself that red buff. And we've got ourselves a little bit that, I mean, I know we call it vertical jungling. It's technically horizontal jungling if you kind of like split the map that way. TN able to kind of like play strong side towards Wayward right now, and then go back up to his own side of the map. See what he wants to do. Could go back towards his Raptors to make sure that Hacker doesn't get any early invade there. Instead, he's heading over to his Walker.
Yeah. I guess technically it's diagonal jungling, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, technically it's that. But when we call it top, bottom, mid, and you go between them, like, maybe our orientation is... Maybe there's a compass on Summoner's Rift which actually points diagonally to the left. Maybe that's where north is.
Maybe. Wayward's in trouble in the top side. Shala, who, if he could find the knockback, could potentially find a kill, but Wayward going to play with his range. Shala, who not going to go for it in the end. Good pressure on the K'Sante so far. There's equal pressure coming out in the mid lane from Rookie. You can see a massive CS lead already starting to build up, but I believe a wave is crashing, so hopefully Care should be able to at least even that up somewhat. He's going to take some damage for it, though. You know Rookie is not going to let him get CS without being punished.
Rookie, what a player of this champion he has been all time as well. One of the real players to step up and show what you can do mechanically on this champion since his rework Season 8 after the grim days of the Ardent and Sameta in Season 7. Also on that Invictus Gaming lineup, he was really established himself. He's a true great player of all time. He's continued to do so on this champion over many, many years. See what he can do in this game, though. Has the pressure right now. Might be very important, actually, in this game because these junglers are fighting so much. Mid lanes are going to come into that equation at some point.
Yep, TN on his blue buff here. And Rookie definitely has priority in that mid lane to move on over. I think Hacker realizing that this is not actually a fight that he wants. And will leave TN to farm away. Has to return to his own jungle instead, going towards those chickens. This means TN, I don't think, has lost any camps right now to Hacker. And is moving over. Doesn't have Smite available. Should force the Smite
back at it again.
Hacker once again. And like you say, denying a lot of that 24 gold stolen away. Every time Hacker goes to those chickens, TN is there.
It's just like the trees are moving. The trees are just here every single time. Goes into the jungle. Like one of them just opens its eyes, starts smashing down on your jungle camps. TN just permanently playing the other side of the jungle. Some of our very best LPL junglers, of course, have made an absolute habit of this. Spring 2023, Tarzan, JJ getting up into the enemy jungle, denying something, even if it's half camps, something. However, he's walking up, and that TN is not going to get anything from this one.
Yeah, good pathing from LWX and Chocho to deny the potential invade. They could have just walked down through lane, but choosing to go through that jungle, going as a pair to make sure that they could safely deny potential invade. So TN just going to get the Scuttle Crab, head back to base himself, get some items before the next clear. So decent stuff on both sides. A minor lead for Top Esports, but it isn't much to be talked about. So let's talk about how we're approaching the rest of this early game, how we're approaching the mid game, Amira, because a bit like Top Esports, with a Lucian army bottom lane, surely should have the front foot forwards in the early game.
They should do, and also the Maokai ult coming online around that Herald fight as well. I really don't think FPX have any inroads in towards the Herald. If Top were to get themselves onto the early dragon, I think at that point you're seeing 2 early objectives going over. Wayward has himself the ult as well. Clears out the wave with it, so they can like the rest of that wave. TES probably are going to get themselves the early objectives of the game. If for me, It's a real big question about what they're going to do with their early power plays, because what you really need to do, sit on your laurels, you do need to keep in mind the fact that you are against a Cassidy, who at some point in the game is going to be pretty terrifying. He finds himself against something like a Mininar in a side lane, finds his way on top of someone out of position on vision. Can't allow them to kind of sit pretty and scale. Okay, just like you did, of course, in that last game, that Aurelion Soul. So watch to see what they do with the big first Herald and how they can snowball that into something like that first item spike.
Yeah, the first Drake will be taken here by Top Esports. As you're saying, neutral majority in their favor. Rookie now level 6 in that mid lane as well. Has the Hex deck alternator. A serrated Dirk for Jackulov. Even though they're not at like mythic spikes, these are small spikes in each lane, right? Where if you do end up in a skirmish, these items will offer a lot of front-loaded damage to the play. Herald up in a minute. Like you said, you should favor Top Esports to go for that one. And I've got a feeling we're going to see a really slow game here for the first half of it, at the very least.
Say that enough, maybe more bubbles will land. Maybe that's the way that we officially speed up the game, so the legend goes. But yeah, I mean, particularly around that Herald, FPX, I don't think they win 3v3 topside either because of that Akali ultimate being up. As you kind of called that, level 6 in that mid lane, very important as soon as that Akali comes online. Base damages of that, and very, very handy, especially with something like a Mega Gnar on the table too. Jackulov and Mark, knowing that they're alone in the spot side, hit level 6 first, good amount of damage.
Oof. An attempted bubble onto Chocho there. Mark knows that LWX is being forced out of the play. If the bubble lands onto Chocho, he'd be totally alone. Jackulov still had the piercing light available. Really interesting combo actually there from Jackulov. Not using the piercing light onto LWX, forcing LWX over the wall, trying to save that burst to assassinate the support.
Okay. So with Chocho and LWX kind of losing out in that last phase of laning play, they're not going to be able to go towards top side if FPX did want to do something cheeky around that. See that Tian actually skipped over doing his Krugs to hit level 6 at this point, just to get himself another camp from somewhere if he were to have that ultimate available. Or something like a Herald. Of course, one of the huge things which Maokai really wants at that point in the game. Take himself. Right to take himself. The Scuttle Crab. Doesn't get level 6 off that just yet, though. That's the next big mark. As soon as you have Tian with that ultimate, big plays become available for them. Struggles to get inroads into lanes very early on with just like a flash W. Ultimate makes your job very easy to do that.
Certainly does. Mark, upgrading his support item already. Very, very quickly done there by the Top Esports support. Will give a lot of vision control for him. And now we'll see what Top Esports can do. Now that they've got these ultimates online. Like you say, Tien, wait for that level 6. He's just hit it as well. Could be a good opportunity for them. Let's try and make things happen. The Herald on the map, but looks like nothing from FPX in terms of trying to contest the Herald. Hacker moving into the bottom lane instead.
Yeah, so now this is a really important moment. Can Jackulov and Mark kind of survive on the spot side when there's a potential cross map coming in? It's not the easiest way in. Hacker can dash out of the brush. You've got to understand you're on the weak side of the map here, guys. You're taking Herald. Walking up to that wave, not necessarily the safest thing to do.
Perhaps trying to bait some abilities out. Does that
Okay, they know the play's on. They should absolutely know the play's on at this point. The wave's pushing out, so guys, come on.
Jackulov still goes forward. The Cyclone has been used though. I think maybe intentional from Jackulov to try and overforce the play while they're not underneath the tower, right? So that the dive can't be as successful. Hacker, no flash, no Cyclone. Care moves in. This is not a 2v1 that he wins. The bubble slightly wide as Jackulov gets some damage out. The wave will crash at the bottom side, but the way FPX can dive this anymore.
Okay, fair play. Actually, you know, I think you called it right. I think they were just drawing out that play. They knew that even if they lose the flash on Jackulov, he just loses a lot of time. You know what this means? Raptors are gone again, Munch, they're gone. Tien just really wants that popcorn chicken. He just really, yep, you know what? This is what I'm feeling this game. Takes that one away, takes away a lot from the top side, thinking about it. I know he's got an inroad towards top side as well, has himself the Herald, could potentially get a big play. Wayward jumping forward.
Yeah, Shaola, who will be rooted up here. Bramble Smash comes through. And it's 10 minutes into the game as first blood lands for Top Esports. This might be the first time ever that a first blood has taken 10 minutes for Top Esports.
Gosh, and again, just knowing the history of this team, the team of mojo, the team of aggression, of flair, they're playing a lot more measured. And maybe that is a result of their loss streak. Maybe it's a result of how really struggled to make ends meet in this last run of form. Once they had a coaching change midway through this split, they've have to reinvent the way that they are trying to play as well. It feels like they've changed their identity a number of times, despite a number of the champions on your team on the screen right now being ones that they're known for in this second game. They don't actually pull that Herald in that play up towards topside though. They don't feel the need to do so. Actually, if you're winning a top lane matchup, all the time you don't really need to put Herald there. You're going to take that turret anyway. You don't have to waste a resource like a Herald on it. It does mean that Tien at this point gets to do what he wants with it.
A lot of the time in top lane, you actually don't want to take the tower that early. Like, being able to stay in the laning phase when you're winning can be super beneficial. I don't think it's that one-sided in the top lane to the point where you're going to be able to completely zone Xiaolahu out or anything like that, but theoretically at least can be valuable there. Tien, though, hovering around the bottom side, like you say, Herald in pocket, Drake is up as well, which, again, top esports would love to continue to control those neutrals for the first half of the game. Hacker spotted out, tanked a little bit.
Yeah, so Dragon is spawning. Tien still has Herald in inventory, so if FPX were to set up poorly for this objective and try and contest it, maybe there's an option where that can come in. No. Sad. Because those plays would be really nice for like Nami. Jackalove is just backed, has himself an awful lot of raw AD with the Dirk on top of just the components for the Gale Force. I was chatting with a couple of people about Lucian builds a little while ago, because a lot of people kind of, really value the Gale Force on the Lucian. Some people think that you maybe could skip Dirk now, but when you do hit Dirk plus Gale Force plus Imperial Mandate, because you're really waiting for that Mandate on your Nami to be hit as well for Lucian to really start popping off. Having the extra pen and the extra very high value from those base components can really just put you over the edge in terms of damage, particularly when you've got a lot of champions on this team of FPX which are liable to get shredded.
They certainly are. And like you say, just delaying the Mythic ever so slightly. It feels like interesting to see the roots come through. Chocho in trouble, but the knock-up landing wild growth is there, but so is the damage. Tien with his second kill of the game. 2 ganks, 2 kills, and now Herald in the bottom lane. This might just be a tower taken. You can even just let that go and move over towards the Drake.
That's a lot of plates down. You said that they missed the one, but they managed to share a lot of that gold between the Lucian and the Nami. Of course, Nami is a little bit of early gold too to get to that first item spike. Lose 1 plate towards that Cassin. Of course, scaling fears that top esports will have to take into account, but getting your Lucian Nami to that point of power, very, very important. Some patience on that Herald, working out the top esports. They take the Dragon out.
Beautifully done by top esports, like you say. Slow and steady. And I will say, it's kind of weird to see FPX being so slow and steady, and it's more specifically, weird to see Hacker playing slow and steady, right? This is a player that, within the Chinese community, got known as Ultraman for being able to power up first 15 minutes. Great. Absolutely insane. Beyond 15 minutes, kind of switches off again, and
it's like
had some rough late games. Let's just word it like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know it's kind of like one of the anime in vogue right now, but you know My Hero Academia, right? It's like All Might has been like, yeah, I'm super strong, the strongest thing in the world. But like, 10 minutes or so, we'll see how long I can manage this time. I can definitely vibe with that from Hacker. He's kind of grown out of that a little bit in this split at least. He's found himself some ability, even on some of the games like that he's played at Maokai himself, to kind of rein himself back in. But in this game, it's really kind of sad because while we know him to be an aggressive player, what are you playing towards? The Zone Lulu doesn't give you that many options. Had 1 try towards bot lane and they couldn't make that work. Top side, really for it. You could have cast it in mid. You've been sat there trying to fight over Raptors your whole first 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a tough first 15 minutes for Hacker, that is for sure. Like you say, the casting in the mid lane, doing a lot, all out on the top side. We wanted to see something from Hacker. Here it is, the play onto Wayward. He's flashed over the wall, but there's no blast cone. Can he escape? I don't think he has his E available. 3 players sent up to the top side to finish him off.
And it's a kill over to the Cassidin, the scaling fear. 11 levels right now. That's your second tier of your ultimate. Already at this point in the game, you're kind of worried that Cassidin can start getting some skirmish wins. You're not necessarily going to be cleaning up team fights as cleanly as later into the game. A second tier of Riftwalk means it makes it much easier for you to side lane, makes it much easier for you to sit in lane. Rookie, on the top side of the map, is going to find Hacker. It's your advantage.
Yeah, this could be a kill. The Shuriken lands as well. Maybe he can follow this one up. Flash. Perfect execution is the name of the game. Beautiful stuff. Is he going to go for more on this one as well? Shuriken lands. Rookie! 2v1. 2 solo kills. Insane stuff.
on his iconic champion, one of many, gets a huge play. Jojo hiding behind the minions is going to live for now, but Rookie, you can't let this guy have a Kali. What a player.
It feels like there's a great many picks that you can't let Rookie have, and now a dive to mid lane as well. The wild growth comes out. Is it enough? LPX surviving for now, and the dive dissuaded in the end.
Just about. So they are going to have to recall. Might mean that they lose this tower in the mid lane. It is that one item Lucian Nami spike. Doesn't quite get enough to get the kills. They're still blowing up on that side of the map. Just after top esports have taken the bot lane turret. Just about finish off that top lane turret as well before we go into that replay. Rookie finds an angle onto Hacker. This Wukong is not in a position right now where he can deal with the Akali. Rookie is able to just kind of start churning through those passes. Even Shallow, who nothing said about that, steals the red buff, of course, from the kill onto Wukong. Maybe that's what gives him the boldness to go forward into that kill. And he acts like it's nothing! This guy! He acts like it's nothing!
Rookie has literally won the World Championship, getting a couple of solo kills against the team that's in, what, 13th, 15th place? I don't think he's too worried about it. Rookie looking amazing as always. I can't believe he died to that tower as well. That was like 450 damage from that final tower shot.
Well, that was one of the changes which came in on patch 13.4, I want to say. Some changes to stop early dives coming in. I think that was meant to be targeted at junglers, not at mid laners 1v2ing you, but Rookie caught out all the same.
Yeah, I think Rookie inspiring a lot of solo queue players to lock in the Akali with a performance like that, knowing that you could just 2v1. But Top Esports setting up for a Drake. They've already got two. It's Cloud Soul, not the greatest in the world. Can be very good for Lucian, I will say, as speeds you up during your culling. But I don't think FPX are actually going to contest this one by the looks of their positioning.
Oh, well, what options do they have? Again, they're just waiting for something to come online. They're losing in the mid lane. They're losing in the mid lane where the bot lanes are currently stationed, because again, you're against this huge power spike of the Lucian Nami when you get to 1 to 2 items. Harold's going to go down with that as well. Oh, Wayward.
Slams Hacker back, but doesn't manage to find the stun. Tidal Wave will not be enough. The roots come through as well, but no further kills there from Top Esports. Oh, what a second Jojo! Nearly gets rinsed by just a bubble and a culling. So much damage. Care trying to push in this side lane, but I mean, you're contesting against losing an inhib tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and again, like, Care is getting something on the side lane, but FPX, they need him online now more than ever. They need it to come quickly. Wayward's going to walk up towards this top side, stop him from finishing off that turret. And Zeri is like hidden under the inhibitor tower. Like, you can't even... What do you do at this point? What do you do when you're sat there trying to defend him inside your own base at 19 minutes? I do like how several times this series now, we've seen Top Esports kind of have the option to take a dragon, but actually take something before they can because it's so uncontested. They know they're at a point in power. They don't rush towards the dragon too readily. They make sure they use their power on the map to get the maximum sort of advantage. It's been quite clinical from them, much more than we've seen the rest of spring.
Yeah, great to see. Honestly, it's been kind of refreshing to see this version of Top Esports today, where not just trying to relentlessly snowball, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Like, actually thinking about how to play League of Legends and actually playing towards their composition strengths. That said, you can anticipate an increase in pace here from Top Esports, because we've got the Mythics online for the Lucian Nami. There's a Zeal item there as well for Jackie. Rookie headed towards his second item. This is the part where Akali and Lucian are going to start to take heads.
Yeah, actually, I really want to kind of double down on that as well, because, again, some people don't really like the fire count on Lucian. Some people think that you should go towards the Navori second. But what this does is just give you a cheaper item than the Navori for your second item. Now you are sat at probably the cheapest power spike you can get on the Lucian. You are so far ahead of the loot. Jacula can show what they did in the first few weeks of spring and play towards their power spikes as strong as they have done. This is going to be very hard from FPX to ever get back into the scaling discussion.
See if they can survive long enough. Level 13 for Care, 3 levels to go until he hits that, you know, the end game Kassadin nightmares of old. But it feels like a long way for him. Obviously, the Rod of Ages will give him 1 level. Whether or not that's enough, we'll have to wait and see. Pressure in the mid lane. Now remember, the Herald hit that inhib tower earlier. So just a tiny bit more damage will finish the job. Wayward pressuring in the bottom side in the meantime. Xiaolao, who trying to defend, but I don't know how much he can really do, especially with Mark moving over. Jackie on here as well. The tower will be gone. Might just find some kills as well. But Xiaolao, who backs away, keeps himself safe. Rookie pressuring in the mid lane. So he actually takes the tower shot for his work.
He does not. Rookie going to recall now. So there is actually an objective bounty, even outside of FPX. That's how far behind they are in this game. 21 minutes in. Gonna have to get a little bit worried now for FPX that Baron might be on the table for top. Hits level 14 before that Rod of Ages starts stacking up. Of course, it gives you that kind of flat level. It does mean that if it's leveling up from, say, 13 to 14, that's different from, say, something like level 14 to 15, like it very likely will be in this game. So slightly more value out of the Rod of Ages when it actually ticks over. But as you're saying, you know, it's kind of hard to play around it until that point happens. Top, I really want to see them now kind of focus in on this Baron, force FPX to fight before they're ready. That could be a real killer blow for FPX.
Certainly could be. Wayward, get a pressure in the bottom side, has the teleport available. So it can set up for his team to play around that Baron. And I will say, Top Esports playing this slow, immaculate version of League of Legends, it feels weird. It feels bittersweet.
How do you feel about it? As a long-time Mojo fan.
On the one hand, yes, they've made it to playoffs, and yes, they're actually looking good in their final playoffs, but at what cost? The reason I'm a Top Esports fan is not because they look good in the game, it's because they're fun to watch, you know, and I don't know if this is worth it, guys. So, I'd say drop out in 10th if it means you're still Top Esports. Hang on, going forwards, being aggressive, answering our prayers. 150 gold from first strike. Good God.
Oh my word. Huge amounts of damage. Yeah, well, this is basic. Remember when Talon jungle was the thing with first strike? Exactly the same thing. You actually don't even need to kill. Just chunk him out for like 90% of the HP. You get value off of it. Keeps you ahead of the game. He's even going towards Serrated Dirk. That call forwards afterwards. Again, so many valuable components. And now it is going to be that Baron started. FPX, you're going to have to fight before you're ready. You don't have even the Rod of Ages at that 10 stacks. Where are your teleports? Where are your men? Where are you going in this?
Rookie, he's behind enemy lines and he's found Hacker. The TP already coming through from the top lane. Hacker in trouble, and Hacker will be taken down. Surely no, the tidal wave doesn't get him. Perfect execution finds LWX instead. Rookie getting his man. Wayward answered. Tien forced to punch. Xiaolao, who looking to carry the bubble to the land. Care in the mix here as the top laner tries to protect his Katsunin. Double kill for Care, and everything had looked so good for Top Esports, but FPX find their moment.
Mojo giveth and Mojo taketh away. 3 kills to Care on the Kassadin. He couldn't have come online at a better point. Hits level 16 at the end of that play as well. Upgrades his broken stopwatch into a Zhonya's, and Top Esports, just when they were singing their praises about how they were so clinical about the way they play, they failed to pick onto Hacker. He doesn't go down, and they go so deep trying to finish the jungler. The LWX gets huge value. Xiaolao, a player who's been having a real resurgence, a real discovery of form, gets to run around on the Cassante, being a real threat as well. Top Esports massively overstaying this fight. They don't have the staying power to get away with this.
No, Jackinov couldn't get any damage onto the jungler. Rookie could have finished off Hacker with his perfect execution, but opting into taking an LWX, I think fair enough on that one. But then, like you say, caught out after the play. And a few kills go over to FPX. Gold only 3,000 ahead for Top Esports, with a composition that has to snowball, and with a Kassadin on the enemy team that now hit 3 items, now hit level 16, and now has a hat trick in pocket. This suddenly got real scary for Top Esports in a game that has looked so convincing all game long.
Even the soul not going to be claimed by TES. Dragon picked up by FPX to deny that small bonus as well. Would have been nice to have that again. Try and keep your head kind of like above the waves at this point. Feels like the tide's coming in. This one, which is bearing ships with the sails of FPX. They're the ones which really feel like they got an angle into this game now, despite being down a bit of gold. That gold really doesn't take into account the champions which are on the Rift. Don't have yourself massively winning side lanes at this point. It's not like you got yourself a hull breaker. Care can run down anyone on a side lane at this point. Starting to wonder if this is going to become rookie or bust for Top Esports. What can this Akali do? This magnificent Akali, which has reigned in terror for so many years, got to pull out something special now.
It's kind of funny that you say, I wonder if this will become rookie or bust for Top Esports, because honestly, this split with the roster changes that happened, it's starting to feel like rookie or bust isn't just the story of this game, but perhaps the story of the whole roster. Bringing in Wayward for today to see if that will change their fate. And it was all looking good. It was all looking hunky-dory. Till one little overstep. Now FPX in a position to punish. Top Esports desperately trying to get mid-prio so they can find their way into this river.
See right now, Rookie has a teleport. Maybe they can look to play around the culling. Shallow has caught out. I have to find an angle here.
This would be 5v5 if Rookie TPs Wayward in Mega Gnar. Top Esports not committing. They know Care is on a flank. They know that they have to be cautious.
Yeah, particularly in moments like that. I mentioned Wayward coming in as a roster change, but Wayward on the Gnar, his most played, most successful champions, could have had an absolutely monolithic ultimate there. You need to be very careful of FPX. Fighting in the true kind of 5v5s, when it's front to back, working better in split scenarios at this point. Maybe you can stop Akali getting those huge, like multi-man ultimates with the execute. Rookie made a highlight play of that earlier in the split, getting a 3-man perfect execution. It was against RNG even at that point. But he's got a lot of items. He's incredibly scary, building up towards something like a Shadow Flame in third. But on the other side, if it does become those split fights, he will be the story of the team fight.
He will be, and he's looking for these flanks permanently.
Oh,
very far forward at this point.
The fog now. You can't go into fog, guys.
It's scary. It's real scary. Jackulov trying to get some damage out. Hacker. There's a good bubble from Mark. Nearly finds his mark. No pun intended. Yeah, spotted on the wall. They have to back away. As Rookie pushing up in the top side. This game is on a nice edge, honestly.
So I've been playing a bit of Phasmophobia recently. I've been learning the fear of that game. I feel like all of the sensors, all of the tools you've got, as soon as Care is on your side of the map, the lights are starting to flicker, the tools are starting to go off. This guy is the horror story at this point. It is horror survival against Castellan. You cannot afford to walk too close to Fog of War. Even with a tanky Tian, who's not gone towards the Redemption even. Feels like he needs that individual tankiness, and you can understand why he will be starting to struggle to survive through Care's burst as well.
Yeah, Top Esports trying to play around Vision, trying to keep Vision control of the Baron area. Care in base, but has teleport available. Shallow who trying to move up. Recall comes out from Jackulov. Gets a bit of armor pen, but can't quite finish off the LDR there. Not ideal for him.
No. Now we are headed into Dragon spawning in the next 40 seconds will be solved for Top Esports, but I think if you give up Baron towards FPX, I think they're more than happy with that trade as well. I think that, of course, the Soul not something they want to give over. FPX probably have more macro options at that point. Feels like they're the ones which are in control of Vision, got some deep vision themselves. Top Esports can't say the same of the enemy jungle. Care has teleport. They're hanging out the side lane right now. Culling wasted a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Does a lot of damage onto the clone. That's not going to matter all too much. As they're fighting for mid-prior once again, Wayward trying to push this wave in the bottom side to buy some space for Top Esports. Rookie found by Care. Answers with a shuriken. Shallow who taking some big hits. Jackulov is hitting hard, it has to be said. It's just a matter of whether or not Care will hit harder.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he's hitting hard, but if this was 2 items earlier, even 3, that would be at the point where it's game winning, get fight winning. Now Hacker is caught out, a bit of a flank, Wayward finds him.
This could be game winning. Hacker down to barely any HP. With Drake on the cards, this would be Cloud Soft Top Esports if they can find it. But it could also be a devastating team fight if they can't. Jackulov shoving that mid-wave. Once again, fighting for priority.
Let's see what happens to the Castellan. Off Vision right now, stacking up that ultimate. High mana so far. He could be on a flank. He's got an angle.
Wayward's almost mega, but he ain't mega yet. And Care chunks him out, but takes half of his HP in return. Immediate recall from both solo laners as they know that they need to be healthy for this fight.
Okay, both coming in.
TPs from both solo laners as they know they need to be here. Wayward's mega now.
Oh!
Rookie's on the back line. Hacker double what? Instant triple for Rookie. The man of the hour, the man of the century in this fight. Care has to go huge, still surviving. Has a shield over the wall looking for Jackulov. He gets one. for himself. Wayward chasing down the Kassadin. They've done enough to get themselves the Drake, but maybe more. Rookie TP trying to find Care. It's a bit of a whiff on the TP.
And in his first series back with top esports, Wayward makes what could be the game-saving, the game-winning play that would see them with a chance to finish 6th place. Wayward, huge ultimate, and you're right, Care wasn't there. He was teleporting back in, but he couldn't quite get there in time. FPX, they've waited for so long for Care to be the story of the team fights, and he was just in the worst possible way around that Soul Dragon claimed for top esports.
What a weird play coming out as the TP locations being the decider here, and FPX staying way too close.
Hugely so. They want to be in range of that dragon, see what they can get off of that. You get the movement speed from teleport nowadays. Help Wayward get into the backline, and Rookie is coordinated alongside that to make sure that the damage is completely layered on top of each other. There is no counterplay to what happened there. Head does get himself one exit kill just at the back end of what happened with that, but it's just not enough. You're now facing down that Soul. Maybe you still have your chance to fight your way out of this. Of course, you still got a lot of people online, but top esports get control of the vision which they lacked before. They get themselves that Soul, something which is much needed for them. FPX not nearly as confident as they were before that play.
Certainly not. But even still, it's only a Cloud Song. Not gonna change the team fights too much. But Rookie will be able to use that movement speed, especially off the first Brock of his R. Care, look at this mission.
I think he's trying to find Tien. I think he's trying to hope that Tien is on a camp somewhere, because of course a lot of them are up right now. Maybe he's looking for an inventive flank. Anyone he finds alone, he kills, but he's not finding anyone alone just yet.
Oh, Wayward has found him alone, and Care immediately on the retreat. Rookie looking to flank him, looking to gain from behind, but Rookie has to use his shroud fairly early on. That's a huge calling on to show LWX. Checky Love hits the ward though, and in the meantime, the goal taking down Hacker, low on HP. Checky Love down, and top esports rooted. Rookie gets two though, to answer the play once again. Wayward chased out of it. It's 3 for 2, both junglers down.
Oh my gosh, what a split play! And top esports, despite them finding Care out on the flank, despite them running forward with the Lucian Nami combo, cutting down LWX and Chocho to very low HP bars, can't walk away with the play. Care survives despite being caught out at the start of this, and FPX, despite losing that last dragon fight, take the Baron, get themselves into a much more stable position.
And once again, we got to tell the story of Care this year, right? The man has come into the roster looking fantastic. He's been building up over time, and now against Rookie, it is him and Rookie carrying this game on either side. It's him against Rookie, and I don't think many people at the start of this year would have said, yeah, Care is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Rookie, but he is showing up today in a big way.
You know, it's almost at the point where I'm pretty confident saying I think LPL's mid lane is probably the strongest role we have in the region. When you look at the way that these mid laners perform, some of our old great players of the role have been finding resurgence in this split. Look at Scout, with all the MVPs he's had this year. You look at Rookie, of course, in some of the plays he's been making. But the fact that so many people managed to stand up and put themselves along those names in plays like this where Care can just start running rampant in the late game fights. He was trusted to run rampant in the late game fights, and he's starting to really make the most of that opportunity.
And he's looking for that Nexus according to the observers
Yeah,
well.
not too subtle on that one, observers.
Top esports grouping up neither neutral up for another 2 minutes. Look at the damage from Care, man. 7k in the previous fight. He is having a hell of a game for himself, and now Death Cap in pocket. They've maybe found a big Shallow, pulls Wayward back. The bubble lands though. It's Shallow who's gone too deep. LWX forced to flash out of the play. Back in the retreat as well. Here goes Rookie onto the back line, into the Shroud. He's 1 HP, but he's looking for LWX before he goes down. The Shuriken, no! Cut down, gunned down! In midair, Care knocked up, and Wayward slows him. Care down! Dragging up onto LWX, but this is Zeri in the late game. He's turning it around. LWX hammered into the floor by Wayward, who turns out to be the hero in the end.
Wayward saves the day subbed in for Top Esports, and in some of these crucial clutch moments, it is the Gnar in the top lane, the emote master himself, who comes out with something to save things. I don't think this ends the game. I don't think it does. There are too many towers up. There are too many deaths on both sides. So we will still have another act left in this back and forth and back again. Where do we start with this? I don't even know where to start with this. Chalahu, caught out at the start. He's had a heck of a split so far. I don't think a lot of people would have put him on the table of like the elite top laners as well. He's had so many others. That's a sore moment for him. Rookie does not connect the Shuriken flip. He manages to take out LWX. This fight is so different, but a moment of rare misexecution from Rookie makes this a very close fight. LWX, see what happens after this point. The cleanup potential on both sides is absolutely absurd. It is moments, micro decisions, micro misclicks, which are determining the fate of these team fights. Somehow, some way, we're no closer to deciding the victor of this game.
That is literally just a trade of kills. No objectives up on the map. Wayward can't push the way fast enough to take any towers. And we go again. A TP into the mid lane from Shala, who as Care is threatening in the side lane. Drake up. In 10 seconds time, it's Elder Dragon, and we are in for a massive late game fight.
It is. One of the first games of the split that Care had was on the Castlin versus Team WE. He went 10-1-7, 10-1-3 and won that game. Can he be the decider? Put them in a bad situation.
Care's been found. Wayward slams him against the wall. TN over the wall as well. The Brabus Smash is there. He's turned Gordon. Can he survive? He's
down.
Taken down. And Hapkin's gone too deep to try and save him. Can has been carrying this game, but he's found out and taken down. LWX is on a late game Zeri. He's 1v4. Needs a miracle to keep the game alive, and he's taken out. Top Esports, they might just have done it. They push us to a 2-0 win.
There's no inhibitor in the mid lane. The wave is going to survive, and with 4 members of Top Esports barreling down the mid lane, they will give themselves a shot at 6th place. It's a slim opportunity. They'll need some results to go their way, but FPX, they gave them a hell of a run for their money, but walk away with no wins in the series.
Absolutely ridiculous game to end this series on. Heartbreak for FPX, it has to be said. But what a moment for Wayward as well. Subbed in for this series. He's the one that hunts Care down. He's the one that sets up the pick that wins the game for Top Esports. And a 2-0 scoreline just is not representative of what we've witnessed today.
Absolute madness we have had today. We even had a pretty back and forth series in the first one between Atom and RNG, where both of them were very close to eliminating each other in double knockout somehow, some way. However, at the end of it, between that and series just on your screens just now, we have had some absolute magical team fights throughout. Thought that maybe Care could walk away. Another casting victory very early into the split, as we were saying, without a very important victory. A very flashy victory, rather, versus Team WE, who are still sat waiting for their own playoffs application. Not there yet, not safe, and we are in a very dramatic last few days of LPL.
They certainly are. And you can see happiness across the team from Top Esports. You can tell that this, maybe not this series specifically, but this is a team that has been prepping in general. Like, they have been improving their game in a big way. And coming into this series, we saw a much more stable Top Esports, a much more calculated Top Esports that, you know, it does mean slightly slower games for the viewers. But, hey, look, a win is a win. A 2-0 win for a team that has been as back and forth as Top Esports have been this split. They finish on a positive 9-7.
It's been a heck of a journey to get to that point. They are still buoyed by how powerful they were in the first few weeks of LPL Spring. It felt like they got a little bit broken when they came up against, particularly, you know, you're looking at the likes of like your JDGs. That was the series which I really felt this team started to stumble. They played the style which they always had done. They had the Lucian Nami. They were playing so well through that. And even in this last game against a team which has had a resurgence but are still out of playoffs, the Lucian Nami very nearly didn't cross that finish line, but some magic and some old hands in the top lane coming back to join that roster as well. Wayward rejoining This roster, they just about get across.
And once again, I want to go back to TN game specifically because I feel like TN has been a player that has struggled across the course of this year, like has had some really, really rough games. The early game was all TN setting up his lanes, and that final play, the follow-up from Wayward's find was TN locking Care down. Really, really big game from TN, playing with the rest of the team, showing us that he does still have this in him.
Didn't even need a Moonstone. I went for the full tank build. And yeah, you're absolutely right to bring that up. It felt like the story of the first 15 minutes was Hacker not being able to be, Ultraman, the guy that's super aggressive in the first 15 minutes and then struggles to find impact otherwise. Because the only thing he was fighting over was Raptor respawns. Because Tien immediately walked up and said, you have a caster in mid lane. You don't get to pick through mid-jungle 2v2, which is very different from the meta. Very heads up of the team to get themselves that advantage. It got scary. Really scary, particularly around that Baron fumble, which, almost saw them out of this split in a number of ways. It could have seen them out of this split if other results hadn't gone their way. Just about made it in, and now they get a moment of reprieve to head towards playoffs.
Yeah, incredibly tense stuff from Top Esports here, but they do get the win in the end. We're going to head over for an interview. We're going to hear what Mark has to say about that incredibly clean, easy 2-0.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Mark, support for Top Esports. Congratulations on taking down your opponent with a 2-0 victory. I know that you have qualified for playoffs earlier, but maybe you were struggled with some 5 losing streak maybe. So how do you guys manage to turn the tide, especially in today's matchup against the FunPlus? 欢迎 Mark 选手来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜滔博今天2-0拿下了你们常规赛的收官之战。虽然可能队伍之前已经确认进入到季后赛了，但是好像客观来讲是经历一个5连败的状态嘛，所以想问一下，在这场比赛之前，或者是在很长一段时间之前，队伍都是围绕哪些方面做了调整呢？
因为我们前面一直在输嘛，然后跌到了很大的低谷吧，然后打的都很，所有人都打得很不是自信的嘛，然后后面就慢慢调整，然后今天才是我们赢下来的关键吧，然后大家齐心协力，然后赢一把应该就好了。
主要是心态方面做的调整吗？你觉得？
心态方面的话，可能之前心态，我感觉我们之前心态感觉挺差的，然后后面的话就因为也输多了嘛，感觉输麻了，然后就调整了很多方面了嘛，然后就觉得今天的比赛只要拿了胜利，我们后面应该会调整回来的。
Actually, we were really on a 5 losing streak, maybe so we adjust so many aspects like some mentality, and maybe in the past few games we didn't perform comfortably because of that. We really experienced a tough time. But I asked him in terms of some mentality, they do change their mentality, and they think that if they can take down this game, it's really be like the mentality boost for them to play more comfortably or get a better performance in upcoming matchups. But congratulations, win is a win. When it comes to game number 1, you got Aurelian Soul melee. I know that Rookie has picked its champions maybe in the past few games, but it didn't work well. So why did you guys still pick the champions in this matchup? And how do you guys manage to, or maybe like play around the melee, because this is kind of late game champions. And I saw details that when he dived into the tower, bot lane tower turret, you just flash and heal his 2 summoner spells to protect him. So could you please share us about this part a little bit? 那么其实今天第一局的时候，队伍还是拿出了 Rookie 选手一个龙王的选项。我们之前队伍可能已经选出来过，但是今天打的确实比上回打得更好。想问一下，队伍在前中期的时候，可能是就会不会觉得是要围绕着龙王来打？因为我看到当他去下路越塔的时候，Mark 选手这边有一次闪现上去给他治疗，也是一直在保住龙王打。所以可不可以跟我们分享一下有关这些方面的？
今天的话，我们龙王的话就是宋一静比较自信嘛，然后鸡哥之前说给我龙王，然后第一把他很自信，然后我的话就选些保护的英雄，然后多看一下双 C 吧，然后今天所以他的 MVP 挺厉害的第一把。
Actually, I do think Rookie performed pretty good, and he got most valuable player in game number 1 because that is his kind of his really comfortable pick. And Rookie just said, "Give me Aurelion Sol, give me Aurelion Sol." So we just picked this champions. And in terms of me, I just need to play some champions to protect our APC and ADC, our mid laner and bot laner, to be supportive to protect them. And something about game number 2, especially comes to late game. I think that you got some leads in early to mid game, but comes to late game, they got Khazard in mid lane, and they got so many opportunities on flank. So how do you guys manage to make sure you can take down this game, especially in late game when you want to storm Baron or something else? It really brings some tough questions for you guys. 那么其实，在第2局的时候 ，Taubo 这边前中期是拿到了优势，但后面毕竟你对面有一个后期的这样的卡萨丁，而在后期的时候，这边游戏的节奏也是感觉被迫有一点点被他们拖住了嘛。所以在大后期的时候，你们做了什么样的努力，能够确保把这一场胜利还是拿下的？
因为这把 BPS 出来的话，就我们前面下半区要把优势扩大嘛，然后前面要控龙嘛，然后到中期的时候我们还是有一些失误，然后给了对面的机会嘛，导致那卡萨丁推了我们的塔，然后还拿了3个人头，所以我觉得这是我们做的不好的地方。后面的话会好好调整一下，后面会做得更好。
Actually, because of our draft in game number 2, we have to get some leads around the ball lane, especially in early game. But maybe when it comes to mid game, we actually made some kind of mistakes or errors. Let Khazard farm pretty good with 3 kills he got in his pocket, and he destroyed a lot of turrets. That is a kind of aspect that we didn't manage well, but I believe that we can manage it better in future. And final question for you, looking back on your regular season journey, what is the biggest takeaway for you, or how did you guys prepare for playoffs in order to get a better result in upcoming matchups? 那么其实这毕竟是常规赛的收官之战了嘛，所以回顾常规赛的旅程 ，Mark 选手觉得会有哪些收获和感想，以及为了征战季后赛还需要做哪些准备呢？
就是感觉我们就是常规赛以9-7，是9-7吗？18-7啊。就是我们经历了5连败，确实我们所有队伍的心态，然后上面还有很多都是很不好的吧，然后就是打的会越来越急躁，然后后面因为在不同的调整，然后拿阵容 BP， 然后还有我们选手自己打的感觉就是比较有问题的，然后后面的话就是调整的，就最近调整的就算还可以吧，所以才能导致今天比赛赢了嘛。就是后面感觉打季后赛的话，我们应该就是多注意团战，然后自己的自身的问题感觉还是得多注意一下，然后找回之前的自己，就是敢打敢拼，找回之前的我们。
Oh, actually, looking back on our regular season journey, we end our regular season with 9 wins and maybe 7 losses. Actually, because of that 5 losing streak, we really experienced a lot of mentality issues or the other things. But we tried and we put so many effort to trying to find our competitive form and practice communication and team synergy like that. So maybe in the future we do want to make sure that we are on the same page and put more effort and try our best, and especially in playoffs to find our competitive form as Top Esports, as our whole team overall. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Mark 来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina and Wayward, Mark, sorry, as well. And interesting
Wayward's
to hear him
just on the
talking about.
mind.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising after that game, to be honest. Interesting to hear him talking about mentality, though, and that loss streak that they went on. Sounds like Mark is pretty much chalking up majoritively to mentality, not being on the same page, not feeling like a team. And based on this interview, hopefully things seem to be fixed right now. And maybe Wayward coming in was the plaster that Top Esports needed to fix things, because he's going to be MVP as well, coming out of game number 2. And I think rightly so.
Yeah, I think particularly when it came around that big dragon fight where he got right back into the play of things against the late game Kassadin, this was a team comp that didn't really want to have to deal with that scaling factor. They wanted the game to be over by that point, and they couldn't quite manage that. The reason they could manage with it in the late game is because of Wayward's team fight impact. First the big dragon fight, then of course the fight in the mid lane, which ended up being one of course our biggest plays, biggest fights of the game. Wayward really started to control the story of this game.
He certainly did. So many great fights coming out from him. I mean, this TP was a huge moment in the game for Top Esports. The triple gnarl setting up, taking down LWX, while Care wasn't there, crucially.
Yeah, and I think particularly in that play, it's quite easy to forget some of the changes which have happened to teleport over time, where you get the actual movers and speed bonus just after you complete your teleport. That was the key to that. This one was just, finding the right option to finally shut down Care, who had some difficult late game fights on the cast sim. Maybe you could have expected a little more out of him in some of those last moments, but it's so difficult to play out these late game fights when Top Esports have many ways to kind of like cross walls and follow you like this. Sadly could not control the narrative in their final series of Spring. They will not be in playoffs, of course, but got to shout out FPX as well for what was actually a pretty good recovery, all things considered. We were very down and out about this team midway through the split as well.
Yeah, we certainly were, but managing to find their way back in. Wayward getting himself an MVP, subbing in the final hour.
Actual 50% MVP rate. Wow, crazy. This guy is unmatched.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, he's managing to push his team towards potentially 6th seed at this point. Can you imagine?
We'll see.
If OMG loses 2-0 to BLG now and Top Esports actually get top 6, and it's just like nothing ever happened. They just pretend the loss streak never happened.
If there was any two teams to randomly flip into a 2-0, despite OMG having beaten Top Esports and looking like a top team, it would be OMG and BLG. Those two teams, like I cannot begin to fathom like the craziness that those teams have. So what that means is you're just gonna have to watch LPL. That's the only answer.
That's the only way forward. Speaking of that, let's look at our results for today and talk about what's coming up for you guys tomorrow, because there are still 3 more days of regular season play. RNG taking down RA earlier on today, but it was not clean. It was a tough series for RNG as they finish out their split at 8-8 and lock themselves in for playoffs. But then Top Esports, that 2-0, game number 1 certainly matches the scoreline, but game number 2 as close as possible against FPX.
Yeah, both of these now lead to a much more determined bracket. Also, we've got a couple of things left up into the air. Most of our teams still have at least 1 game left in the remaining series in our last few days of play, but we haven't locked in all of our playoff teams yet. It's either IG or it's going to be WE. It's going to be one of those two. It will depend on whether WE can beat NIP. They cannot afford to lose it, because of course they will lose on game score. They must win against NIP, their last series of the split.
And the biggest remaining results are going to be BLG versus OMG to fight for that 6th seed spot, and then WE versus NIP to fight for the final playoff spot. WE, if they win that series, they're in. If they lose, IG get in instead. Both of those games gonna be on Saturday, so do not miss the LPL on Saturday morning. Let's look at tomorrow's games, though, as we have 1 more day before we get to those big deciders. LNG still fight for that number 1 spot as they go up against LGD, and then EDG again in that same race against LNG, but they've got a much tougher opponent in TT.
Yeah, particularly, iBoy was just announced for TT as well. In terms of him being signed, might have to see if he's going to be playing on that day, whether he's going to be on the bench until later notice. But if EDG or LNG slip up, we saw their standings just before, there's a chance that, we could see a flip around of the, the top 2 bracket coming through. LNG, with one of their game losses in their last series, means that actually they might actually have a much harder time getting towards that top 2. But if there's a slip up from the other top 2 teams, maybe there's another chapter left to write there.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Honestly, it's so close, this split. Usually we have 1 top team that's just dominating. Not happening this time around. Now, Merritt, it's been a pleasure casting with you once again, as always. That's going to be it from us, though. We're going to round things out for tonight. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, and definitely make sure you tune in Saturday, because everything will be decided across the course of Saturday. We'll see you in chat for those games, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.